And who says I don't have good timing on anything? But welcome to another Pseudo Chaturday, guys. I like doing these. These are nice, calm, and relaxing, and full of fun and potential. But I got some stuff to go over tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and whoever's the world and the stuff. You know, I got some stuff to do. Just prerequisite this before we go too far into the grand scheme of just about all the nonsense I'm going to be tackling today. The main things is, well, yesterday we went over the 93-page Google Docie from Radia and Adora. Well, no, about Adora from Radia and her compatriots and stuff. So there's that. But then today we got another Google Docie. Yeah, we got Adora's response. That's 43 pages. 47 pages. So we got a long one ahead of us, but not only do we have that, we also have things like we've been talking a little bit about this group on and off, and like I've been making references to it, but we got the VTards. Yeah, we got VTards. We're going to be covering a video on the VTards because they, listen, to be fair, the VTards have been getting doxxed legitimately because people are, well, unhinged schizos. I don't support them getting doxxed in any way, shape, or form. I find that to be abhorrent outright. Doxing is always wrong. I'll also say, though, that there's some funny updates that have happened, and something I was not expecting to happen has happened. So, yes, we're going to watch a 15-minute video on that, and then I'll show you the newest thing. That's freaking funny. That's funny. I also have a video on that Melanie Mac put out that's 30 minutes. But before we go too far into anything, we are gonna tackle the One Piece trailer. Okay, we are gonna tackle that. But the only correct way in order to tackle the One Piece trailer. No, I'm not a VTard. There's an actual group called the VTard Skull. But there's only one way to tackle the One Piece trailer correctly. Okay. There's only one correct way to do this. Is it calling? Is it working? Adam! How you doing, buddy?
I'm fine. I'm tired.
You're
and
tired?
I've already watched this. I've watched this.
Well,
I've seen it.
You're watching it. I'm about to watch it. I'm sharing my screen with you right now.
Yeah, I'm looking.
And now we're over here. So I'm gonna turn off my music.
All right. Since I've seen it, I'm gonna let you pause it when I think you're gonna say something. There are. I'll just say there are warning signs in this. There are a couple of things that I like. What is this? What's going on here? That do not look right. And I'm curious that if you're gonna see what I see.
I'm probably gonna notice some things. Like I still hate the Going Merry. I find it to be atrocious.
Oh, the Mary looks like it's nightmare fuel. The Mary is nightmare fuel in this. Its masthead is nightmare fuel. That is not the Mary. It's got bones on it.
By the way, shout out Caucasian Sasquatch. How you doing? And let's get into this, shall we?
Yeah.
I did not like that look for Zoro out the gate. I know I should
not
be
at that.
on it. That was
Go ahead and pick on it. But what is this? What is this?
An island of cacti. Is it supposed
When
to
did
be,
that happen?
Is it supposed
It's not
to
Little
be,
Garden.
Not
No.
Little Garden. Is this supposed to be Whiskey Peak?
That's the question I asked. That's not Whiskey Peak.
No, Whiskey Peak was desert, but it wasn't cacti.
Cacti? No, yes, that's the exact thing I said. This is exactly where I stopped when I started my breakdown earlier today. I was like, what is this? It can't be Little Garden because we do see glimpses of Little Garden in certain scenes here. What is this Cacti Island?
I don't know. Okay,
What's going
I'm
on
going
here?
back a little bit just so I could.
Yeah.
Everything I've done.
Wait.
Now that
was that little this looks like Whiskey Peak.
Yeah. This looks like Whiskey Peak. It must be Whiskey Peak.
So this island has to be Whiskey Peak. This is Whiskey Peak that we're looking at. This is Whiskey Peak. Because this is the city right here.
Why are there cacti there?
I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm so I don't.
Thank you. Listen. It only gets a little worse. It only gets a little worse. I mean, there are things that they did right that I was afraid they weren't going to do. You'll know it when we get there. But then there are also things like, what is this? So you got to keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, this would be Whiskey Peak because I'm willing to bet this is Vivi right here. We can only see him from behind, but they're following.
Oh no, that's not Vivi. We've seen you. You'll see Vivi in this. You'll see Vivi.
Everywhere I go.
What was that?
It's for the One Piece.
Good question.
Wait.
Well, that's correct right there.
Festival outside of it though. There wasn't.
But I'm not that. Like that wasn't Loketown. That little thing, that little circus thing, that's gonna come back later in the trailer.
This is
right.
Yeah.
That's the gallows. Yeah.
What is that?
There's Dory, or is it Brogy?
I get them mixed up, but I like that.
Yeah. Well, it's accurate. It does look like him. They got that. Yeah, they got. Yeah, that looks accurate. I can't complain about that. Yeah. There's nothing to complain about there.
Raise your sails.
Well, all right, go back. All right, first, but go back. Go back to when the door opens. All right, question. What? That's
not her power.
That's not her power. Thank you.
Yeah, she has the flora, the flower. It's not the flower. It's like the flora.
I always, honestly, it's been so long. I don't remember what her devil fruit is called anymore.
It is technically the flower fruit. But she doesn't actually have power over petals.
Petals. Yeah, the petals only appear when her clone parts vanish.
Yeah, she can produce her hands.
So why is she blowing open a door with the petals? This is a red flag to me right here. This is a massive red flag that somebody involved in this doesn't understand Robin's powers.
They're seeing it as the flower fruit, so obviously that means flowers. No. It's actually just she grows hands. Her hands are the flowers.
She can clone parts of her body, and later on her entire body, the stronger she gets. Making Robin, she could be a very dirty girl if she wants to. But this is wrong. And we only get a shot of her head, which of course it's early bangs Robin, kind of good. Now I don't know if this chick's a good actress. I know she doesn't have the body for Robin. I already know that. She does not have the body for Robin. But this is before Oda started making everybody super busty. So I can accept it early on. But still, this is a warning sign to me that either Oda wasn't paying attention, wasn't there, or Oda didn't care, or Oda had a limited involvement in this, because this is a blatantly wrong use or depiction of Robin's powers.
Yeah. What I will say is this is obviously somewhere at like a marine base. Is this what's his name? The guy who was before Akainu. The guy that can go. I can't think of his name because there's the he has the afro. You can see the beard, and you can see the bird on his head.
Son Goku.
Yeah, Son Goku. I think this is a statue. Like that's a nice little thing, but this is just
that's a warning. That's a warning sign. That's a red flag to me. Why? That's not how her powers work. That's not how they work. What is it? What is she? Byakuya from Bleach? Sensen Bakura? What is this?
It's somebody that just doesn't get her powers at all. So.
Smoker.
Okay. He was never going to look great.
It was never going to look great, but it looks goofy as fuck. Yeah, it looks alright, but it's still going to be off.
Yeah, a man that smokes 2 cigars at once, it was never going to look right. But
how is he going to talk? I mean, he's going to take him out when he talks, because Smoker never takes him out when he talks. But you got the Sea Stone thing. Yeah, he's got that.
I could see a little bit of a freak out right here with how they had to make it, but it's still.
I'm not gonna be that anal about it. I'm not gonna be that anal.
I'll be a little anal. I'm noticing like those little things right there just because I want to notice it. They could probably touch that up real easily, but I like it.
Question is like, well, now will they pull off his smoke power?
Oh please,
his little garden.
Right.
It's obviously a little garden. All right, stop right there. Stop right there. Go back. Go back.
Yeah,
That's Sanji when he's bursting into Mr. Three's wax house right before the conversation with Crocodile, where he talks some shit at Crocodile over the cell phone.
Yeah, you can tell because it's all white, so it's obviously the wax house. Which that's nice that they're including that.
Well, that's an important scene. Yeah. Because that's all you're gonna get of Joe Manganiello is Crocodile in this. That's it.
Are we gonna see is it Mr. 13 and Bad Friday?
3.
Or what?
No, you're not gonna see any Baroque works except for Vivi as Miss Wednesday, which of course,
No, you're seeing a couple of Baroque works.
No, not in the trailer here. We haven't seen it.
But do you think they're going to be in the episode, the series itself?
They should be, but then again, we know their history. If they'll cut things.
Yeah,
they'll cut things. Right there. Oh, right, there's Vivi. All right, first go back to proof that. Remember when we were talking about how much are they going to do of Logtown? Well, there's Usopp's goggles. Question is, what if they go into the goggles story? We don't know. They don't have time.
Yeah, they don't have time to do the whole goggles story.
But they got it.
Yeah. Listen, Vivi. I've said this before.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the actress, but she is supposed to be Egyptian, so that's why they picked her. So that
but
I'm not.
Vivi's still a whack girl with big old titties.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I get why they're doing it, but that blue hair, it's
not. Listen, I don't think people are gonna accept this because they don't know, and we can make the assumption because Alabasta is a
Middle
desert
Eastern,
nation,
Egyptian,
and
it is something like that. So it gets.
But it still wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it looks.
It wasn't necessary.
Wrong.
It looks wrong, and she's not hot enough to be Vivi. Remember, also Vivi is also 16. Yeah. She's also 16.
Well, that's why I'm not really tackling the whole attractiveness. Yeah. I'm just like, it just doesn't. It's not what I wanted.
Now she's over 18 now in the story, so it's not so dirty, but still.
And yes, Roland, either way, I've said that as well. Condensing what they're doing here is not going to be realistic.
It's going to be a disaster.
What the
fuck?
Stop
here. What is this?
Oh, why are we I know what it is. So I was right. That carousel right here, back here when we saw
I know. I was waiting for what you were doing.
That's Buggy because over here is what's her name?
That's Alvida. Yeah, you're gonna see it in a second. But here's the point: this doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
There's no Buggy circus in the middle of Logtown. They have a whole fight scene here against Buggy's remade crew, which his crew exists of Alvida and like one other person at this point.
No,
it is hot Alvida.
It was hot Alvida, and at least his two other
and two of his cronies, a couple of his extra cronies,
Tamer and the Blade guy.
Yeah. Yeah, but here, what is this? This is what we were talking about. They don't have time for shit, but they're making shit up and stuffing it in here. This is my next major red flag. What the fuck is going on here?
Like, one of the coolest parts about this whole, like, Alvida and all this was Buggy was without his limbs. He was basically just a head, but then he gets his limbs back. He brings his crew to Logtown. They capture Luffy. They put him up on that thing. You don't have all this. Because why the hell are you going to be putting up this entire whole pirate front in Logtown where there's a large amount of marine presence all over there?
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
This doesn't make sense. And what if this isn't Logtown? What if they don't do Luffy on the gallows? What if they don't do Dragon and Smoker?
If they don't do Dragon, like they haven't cast Dragon. We know that much, but like they could do it. But if they don't do it, what are they?
How can they not? Well, if they've cast him, we don't know about it because season 2's done. They're shooting season 3 right now.
They didn't cast him at all. So like the only way to do it is have a man in a cloak that you don't see his face put his hand on Smoker. But then why even include Smoker right now if you don't have Dragon?
Yeah. So these are warning signs. They had a very easy path to follow here, and are they already effing it up? Maybe.
I think they're already.
All right, keep going. Watch the next part here. Be ready to pause. What is this? What is that with Nami? That's Nami going all ninja. at Alvida of all people.
Why? Like, they already started doing this at season 1, so I can't really gripe about it now, but she was not, like, super...
Nami's a coward. Nami's a coward. She runs.
She can fight when she needs to fight, but she's not, hey, we're gonna just throw down. That's not her.
Her first real fight is in Alabasta when she's got the Climate Attack 1.0, and she's trying to figure out how to use it, and she's fighting the needle chick. The Afro chick on Broke Works. I can't remember her name right now. But I mean, that's when she's.
I don't remember her name.
I forget. Miss Monday, maybe. I don't know. Monday. I don't. Yeah, or something like that. But you know what I'm saying? That's when Nami first stands up and fights, when she has nowhere to run, and she uses the tools that Usopp gave her. This is just her wielding a bow staff, flipping around ninja shit at Alvida, who at this point, because of her slippery fruit, I forget what it's called. It's gonna wax slippery. Yeah, it's gonna it's gonna bounce right off her because you can't touch her.
Well, that's also
because you can see too. That's hot Alvida. They change actresses.
She does not give a shit what's about to happen. I will say, I don't like that they did this, but they did this in the season 1. And by the way, Static just said, "What if they're changing Whiskey Peak to Whiskey Island?" Which I'm gonna die inside.
That'll be retarded. Yeah. So right there. So this is a whole problem because you see this is a full on buggy setup. It's a mini fucking carnival circus here.
Yeah. Which Buggy didn't do in the anime, didn't do in the manga. Why the hell? This doesn't even make any sense. How are you going to be able to even pull this off in the middle of Loketown?
If it is Loketown, I'm wondering.
So when we go back here, this is Loketown.
Are we sure?
Go back and look. Go back and look. Because when you
that's definitely Luffy in front of the.
So this is that scene, and I'm trying to back it up. I'm trying.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And I'm sorry for going back right now, but all
right, pause
it.
Damn it!
Give me a
use the period button. Yeah. Use the period and comma buttons.
You can see the execution thing right here. This is the execution.
Is that the gallows?
That's the gallows right here. This is the gallows right here. So this is all in front of the gallows. Buggy set up an entire thing in front of the gallows, which would make because remember, Buggy had his entire crew out in front of the gallows when he was about to execute Luffy. So when we get
but it was a trap. Not this. So my point is this though. Once again, they're fucking around and creating shit that doesn't fucking exist in the real show, in the source material.
All the lights are on the gallows here. This is the whole this is all Loketown. Luffy looking at the gallows.
Well, obviously that's This is clearly that's
everything.
Loketown.
Everything here is Loketown. This is all Loketown.
This is wrong. This is wrong. They created a whole bunch of shit, but got rid of and condensed shit that actually was there. This is why I don't understand this production when they do shit like this. There you go. You're right.
Yes, Kel, the fat pirate captain from season 1 is the hot chick now. That is actually canon.
That's when she ate it. When she got a devil fruit.
She got the slippery fruit, which changed her body entirely.
Into hot.
Sexy.
Yeah, which is Oda's like, ain't draw no ugly shit. I hate that. All right, ready for Gatling? Where Gatling isn't.
Gatling doesn't happen yet, does it?
No, Gatling doesn't happen until Alabasta.
So he's already using Gatling well before Alabasta.
That's Whiskey Peak, or
this looks like Loketown still.
Yeah. So Luffy's power scaling is all wrong here. He doesn't come up with it until much later. Because remember, Luffy comes up with his attacks sometimes on the fly or practices them ahead of time. He hasn't come up with Gatling Gun yet. Because Gatling Gun evolves into Storm, which is how he beats Crocodile in the final battle at Alabasta with Gum Gum No Storm. So, I mean, and that looks, to me, I'm sorry, to what we were talking about with Kratos, this looks like shit. It still looks like shit. The Gatling gun looks like shit.
I can't stand what I'm seeing right now. I still have more hope for season 2, but this is...
All right, keep going.
This is all red flags.
Yes. Oh, here's where they dodged the bullet. Laboon.
Yay!
Laboon.
Okay. Oh, Laboon. It looks ridiculous, but at the same time, you can tell he has the scars already.
It's Laboon.
You need Laboon. You have to have it.
They did it. They dodged the bullet. They didn't fuck up and skip Laboon, so they get a point for that.
and they're just gonna go straight into his mouth. So I'm fine with what they're doing here. So
Laboon, it's Laboon. It's fine. Yeah.
and season 3 sets sail.
And that's it. That's it. That's the bullshit. People are here's that little thing people keep saying. And season 3, they already renewed season 3. We talked about this yesterday. We already fucking knew that. You don't have to say, "Oh, reports are now they've renewed season 3 before season 2." No, they already did it.
And Static,
they shot them back to back.
Static, they got signed on for 5 seasons out the gate. Oda said he only wants to do 5 seasons. They all said they only want to do 5 seasons, which I don't know how you can do this all in 5 seasons. I don't.
Well, they're just gonna have to stop.
Yeah. Like the idea of doing this in 5 seasons doesn't make sense. Even if they want to do all of like pre-time skip stuff, there's so much there. If you just do 5 seasons, you're not even scratching the surface of One Piece.
Yeah. So I mean, notice they didn't show us any Drum Island.
They gave
no
us a
Chopper.
little bit of Little Garden.
Little bit of Little Garden, just snippets woven in.
We at least see Vivi, which is important.
Yeah. And I mean, she's gonna be there, but I mean,
I think this is within Laboon as well, because
this is after Laboon because she's sitting on the masthead of the Going Merry there.
Yeah, but no, so she gets involved inside the.
That's when she's still posing as Miss Wednesday.
Yeah, so I think this is inside Laboon. I think this whole scene is inside Laboon just because of like all the background.
Possibly.
So, I mean, Zoro still looks good. I mean, you even get like a very
Zoro's the only thing that hasn't been fucked over.
You even see Zoro has his little white outfit here, his boots. He has his I can't think what it is.
Yeah, he hasn't done the costume change yet.
Yeah.
He doesn't go. Yeah,
which that looks good. I'm happy they're at least showing the goggles, but at the same time, it doesn't look that great.
And nothing looks good. And to build off what we were talking about with Kratos last night, he may be able to ignore if it doesn't look good or not, but if it looks bad, it looks bad.
I mean, like,
and this bothers me a lot.
Smoker looked really good. I'll give him that. But like this,
it's accurate.
Yeah, this doesn't make any logical sense because Marines are all over Loketown. You're gonna say that they're gonna allow Buggy to set up a massive carnival right here in front of, unless this carnival is already set up. But then you're gonna say that they're able to take control of this right in front of the gallows. None of this makes sense.
Yeah. And so I have a lot of concerns with this, and I go back to Robin, the snapshot of Robin there. That is how they're showing her flower power.
Oh,
you went by it.
I was thinking Nami there for a second. Give me a second, Robin.
You were there. It's right. It was before Zoro. It's right before Zoro there.
Oh, is it right before? Right there. Right
before. Yeah.
All the flowers, like you. Why are you even showing
the petals? It's not.
Like
that's
petals,
not how her.
The petals,
an after effect.
They're an after effect or they're a background effect. They're not an actual effect.
Yeah.
Like her thing is to sprout essentially her hands. So
anywhere, any body limb from any surface, she can grow it from anywhere. And that's her ability. It's not summoning flower petals to use as an attack. Like I said, what is it? Byakuya Kuchiki's Bankai?
I have no idea. I'm not a Bleach guy.
But I am.
Smoker. This is gonna look stupid watching him talk, but I love it. I'm gonna love it.
If he tries, I think they're gonna have him take him out when he talks. I don't think he's gonna keep him.
You're probably right, but I think this is Brogy. I can always get them. I get them mixed up too.
Yeah, I do
always
too.
Together.
It looks right. It's accurate. Can't complain about that. I can't complain about that.
We talked about it last night with Kratos when he was mentioning why didn't they do Usopp's nose that way. They literally do it here for Brogy, so they could have done it for Usopp. This is an accurate nose.
Then they would be racist, Jeremy.
But the thing is, spoilers, in the manga right now, they're kind of hinting that Usopp is a mixture between dwarf and human, or Tontara and human, or even a mixture of Tontara, giant, and human. So his nose actually might be important as to like his actual race.
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
All I'm saying is that while there are proper things in this trailer, there are also equally as many disturbing things. If you are a One Piece purist, if you are a fan of the anime and manga, you got a problem. And of course, there are people who are only going to watch this and never watch the anime and manga. I mean, Oda got his wish. He brought in the audience, and he did get new people watching and reading the source material. But just as many people will only ever watch this, which means they're watching an inferior product.
Like I'm convinced this is Whiskey Peak, which doesn't make any sense because Whiskey Peak was a cowboy-esque desert island where that's where Vivi and all them were, and then
where all the bounty hunters go.
Yeah, where all the bounty hunters go, and then you see all this. This doesn't look like we already saw Loketown, so this has to be Whiskey Peak for all the whiskey stuff. So now Whiskey Island because of all the cacti and everything that all blends together. I don't like any of this.
I do not find it. I do not understand actively changing things that were completely unnecessary when it's all laid out for you right there.
Well, like even with
they got the costume right, and
they got the costume right,
Mm-hmm.
and she doesn't look awful. But even with Robin here, think about with Robin real quick. What is she actually going to have to do within this next season?
Nothing.
She only shows up once.
She shows up a couple times and in the background here and there. She's not active until the end of Little Garden when she says when she takes out Mr. Three's boat.
Mm-hmm.
And then she doesn't come back to Alabasta. And so, I mean, we're not going to see much of her. And listen, you know, Robin is my number one waifu. She's my number one waifu. I am a Robin fan. I love her. And this bugs me the most.
By the way, this is Sengoku. I was just pulling it back because this is Sengoku.
Yeah.
I have no idea who this guy is.
I don't know.
Unless it's supposed to be a Garp statue, which does not look like
No, that's not Garp. We've already seen Garp. So the point is, though, that right there. So this shows me this is somebody fucked up, and maybe Oda missed it because Oda would not have let them fuck her powers like that.
Unless they're not even showing us what her actual powers are yet, and they're just.
But why? No, but why would she summon clone hands to push open a door?
I don't know.
And the force of that wouldn't send the pedals because you'd still see the hands. If you've been slowing it back, if the hands were there and they just burst away, you would see the hands open the door. They wouldn't just the force of the pedals. I hate this. I think this bugs me the most.
I don't blame you for bugging you because nothing here makes sense. Like you could show her hands. You could just show a few hands here and then have the flower effect. Just if you want to show the flower effect to do like the flower fruit, you have to have the hands because without the hands, you're not having your actual powers.
Yeah, that this is why there is something. Makes it inherently wrong and inherently broken. If you can't get Robin's devil fruit power right, then what are we doing here? What are we doing?
And I see Static going like, I can't believe you guys don't remember the landscape with massive cacti. That, dude. This isn't it. This wasn't even Whiskey Peak. Like if I look up Whiskey Peak right now, Peak, that was not how this looked. Oh shit, that is Whiskey Peak. Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, holy shit. I just looked it up. I'm actually wrong. We're wrong here.
Well, all right, we're wrong.
Actually,
really?
Now that we're fact checking this, because I didn't remember this, I have it pulled up right now. I think you can see it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same one.
Wow, that is actually really accurate.
All right, so got that one wrong.
You know what? I got that one wrong. I can eat crow.
Yeah,
I can eat crow.
Yeah, we got it wrong. I didn't remember it. Whiskey Peak's a long ass fucking time ago.
Whiskey Peak is basically right after East Blue.
Yeah, it's right after Laboon.
So it is. That's long ago. I can't remember every little island, but I will admit when I fucked up there, I fucked up.
Honestly, when I think of Whiskey Peak, I think of the battle between Luffy and Zoro. And I think of the battle Zoro versus the 100 bounty hunters. That's what I think of Whiskey Peak. That's what I remember.
When I think of Whiskey Peak, I don't even think of like the giant cacti because I remember they were on like literal peaks. So I was not even remembering that. I remember the massive desert or the deserty areas. I remember them battling on like a peak, and then God damn, the booger guy that blows stuff up, and the yellow lady show up and they beat her, and then Robin show up. That's what I remember.
All right, got it wrong.
Hey, we can eat crow. We're man enough to eat crow. Static saying fake fans, screw you. But that.
All right, yeah, Static. Challenge us on One Piece lore.
Yeah.
But seriously, yeah, good, yeah.
Yeah. This here does not make sense. By the way, shout out Joe Rosie. This here still doesn't make sense because this was not what Buggy did. In fact, Buggy, if memory serves, Buggy ended up having his entire crew, which he did have a decent pirate crew, but his entire pirate crew was right outside, like all this, and just looking up at Buggy about to kill Luffy when he says, I guess I die now.
Yeah, which is where season 1 should have ended.
Yes.
I guess I'm dead.
And I just pulled up another image of Whiskey Peak. When I think of Whiskey Peak, if I open this up, I'm thinking of mainly these areas, because this is where you see most of the time is when you're in like the cliff areas, not the cacti. So this is where a lot of the battles are. So that's what I usually think about.
I wonder if they're gonna put Karu in here.
Karu? Isn't that that's the
Vivi's
butler, right?
duck?
Yeah.
Vivi's duck. Vivi's duck.
I don't think they will.
Because she had him at Whiskey Peak.
Yeah, same with his butler. I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to.
I didn't see Karu. I mean, granted, teaser trailer.
Yeah.
Teaser trailer. But
did they even cast her butler? Like her attendant guy?
I don't know. I don't know who the casting are. I don't know.
I don't remember everybody who got cast, but I don't know if they had cast him at all. Which if you don't cast him, why aren't you casting him? I'm just okay. I can eat crow at least one area, but the rest of this, I'm still. I mean, I still like the goggles, but we don't really need to do the whole goggle thing. Like that just takes time.
Well, the Whiskey Peak getting that wrong, that doesn't change the other red flags of what we went over here. Doesn't change anything. And I wonder if they're just hiding Drum Island.
They're going to have to hide Drum Island because Drum Island's going to be where they end it. They're going to probably do a 2-parter for Drum Island, which is not enough time in my opinion.
Well, remember, we got a year before this comes out.
Is it a year?
There'll be at least 2026, like summer 2026.
Coming 2026. Jesus Christ, we still have
summer
so much time.
Which would make it 3 years between seasons.
Oh yeah, another show that took 3 years to make.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much that I have for right now. I'll put this up as a video later. I'm gonna stop the recording, cut out the whole that little bit. But thank you for coming on, Adam.
I'm gonna go make funny in the chat now.
Yeah, because I have more. Yeah. So have a good one, buddy.
I'll see you there.
With that, why even effing bother? Why bother with what? Why bother with what? Like, give me a second. I'm turning streamer mode back on Discord so I don't get the alerts interrupting everything. I'm going to turn my background music back on. What do you mean by why even effing bother? Like, make the show? Like, I don't know what's going on nowadays. We've been talking about this more and more often. Making a show 3 years later, that doesn't even make sense. Like, I started watching Wednesday, Friday night, and I finished it last night. We waited 3 years for what we got there. And I don't feel like we got enough. Like, there's still so much that they're setting up on Wednesday, and it's like, but we only have 4 episodes left. Why didn't we just do it all at once? And waiting this amount of time for just what we got, that doesn't make sense. Like, why are we even waiting so long anymore? Why are we waiting for any of this stuff anymore? The timelines aren't making sense. It's kind of ruining stuff, and it's ruining anticipation. I will give people credit for a 2-year wait. And the only reason I'm doing the whole 2 years is because towards the end of Game of Thrones in particular, they started doing, hey, this year we're going to put this out, this year we're going to do this, then we'll go back to Game of Thrones, and then we'll go back to what we did, then we'll go back to Game of Thrones. That made a little bit more sense to me. Just so you can have like this timeline and kind of like, hey, put a little bit more time into something. just to make sure that we get stuff a little bit accurate. But the amount of time that we're waiting on stuff now isn't making sense. And it's here's the question, and I'm gonna ask this, okay? When is the next season of Alice in Borderlands coming out? And I'm asking this, and I'm looking it up real quick, because that was also many years ago when that got announced. Alice in Borderlands Season 3 comes out supposedly September 25th. This is when Season 3 comes out. When did Season 2 come out? Alice and Borderland Season 2. Alice in Borderland Season 2 came out December 22nd, 2022. Season 3 isn't even out yet. It came out December 2nd, 2022. That's another 3-year wait. You could argue, well, it's almost 2 years because it was so close to the end of the year. No, that's still 3 years. We've been waiting 3 years for Alice in Borderland Season 3. This is a joke at this point in time. We've been talking about it more and more because it's not making sense. It's not adding up, and the timelines aren't even working anymore. But like, when's Ahsoka Season 2? I'm not even rooting for that, but I'm just saying, when is that show supposed to come out? Do we even have a launch date for Ahsoka Season 2 yet? Release date. Sometime in 2026. When did Ahsoka Season 1 come out? 2023. Again, that's a 3-year wait. I'm not even rooting for Ahsoka like, oh my god, let's go, Ahsoka. I'm just putting out, that's 3 years right there for trash. But then all the other stuff, we're waiting 3 years for these shows. You're destroying any sort of anticipation, any sort of hype, any sort of fandom. I can argue 2 years max, but that's only if you have like another prestige thing to put in its place while you're building it out. If you don't have that, people aren't going to be sticking around. Obi-Wan will be in Season 2. Oh, god damn that. Why? Wait, but Obi-Wan's dead! Why? Don't even want to ask, Adam. I don't want to ask. 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 I don't like here. I liked King of the Hill Season 14. Okay? I liked it. We've been talking about this a lot. I liked it. Does Season 15 have a release date yet? Season 15 release date. Season 15 hasn't even been announced if they're going to do it yet. They haven't even announced if they're going to do a Season 15. And they've been getting praise for Season 14. People are actually liking Season 14. They have to get through some subpar content to get to some of the good stuff. Like Episode 3 is pretty damn good. But if we don't even know if we're getting a Season 15, then what's the point? Static and I have both said numerous times, like, hey, we kind of want more. I wouldn't be opposed to more of King of the Hill. But we don't even know when we're getting that. And is there going to be another season of Futurama? I'm trying to remember. How many seasons have they done of Futurama? Season 10. So they did... Futurama wasn't in 2024. Was that literally 2024 when they did that? Holy shit, I don't remember that. I thought that was 2023 when they did that. Huh. So wait, they're still putting out seasons of... Nobody's even talking about the new Futurama. Like, I remember it coming out... I didn't know they'd put out another season of Futurama in 2024. That came and went like a fart in the wind. And I'm looking at this real quick because I have the Wikipedia pulled up for Futurama. I remember some people watching it in in 2023. I heard nobody talk about it in 2024. Not one peep. So they did a season in 2024 and nobody even talked about it. I never even heard it came out. I thought we were still just right over here. So they did a season in 2024 and now we don't even know if there's going to be, like, when this is all supposed to... It says September. But I haven't even heard anything about another season yet. I don't get what's going on anymore. I don't. This stuff doesn't add up anymore, and we're wasting time. We're wasting time, we're wasting money, and people are just gonna quit caring. Like, what's the point to be hyped up for anymore? Oh my gosh. I've been waiting for the final season of Stranger Things for 3 years now. I've been waiting for the next season of Wednesday for 3 years now. I've been waiting so long for these things for 3 years. Oh, and once they're done, final season of Stranger Things, it ends. What's next? Yeah, people liked One Piece, but if they don't have, if they only want to do 5 seasons of One Piece, which they're not even scratching the surface, you don't even get to Marineford. I don't even think you'll touch Water 7 if you're doing 5 years, nor ignore the idea of even going anywhere near, what was it, Adam? Gecko Moria. What was his? Thriller Bark. You'll never even touch Thriller Bark. Because for those of you that aren't massive One Piece fans, we get the beginning of Alabasta now. Next season will be Alabasta. Then you go Skypiea, which Skypiea is either going to be just a full season, which you're going to have to do the prologue to Skypiea, which starts introducing the real big bad for a very long period of time. One of the greatest villains in all of One Piece history, Doflamingo. But you start, that's Skypiea, okay? And then you get Water 7. But that's just Water 7. That doesn't include Enies Lobby. That doesn't include Thriller Bark. That doesn't include Impelled Down. That doesn't include... Actually, no, even before Impelled Down, that's Saba Odi. Then you get Impelled Down. Then you get Marineford. And then you do Time Skip. But if the only logical spot to potentially end the One Piece live action is Marineford, because that's all the prelude to what we get right now. So if you're not even going to touch Marineford, then why are you only doing 5 seasons? Because you're not going to touch any of that in 5 seasons. Again, you would only be stopping at Water 7. That doesn't include Enies Lobby, which is a 2-parter. After Enies Lobby, you get Thriller Bark. After Thriller Bark, you get Saba Odi. After Saba Odi, you start doing, which Saba Odi is incredibly good because that's when Straw Hats lose. Then you get Amazon Lily, actually. Then Impel Down. Then Marineford. Yeah, I forgot Amazon Lily. That's my bad. Because you also need Amazon Lily to get into Enies Lobby. And to understand just how depraved, how truly depraved and awful the world nobles are. You start getting that in Saba Odi, and one of the arguments we were having with Kratos last night on why they should never have removed Hachi. But without Hachi, with Hachi, you start seeing just how depraved the world nobles are. Amazon Lily truly starts showing you just how depraved and awful they are. The world nobles are scumbags. And that's only pre-time skip, mind you. It's not until after time skip that you still just see how powerful the world nobles are and how untouchable they are. You don't get that until basically after, like, just how truly awful they are. You start getting it before Wano, and then you don't really see some of the ramifications of it until after Wano. And mind you, Wano just ended, would have been like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago at this point, in the anime. They're still in the next arc after Wano in the anime. Like, they've only recently ended Wano. And you're never going to touch that in the live action. You're never going to see Kaido. You're never going to see Big Mom. You're never going to see Fishman Island. You're never going to get a battle with Doflamingo. There's no freaking way they'll ever give you that battle with Doflamingo. Unless they agree that, hey, we're going to do part 1 of One Piece live action now, do it all the way to Marineford, which, Jesus Christ, how can you even do that? And then we're going to do another one, which is post-time skip, which is all of that. And it's like, but if you're waiting 3 seasons, you're never going to get that done. People are going to just be dead. The amount of time there. You will never, ever, ever understand just how powerful a character like fuck, what's his name? God damn it, I just had his name. Why am I blanking on his name? Adam, I might need your help. Pawpaw Fruit. Pawpaw Fruit. Nope. Pawpaw Fruit One Piece. Who owns it? Kuma. You'll never know. You will never ever know, like, the true power and emotional weight Kuma has. You'll see. You might see Kuma. Might. But you'll never truly get Kuma's storyline until you get to Egghead. And how heart-wrenching Kuma is. The truest of the true, literal revolutionary army soldiers. A man that never broke, no matter how hard he tried. No matter how hard some of the world nobles tried, they could never break Kuma. A man whose whole entire motif is about taking other people's pain. You'll never get, like, the impact of his story. And that's because the live action will never show it to you. I'm going to say it right now. You'll never get that. Man that had his love of his life die in his arms. Fuck. See, I have legitimate reasons to dislike One Piece live action. Outside of all the changes, all the things that they won't show you. Because they're not going to get to it. You'll never know just how depraved and evil someone like Doflamingo is. And what led him to that point. And what brought him to being that pure evil. You'll never see kind of the beauty and brilliance of Fishman Island. Like, a lot of people dislike Fishman Island because they think that it's an Arlong repeat, but it's not. It is the entire cycle of hate and revenge in an entire storyline, and how anger only begets more anger and hatred and all that, and how, like, the idea of how essentially being anti-racist is just as bad as being full-fledged racist, because that's what all it is. The idea of fighting against oppression with more oppression doesn't work. And One Piece fucking tackles that shit. One Piece. There are people that know, there are people who, no matter how much they say they like Opla, will never read the manga or watch the anime because they don't like watching anime/cartoons, and that's their fault. They will never know the brilliance of One Piece. It might be goofy, because there's a lot of goofy moments in there, but you'll never see just how truly impressive Oda's storytelling is, and how he evolved over time, and how his real life influences started changing how he approached some storylines. Like at the beginning, he never cared about putting romance into it. Then he got married and started having his own family. Then he started injecting romance where he thought romance was going to be more important and stuff like that. You will never see that. You'll never see the storyline with Pudding. You'll never understand just how kind of heart-wrenching that was, as Oda, who doesn't like to do romances, does a beautiful romance. A very great romance. And he cared about bigger yeah, he did care. Well, he cared about big titties for a very real reason. He cared about big titties for a very real reason, and he still cares about big titties for a very real reason. He knows his target demographic. Oda has come out on multiple occasions and said, yes, the reason I have very shapely women in my manga and anime is because my target demographic is young men. So we have very shapely women in here. But before we get... I could talk on One Piece for hours, but I still have docs I got to get through, and I have some other stuff. But before we get into the doc, why don't we do this? Why don't we do this before we do the doc? Because there's been a lot of... I want to do this. I want to do this because I think this is going to be funnier. Because I want to do this because this has been a controversy for a while, and I've talked briefly on this controversy a few times about the VTards. Okay? I might get demonetized for even saying that. I don't really care. This is a controversial group that, no joke, is super idiotic. Like, I'm all for the free speech. Don't get me wrong. I like free speech. I like people not being canceled for saying certain things. The thing is here, these people took it a step further. And they started thinking people disliked them for calling themselves the VTards, when no, that wasn't why people disliked them. People disliked them for unironically defending a Yahtzee. And I got some news on the Yahtzee at the end of this. But we're going to watch this. I'm going to turn down the background music. This is only a 16-minute long video. I'm going to put it up to 1.25 speed just to help try to speed this along. But this is something that I can't believe is still a thing.
So, VTubers. Yes, welcome back to the trough. I hope you aren't that malnourished. I think it's been around 2 months or something since I last talked about a vet.
Cinder situation. Oh god damn. It still feels weird that was 3 months ago, guys. The whole Cinder drama was 3 months ago. It feels like eons ago. Just thinking how not long ago that was.
3D or 2D female. I say female because male VTubers are essentially, unfortunately, support characters that have a single digit of screen time at this point, and the conclusion of their character is getting ganked off camera. Once again, you can't name me 5 male VTubers in 10 seconds.
I can right now. Kuro. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say Kuro, Shoto, Vettel, Quinn Bennett, and Fallside. That's probably not 10 seconds, but I tried. There's 5. And Quinn Bennett actually no longer does the whole thing. Shut up.
Don't worry, I'm not waiting that long, I already know you can't name them. But that's not me discrediting their efforts, but compared to their female counterpart, for one reason or another, probably due to the dual-wielded howitzers most have equipped, that comes with the unfortunate side effect of a primary portion of your viewers testing the amount of friction they can generate from their cocktail sausage, whilst leveling up their one-handed skill, and probably
yeah, guys, you can't deny it. There's a lot of VTubers that, a lot of VTuber fans that just want a one-hand game the entire time and prepare their fine steaks for the grill as they tenderize it nonstop by giving it tons of different flavorings and oils.
Developing a somewhat unhealthy parasocial relationship with said VTuber, only to be severely disappointed by the amount of times that one prophecy has come true. But yet, most of the limelight tends to be on the female VTubers most of the time. However, despite only a short time ago being freshly introduced to this form of media, and initially thinking this would be a fad that quickly died out, before delving into the honor hole of hell and involuntarily being educated in all the eldritch horrors the VTubing community had to offer, I quite like VTubers now, even if saying that out loud shares the same feeling as consuming arsenic. I like VTubers.
I like VTubers. I don't think it has the same feeling of consuming arsenic. I will unabashedly say I like VTubers.
And how far they've come from their early conception in the late 2010s. And this medium has been used as a vehicle for so many different unique avenues. You have AI VTubers.
Can you be nice to me again? I liked it better when you were nice to me.
Well, that's a shame, because I'm not nice to you anymore. Nobody likes you anyway. Nobody likes you at all.
Fucking clanker. You have a range
I mean, listen, Neuro is pure gold and a heart-warming being to all of you. If you dislike Neuro, you just don't have a heart.
of VTubers that express themselves in their own art style and personality.
Whoever left the footprints behind was barefoot. Oh, yeah. Prints are large and wide. Oh, yeah. Perhaps indicating they were left by a man. Aww.
You have VTubers pushing the technological boundaries and are constantly evolving. And then you have whatever the f this is.
Praise. Wow,
Chibi!
beautiful!
Hey, Irish.
Well, guys, maybe there is a purpose to life outside of jerking my penis to Judy Hop's scap.
I love Chibidoki. I love her. Anybody that hates Chibidoki or Neurosama, you don't have a heart. You don't have a soul. You're all liars.
Wow, Jesus was right.
Even the French have their own VTuber now, and they play War Thunder. What a double negative. Yes, I was wrong about VTubers initially. They aren't a passing fad. They are certainly here to stay and are only going to grow as the years go on, with more personalities, capabilities, and quite possibly more controversies. As in this year alone, VTubing could not catch a break. It was one discombobulation after another. The VTubing community is going through its own Horus heresy right now in terms of events. You had the whole
Yep,
the
Cinder.
situation, Gora graduating due to complications with her agency, which left her fans more upset than, I don't know, being time-bomb trolled on COD Zombies, only for her to come back shortly after, and more recently the whole implosion of the VTubing agency VShoujo.
Oh, you also forgot the Astro Arcadia leaving Niji Sanji. We have other instances. Well, I know this is probably put out before the Adora and Radia, or the 93-page document from Adora, and from Radia about Adora, and then the 47-page document that Adora put out about the whole situation. Which, god damn it, I still have to read that one. This also doesn't include some of the other things that are very small and low level. You have like Rima versus the real tards of the internet. You have a bunch of other situations that have been going on. Like there's constantly things within the VTubing sphere this whole entire time that is just nonstop. And shout out to Theo. We're watching very cultural things here. Oh, and then all of VShoujo. Like, all of VShoujo is still just downright atrocious, and I will always die on the hill that VShoujo was worse than Niji.
One that was previously revered for being one of the best agencies that specialised in VTubing-related entertainment with a range of successful talent. But it turns out they were only a few expired NDAs away from the horrible truth of the agency being revealed. From improper management and fund management, especially with money raised for charities, to treating the talent themselves quite poorly, which led to the prompt mass exodus of most of its talent, and the ultimate end to VShoujo, one of the few remaining bastions of the corporate VTubing world.
Well, I don't even think Mythic Talent I wouldn't put up here. I would put up Niji Sanji, even though Niji Sanji is atrocious, but Niji Sanji still lives. VShoujo doesn't. Mythic Talent isn't really... It's a talent agency. It's not like Hololive, where Hololive is a VTuber corpo. Mythic Talent does stuff for a various amount of different talents, ranging from VTubers to real-life individuals and skin people. So I wouldn't really throw Mythic up there. I know a lot of people try to throw Mythic up there because of how many VTubers they do work with, but it's not quite the same.
And is another reminder that just because something looks highly functional and remarkable on the front, doesn't mean the same thing can be said from behind the scenes. As we've learned a number of times in the VTubing community alone, but this video isn't about VShoujo or a VTubing agency at all. It is more about a COD Clan-like group of VTubers that seem to have found themselves in hot water from...
No, yeah, you need to, don't censor this image. This person, we need to go full on showing what their actual imagery is that on their outfit at all times. Cause this is the one that these girls decided to die on the hill of protecting. And you can already figure out what her, cause I got some news for you guys, what her motif is.
From simply the name of the group to the actions of the members.
All wasn't the name. There was some people trying to make it about the name, but the name was like, the people trying to freak out about the name. Let's be fair, those people were real. Those people were real. Now I might be interested in VTubers. No, you won't, Kel.
All of which after only formally existing for a few weeks now, and they have most certainly obtained the speedrunning world record for a number of potential career-ending controversies in such a short amount of time. But the one group I wanted to talk about today is the VTubing group VTards.
I'm a good little piggy who eats from a trough. Oink, oink, oink.
I didn't know that was about to come up, but yes, VTards. There were people freaking out over the name. Okay, there were people freaking out over the name. I thought the people freaking out over the name were honestly retarded. Okay, but no, the real controversy here was what people weren't wanting to actually discuss, which was, well, the person that very much dislikes the Jews.
I love my slob.
Now obviously naming your group VTards seemingly out of the gate would definitely expose you to some level of backlash. I personally think the word they are insinuating here has been so overused, I'm somewhat desensitized at this point. It just doesn't hold the same weight it did 10 years ago, at least in my opinion.
Well, that's because the people that actually cared about, like, retard being a bad no word were a bunch of retards. Like, retard is still just a perfect word. It really does encapsulate everything. And I get what you're trying to say, but I highly disagree. I think retard is a perfect word that still purposely calls out just how stupid and pathetic somebody is.
Personally would be more offended if somebody called me a homo habilis, but the word obviously does have a history to it as well, and people do get offended when it is used.
Those people are retards.
But simply just the name wasn't the only reason people's heads turned at the sight of this newly formed group. The group officially formed on July 9th, with 5 group members, and within the announcement tweet, they provide a short, basic description of their group, which was a female VTuber group currently comprised of 5 based anime girl VTubers who aren't afraid to speak their mind and go against what is deemed politically correct.
Yeah, it was 5 based anime girls, guys. We'll get into that one.
Now, as I've said previously, politics is not my strong point. It's probably one of my lower stats alongside cardio, because fuck cardio, you can probably burn just as much calories weight training, and if not, fuck you anyway, I'm still not using the Stairmaster. But anyway, the definition of being politically correct was lost on me, but I quickly found out it basically meant to avoid being offensive in most ways, the more you know, I guess. Out of the gate, it would appear this group had the goal of being as unapologetic and honest to themselves as possible, but the reason this announcement seemed to turn a lot of heads and cause somewhat of a stir in the VTuber community, to the point where the tweet went viral, but not just because of the name of the group. It was down to some of the participants of the group and their activities. In hindsight, the first tweet was probably a warning. The first, probably most alarming feature of the group is the fact that one of them is a version of Hatsune Miku that self-identifies as a member of a not-so-nice German party during the event of World War II, and I don't know if YouTube lets me say the word, but they are openly a Nazi, and I think...
Yep! I was not even lying, guys! She is an open Yahtzee. That was like the crux of the argument here. It's like, no, you have an open Yahtzee who unironically tweeted out they agreed with everything the Yahtzees did except for the genocide. That is a real tweet that exists. I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick. You guys aren't gonna believe that that's a real tweet. No, it is a real tweet. I have to dig through Clouded Eyes DMs, so I have to get through a lot here. That was a real live tweet that happened. No joke, full sended, a real live tweet where she with air quotes around it says, I can't stop laughing. I agree with everything the Yahtzees did except for killing people. Where is it? I need this. Goddamn, there's so much nasty here, Cloud. Why? Why do you do this to me, my good sir? Why? I need to find it. No, that's Gun Run. Where is it? Trust me, guys. Okay, that's all V Shoujo because Cloud's been helping me out so much on the VTubers, for lack of a better term. No, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Nines. No. Where is it? The July 14th. Where is it? Cloud, why do you always have to DM me nonsense? I have to dig through so much now just to find what I need. I missed it. I must not have been Cloud. Was it Smooth that sent it to me then? Let me see, because I know it was Smooth and Cloud that were sending me stuff on this. Let me see real quick. Okay, let me just check my DMs with Smoo. Moo. 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 Maybe it's here. Maybe it's here. No, that's not it. No, it looks like I don't have it. God damn it. I don't know where the tweet is, but there's a tweet where they unironically say, hey, I like everything the Yahtzees did, but not the genocide.
I think at this point they aren't joking about this, and are doing this unironically at this point, at least to my knowledge, unless they're playing the long game of 4D chess, which is a terrible game. And their VTuber avatars Hatsune Miku dressed in full SS gear and going by the name Nachisu Miku, and sharing most of the rhetoric that one would expect from someone identifying as a Nazi.
Listen up, you filthy n***. Take a Q-tip for once in your goddamn life and clean your fucking ears.
Holy shit. People thought, no guys, people thought, after I know what I know now about this person, if you thought that this was a real life woman, you're wrong.
And listen up. We gotta send all the n***s back to Africa. Total death. F all you stupid n***s. I want you out of my country.
With many controversial tweets, and some are just straight up posts. I don't know why, but this kind of reminds me of that one.
Can't. Why do you think people had a problem with this group? Why do you think people had a problem with this group? It wasn't the VTard. There was people that were always going to be upset about the VTard because they're still slow individuals in this world. The real reason was that! Yeah, this MF saying this is a little too far.
Black Templars meme.
No, German boy! Don't join the Black Templars!
Oh mein Gott, der Kodex
Astartes ist ein Wunsch of Bullscheißer.
She does in fact clarify later on as a Nazi she doesn't agree with killing people, but she does agree with everything else and Nazi ideology.
They have it! They have it! They have it, yo! They have it! I told you guys! I agree with everything but the killing of people. Listen, I'll always say, you know, they had some nice dreads. They had some good drip. But outside of that, nah! Not even funny. It has to at least be funny. Yes. If it was at least funny, I'd be more, like, not accepting of it, but I'd be less hateful of it. But it's not even in a funny way. It's just outright, yeah, I'm gonna do it because screw you. He made a DNA test also to prove he is a Jewish. I saw that! I saw that today, Crocodile Alligator. Yes, because this person ate a she. It's a he, and I have the proof. But he had this whole thing of like, all the people that were calling me Jewish, I didn't know that I had to do this because I'm obviously not Jewish, but here's my DNA test proving to you that I'm not Jewish.
And clarifies she is not joking, and she also goes on to defend some of our other members, saying she is the only one that believes this line of thinking, and just because she's in a group of people does not mean they fully believe the same thing she does, simply due to association, and that they all believe things differently but can...
But it wasn't that, it was that they were defending your beliefs. That's the scary thing.
Still somewhat coexist together, which I assume is to deter...
Oh wait, they were actually a Jew? Oh. They're actually Jewish, that's funny.
People thinking that the other members are Nazis as well, and that they don't believe exactly what she believes, which was sort of proven true a bit later on. But yeah, we got a Nazi VTuber before a VTuber that is just pure foreskin. Wouldn't have imagined it. As said before, this group got a lot of attention overnight, primarily due to the name of the group and one of them being a Nazi, but they were pushed to the forefront of discussion in the VTubing community just from their announcement tweet alone, which may have been their intention from the start, as their group has stated in the past, stating with this group they intend to push social norms, which they have seemingly succeeded with fresh out of spawn. They received both backlash and some degree of support with an increase in viewership across most of their channels from this, but then again we've only talked about just one member. What about the other people a part of the group? The other members are Kami Kurai, Shirwan Kitsune Nines, and Saturn Senshi. First you have Akemi, who initially debuted on October 13th, 2023, and is a vampire cat who had some restrictions applied to their Discord account after breaking the rules, which...
To be fair, I've seen good tweets from Akemi. Doesn't mean I'm gonna be over here like championing you. And I also know Dragon's Treasure, bro. I get wanting to protect and defend all those people that you know, get canceled unjustifiably. So, you know, the free speech, but this was not it. I'm sorry, bro. This was not it. Sponsoring this people, that wasn't it. There's sometimes where you're like, yeah, you know, maybe let's not. From what I've seen, Akemi only has like 19 to 26 viewers. I haven't seen like a whole lot. I know that Akemi is very much more popular on Twitter because like during the Kirsch stuff, she blew up. Like she's done some decent things here or there that obviously everybody's going to agree with. But at the same time, then you go full on like, hey, I'm going to defend my Yahtzee friend because they're a Yahtzee. And it's like, yeah, they could be a Yahtzee. Doesn't mean you need to be like, defend them on the level that you were defending them on, like going after everybody for criticizing them for being a Yahtzee. You were like, they can't even criticize, you just hate free speech. And it's like, no, I like free speech because I can criticize him.
I've personally never seen before. They are seemingly the leader or the founder of VTards, and as said before, just because they're in a group with Red Miku, it doesn't mean they share the same ideology as they stated themselves. But once again, as they warned in their first tweet announcing the group, they all mostly do the same thing. Most of them have opinions and controversial takes, with many labeling them transphobic, homophobic, and racist, and have
I mean, okay.
one group or another, but that is essentially VTards, who are probably the most controversial VTubing group as of right now. If we were ranking them, they would probably be in Grandmaster by now, and they have most certainly achieved their goal of pushing against social norms with the amount of discourse they've caused just in the VTubing space alone. Obviously, the only reason they are seeing so much attention is due to that controversial nature as a group, and without that, with the thousands of VTubers that exist, it would be hard for them to stand out individually, or even as a group. And if they intended this or not, this has put them in the spotlight as of right now, even though they've only existed for around a month, and there's a possibility it's just very successful rage bait, and they might not believe what they preach. But even with...
Yeah, Roland, I'm pretty much in the same boat. Like, they've said stuff that I agree with. They go a little far on it a lot of times, and I'll be like, I'm not like that. Doesn't mean that I don't think some of the things they say out there is a little, you know, oh, okay, I can agree with that here or there. But then it's like, but defending the Yahtzee. And it's like, nah, I'm fine with the Yahtzee saying what the Yahtzee wants to say, but at the same time, I'm not going to be out here, like, defending you. I like you saying what you want to say so I could point and laugh at you. That's all the free speech was always about, is you could say what you want to say, and then I could come over here and look you in the eye and say, you're a bad person, I don't like you, and I think your opinions are dog water. That was something that they weren't really realizing. They were like, no, you should be allowed to say whatever you want, and it's like, yes, but at the same time, you're allowed to be criticized for what it is that you say. I'm allowed to look you in the eye, who's the open Yahtzee over here, and say, yeah, you're a bad person. Maybe ask Akemi Static. Well, actually, again, there's fun facts here. We have proof that the Yahtzee was not, in fact, a she.
This group only existing within a short time frame, it would already see some internal fighting.
Oh, I didn't know. I only heard bits about the conflict. I only heard little bits. I didn't know how much it was.
So as said, after only existing at most a week, the group already had their own infighting, which was somewhat confusing to say the least, and led some people to assume the group was already crumbling apart. The conflict mainly centered around Shiro, who is a dog girl VTuber that debuted in July 18th, 2023. Now the thing with Shiro was she was a bit different from the rest. No, people still thought she was just as controversial as the other members, but apparently they were different in the way where they were the only one that thought the whole Red Miku thing was a little joke, a little whimsical comedy if you will, and they thought everything Red Miku was doing was satirical at best. Which you would think before joining the group you would confirm such a thing, or at least learn a bit more about the people you are in a group with beforehand, but it seems the group and some of its members may have been just slapped together with duct tape, with some members not fully knowing each other, but that's just my game theory.
Why would you ever put together a group without actually knowing who you're joining up with? Like, before Ballbusters was a thing, yeah, well, everybody I streamed with, like, before I made it to what it is now, a bunch of the people I had on were people I streamed with regularly or communicated with a whole lot. Then over a time, you refined it to what it is now, but you always know who you invite on before you ever invite them to a group. You like friendship, know these people, and God, what's this video called? This is the most controversial VTuber group. And boy, oh boy, imagining getting into a group not knowing who the people are in the group. Granted, that has happened before to me.
But Shira no longer wanted to be a part of the group after only a few days from their official debut tweet, but it doesn't end there, because for some reason they continue to talk about the situation when the following probably could have been handled privately, no matter the reputation of the group, and all hell proceeded to break loose, even though it probably already did, once again, Red Miku. But even though Shira could have left things there, said her piece and moved on, she continues by providing screenshots of Discord DMs between her and Miku where they would seem to be having a disagreement which would start a conflict labelled on Twitter as the Red Miku versus Lolicon conflict, where they were discussing an artist that made some really weird images of Anya from Spy X Family, and that's the nicest way of saying it, and Miku had a problem with it of which Shira disagrees with them, and they remind them that they agree with Nazi ideology, but this is where they draw the line.
I'm not going to dig into the whole lolly debate. I've always said I'm fine with the characters as long as you don't over-sexualize them. That's about it, okay? I'm not going any further. That's it. But you're fine with the whole Nazi stuff. God damn it. I thought it was all about, hey, we're going to defend you. So they're willing to defend the Red Miku for the Yahtzee stuff, but not the lollies. I guess they have some. I'm so lost. Just, I like your idea, but not the marketing. Why not vet the people you're gonna join a group with? I don't know, Roland. I don't know why they didn't do any of the basic stuff. I don't. But then it's like, oh well, now we're gonna do lollies. Wait, you don't like lollies? It's just so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Anya isn't a lolly. That's a kid. I can agree. But what I will always say is, like, I'm fine with, like, Anya existing. Anya as a character, I'm fine with. It's the sexualization of, like, the lolly-esque characters I have a serious problem with. That's where I'm like, that's kind of creepy. That's a little creepy. I'm fine with the cute. I don't want the sex. If you get what I'm putting down there.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know why they would leak these DMs except for worrying that they would be used against them later on. But
no, they leaked the DMs because they 100% got the more notoriety. It's beautiful.
He proceeds to continue with the rest of the group siding with Miku and ultimately Shira leaving, and they uploaded a newer version of their group art without her, and what happens next is basically...
God, that was shit art. I'm sorry. That's shit. Like, here, I just want to get back to
Shira
this.
leaving, and they uploaded a new...
This is not good. If you want to do the whole VTard thing and have this like fiery red background, don't put it against an actual fiery red background. Put this like higher up against the black because that way it could stand out a little bit more. I get what you're trying to do, but it doesn't look good visually. It all starts blending together and it's an atrocious sight. Why the hell would you ever think that this was a good art piece?
A version of their group art without her, and what happens next is basically high school level drama, so prepare yourself. Saturn makes a tweet basically saying they wish them the best, of which Shira responds. The leader Akami apparently was talking bad about Shira after she left, of which Akami responded by saying, "You did it first." And then Shira attaches a screenshot where Akami is talking about her personal life after...
Who would have thought that the VTards are a bunch of tards? This is beautiful. This is pure gold.
Shira told her own fans not...
She was pregnant at some point, but had a miscarriage. What the fuck? This is gold.
To do anything to the other members. Other members start to shit on her as well, and then Akami goes on to talk about how Shira talked badly about her BPD, and yeah, I'm fucking done at this point. It's basically like Chinese whispers. The fallout at this point was Shira left. People kind of laughed that the VTuber group was over, of which it wasn't. It's still running to this day, only one person left.
8 days since they posted this, and they're already breaking apart. And then follows it up saying that muting this not as a statement, but for my own mental health. Please remember that behind the screen is a real person just like you. Think about that before you respond to people, which, God, the fucking irony, audacity, I don't even know. But the fact that you say this, you know, think about that before you respond to people. You know, there are real people behind the screen. You, of all people, are saying that?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Don't be throwing stones in glass houses. Let's be fair here. These people were not good people. I will say some of the things that have happened to this group, I think, go well beyond, you know, the doxing, some of the lambast, some of the harassment they've been getting, I think, is well beyond bounds. But God damn it, Jesus Christ.
People found it funny that for a group that was supposed to be so based or controversial would have their feelings hurt by someone talking about their BPD, with people expecting their tolerance to be somewhat higher. But in the current day, things have changed. Red Miku got banned off Twitter as of right now, and then just promptly made a new one. Akami was getting a lot of threats, so they protected their account, so you have to follow to see her tweets, which obviously you shouldn't do. You shouldn't fight fire with fire, especially if you disagree with these people in this group. But the group is functioning just as normal. They only lost one person.
Conclusion. Oh, guys, it's about to get so much funnier.
In conclusion, the forming of such a group was going to eventually happen anyway, and you've also had individual VTubers on the same level in the past. VTubing is a vehicle anyone can join.
I mean, you showed Gunpei there. Gunpei was a schizo of her own. I might play the Rima video one day. It might be this week. If the news is slow this week, I'll play the Gunpei video from Rima. I will do the Gunpei video if the news is still slow and there's not, you know, a 93-page Google Docy or some tards coming out and trying to say that why we're leaving X but not YouTube. I will gladly play the Rima Gunpei video because you guys need to just know how deranged that person was.
Thrive nowadays. It's probably a lot easier to be a VTuber now than it has ever been. There's countless artists out there that will create you a model for extortionate prices, and countless pieces of software made to now aid you in VTubing. Whereas around the start, most of this didn't exist, and thanks to this, you now have a range of VTubers that without these facts also wouldn't exist, especially in the case of indie VTubers. VTubing has evolved and got so popular to the point where, yeah, you are going to start seeing things like this, because that is relatively normal when a form of media gets so popular and easily accessible to do it yourself. And gatekeeping this medium won't help either. In regards to VTards, I may be crazy, but they are nowhere near done. I think some people are even requesting to join the group. But
I mean, Static just did. I'm pretty sure a couple of people in the chat are trying to get a part of it now for the lols. I don't want anything to do with it. I like sitting back, popping some popcorn, just watching these people do their thing. That's what I find funny as all hell. That is pure gold in my opinion.
But they are still going, and who knows, maybe they will change their reputation around. The other members I don't know about. Red Miku. But yeah, that is just a small topic I wanted to talk about quickly, and if you remember this picture and the music that went along with it, you're old. Also, fuck you, Smugglana. No matter how many times I counter the claims, the misinformation on the femboy and fairy allegations persist. I hope you stub your toe. But yeah, that's all I wanted to
Well, okay, if Smugglana says that you're a femboy and a fairy, I believe it.
say, and bye-bye. So, VTubers.
We got it. But like I said, there was more to this, and there was a lot of stuff that started coming out today, and I have the first part about this. And I know this comes from the anime haters themselves, Kiwi Farbs, but Nazimiku disables his voice changer after it is discovered he's a man. The fact that people I didn't know what his voice sounded like beforehand, but when I heard that little clip, it's like, you thought that this was a real fucking woman? You thought that this was a real chick? Nah, bro. This was a dude the entire time, but watch this. This is beautiful.
This is my real voice.
So now I'm using my real voice. This is me.
I know it's so low, guys. I know. I'm going to try to bump it up. This is actually him.
The man behind Nachisu Miku.
Really? I had no idea that was a voice mod. I had no freaking idea. And I need to look it up. I need to find the whole ancestry DNA test to prove that they're not this. They're not this. Okay, I have that. God, I saw the video today. I saw it. I wish I had it. Is this it? Oh, do I actually have it? Please, for the love of God, please tell me that this is it.
Up. You filthy
Oh, wait, nope, that is not it. That is not it. Thank God that was censored. I don't have it. I want it so much. The realization that they're actually a Jew. That was funny as all heck. I don't have it right now, but I want it. I want it so much. But that's what I have for that one, guys. Please stick around because I got more. See? And people come out here saying, okay? People come out here saying VTubers aren't beautiful. Oh, it's all a bunch of dumb drama stuff. That's an entire thing right there. That was just peak beauty. Wow, bad actors in the VTubing community. Crazy. It was like it was built for failure. Dude, I love when I get stories like that. Just the full-fledged tards. I'm sorry. I love it. I love VTubers, But when you see a bunch of full-fledged tards come out and everything like that, you're like, I'm just gonna put my feet up, you know, relax a little bit, and then just let it all do its business. I'm just gonna sit back and watch the bad actors do the bad acting, because it's always gonna blow up in everybody's faces, and I get content. I'll be honest, I get content. I love it. See, I hate everyone equally, so I'm not a... Yeah, exactly. So you're saying an IDF agent was running a Yahtzee VTuber? Imagine my surprise. It was just so beautiful. Peak content right there. Peak. But okay, guys. This is gonna be a long one. Oh, this is not gonna be fun, but we did this yesterday. So yesterday we did cover the Adora Adora 93-page doc, which again I said it in yesterday, and you'll see that in that video, and I'll say it again here. The majority of that doc was a bunch of other people's comments, not Radia. They could have put out their own doc. It didn't need to be 93 goddamn pages. But now we have Adora's response, which this came out August 8th, and it's the 10th as of recording this, so this came out on Friday. The only upside I'll give it is it's 47 pages long. 47 pages long. That's the only benefit I'm going to be giving it right now. So we're going to read through this. I have to change a few things up real quick, if you don't mind, real quick, guys, just so I can make sure I have this correct and appropriate, because I don't really want to be looking over here this entire time. I would much more prefer to be looking right on ahead. So if I miss some of your guys' chats, I am sorry, but that's how I would prefer to be doing this right now. So let me get out of studio mode and let me stop this, just that. But here we go, guys, because this is going to be a long one. I have you guys over here, so hopefully I catch your chats. If I miss them, I am sorry. Hi, everyone. I first want to start off by saying this response is going to be into heavy personal information on my side of the situation, including my past Minecraft attempt and my past essay. Please be warned before proceeding. Heads up, this document is predominantly so long because of screenshots taking up space. This document is in timeline order, so please read it from start to finish and not skip around, or you will miss important context. Why the heck is your... real quick, why the heck is your Minecrafting an essay important to the situation right here? Is that just justification as to why you decided to do what you did to Radia, or are you going to try to you know, utilize Waterworks and try to get us to like feel sympathetic for you? I don't think that's how that works. This should never have gone public, because ultimately it was a fault between two best friends that no longer trusted each other, hurt each other, and one side decided to make it the world's business. I don't know why she needed to win over the past 6 weeks since I took my hiatus of my Minecraft attempt. I have never spoken her name to a soul first. I don't even know. That doesn't feel like the right usage of words there. And had moved on with my life. I'm glad to still be here and hoping to move on finally after all this. However, she continued to spiral and refused to take an extended olive branch through neutral third parties. So now we are here, and I am going to show you every single shred of evidence I have, including recordings and screenshots with her I have, and recount my side of the situation. Now, let's remind everybody, it was shown that Adora was going to other people, making this basic private situation everything but global. Like going to a bunch of other content creators, telling them about how Radio was a bad person, things of that nature. So there was a lot of that already going on your side. So saying that, hey, this should have never been blown up, you kind of made it that way, and that was kind of your fault first. So I do have to point that out there. Simultaneously, I feel like this is just going to be justification of your actions instead of, you know, trying to... It feels like you're going to try to make me feel sympathetic for you when I don't feel sympathetic for anybody right now. I feel sympathetic for Radia, but that can easily change. I want to start off by saying that Radia has deleted every single DM she has ever sent to me on Discord, which, okay, that's fine with her. If not for the fact I had backed several of them up for fear she would attempt to cancel me publicly and to protect myself, I would have nothing anymore and only have curated screenshots to paint me in the worst picture imaginable. Here is proof of her removing all messages to me. Why would you ever think that you needed to back it up? Think about that one. Why would you think that you needed to back it up? Doesn't make any sense. Based on how long it was, or based on how I think a lot of these people are just awful all the way around. Radioactive, I'm okay with that. Okay, this is just proof of her deleting messages, I guess, because it's so, yeah, okay. The beginning and Project STEM, myself, Palm, and Fen had begun to have issues over the previous months with Radioactive's behavior. She had spoken to us about several issues over things such as being ungrateful towards her community for not giving her enough money, while saying this before us while myself. Well, saying this before us while myself. That doesn't feel like... I don't know if I'm the dumb one here, or if they really just type that out. Before us, while myself. That does. Palm and Fen. While myself, Palm and Fen. That still does not... This does not feel like it's grammatically correct. Had to deal with our own financial issues. This happened multiple times, including during the Project STEM debut stream on her channel that we all agreed to do together. During the stream, she ended up yelling at a chat member for saying, "I won't feel sorry for you," to one of Alicia's community members, when the conversation had at hand was about giving money to members of Project STEM and our friends. Granted, this... What we were told here, at least from Radia's side, was, hey, that person said it repeatedly over and over again that they sent money to Alicia and they wanted to send money to you. That was said on multiple different occasions. That's a justifiable crash out, even though you shouldn't crash out on that. Like, I get why you got mad and banned the person. Probably not a good optic look, I'll agree with that, but that's a no-no. You don't go around doing that in the chat. You have the right to ban that person for saying, like, if Static came up here and goes like, hey, I would like to super chat you, but I super chatted all my money over to Adam. Yeah, and he said that on multiple occasions, I'd probably ban him and get upset with that, because that's annoying. I will, dude, read Electro, I can't say your full name, but I read through an entire 93-page doc yesterday on this situation. This is a cakewalk so far. 47. Yay. Let's see. Monday, Project Sim and our friends. I do not have possession of this clip, and I hope one can come forward by an involved party that has the clip. Below is another one of the conversations we had in the past in regards to her not wanting to stream because she isn't making enough money. An unrelated party had been censored, as they are not a member of Project STEM, but this was not the first or last conversation we had ever had with Radia about money and her telling us she did not feel supported by her community. Here is one of that was discussed over text. Granted, it is, who are these people? Like, if this is not them directly talking to you, how did you get a hand of this? But they had a ghost account on mine. I'm hoping it is that. Yeah, I've just had real jank luck this year. I told my community I wouldn't take a hiatus, but the return of putting myself out there for 4 hours is not worth it at the moment, like emotionally or fiscally. I'm always 100% of the belief that it's not worth to push through and burn out. Long run, it hurts you and your content more. I don't even know what any of this is in reference to. If this is her talking about, like, hey, financially it's not really working out right now, and she's kind of getting burnt out about that, okay, I don't see where, like, the crash out is and how this is a negative thing right here. And granted, like, everybody has their ups and downs. I mean, even myself right now, I'm in a down position. Okay, I can't do YouTube and content creation full time because it's not financially viable. I don't like to talk about it on stream that much because it does seem like I'm trying to guilt trip people. I don't like to do that, but like I talk to my friends behind the scenes about that all the time. I don't feel like this is a indictment of anybody right now. Below is her mentioning streaming isn't worth it. She only makes $50 a stream. This was an issue we had to deal with, and one I had to talk her down multiple times, often in voice. However, this time was in text, so I'm able to share this now. I mean, I'll read through this, but if she's saying like, hey, I don't make enough money to be doing this and to support myself on this, so I'd kind of want to stop it. That's a normal, like, opinion some people have. I'm not going to say it's the right opinion, but that's, like... that I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not something people would end up saying. Like, I'm not going to act like that's a bad thing for somebody to say. If they don't feel like it's financially viable for them to continue moving forward and they want to stop, that's a justified opinion to have. I'm just going to be saying that. You need to have the ability to make your money. If you can't make your money doing it via streaming, going out and getting a real job is actually a smart idea, so then you could do streaming as a hobby instead of making that your primary goal. Like that a lot of people do that, myself included. A bunch of elitist arseholes, in my opinion. They had their group called STEM for STEM and literally scoffed at a bachelor's. I saw some of that on the 93-page doc Crocodile. That was weird. But okay, absolutely take the break. Also, I hope they get it fixed and it's just a weird hiccup. F healthcare though, regardless. This is all out of context, so there's that. Like, it isn't worth it for me, the net gain for maybe $50 a stream. It really isn't, and cost is unfortunately a big factor in if I do this or not. Because if it doesn't generate enough, I can't justify the excess electricity or energy, even if it's something I enjoy. That's justifiable. That's a good position to have. And also, Radia talked about her own doc, like how much her expenses are, so she does need to be wary of like what money goes where. So like this opinion here, I don't really have a problem with it. The physical issue also just impede my ability to where I can't do what I used to do with ease even 6 months ago. I don't even know what that's in reference to. Gamer streamers aren't a constant guaranteed income. Like, you enjoy doing it and hundreds of people show up. If you keep this mentality, you'll keep making less because it will show on air an of ungratitude. An air of ungratitude. I mean, yeah, only wanting to do it for the money, but at the same time, like, the money is an important aspect of this. She needs to be able to pay her bills, so I don't blame her for saying, hey, I kind of want to stop because I can't pay my bills. I can't go to Anime North. Hope you're okay, trust. We understand since your health is effing nightmare to navigate with us, with US healthcare. I just have to evaluate it based on time put in and what I get out of it. If I could just do it without a weight over my head, I would. I don't see where the negative side in this is. Okay, I'm not seeing it. To hit go live and stream and yap for 3 hours, you don't need to edit yourself or do extensive promo. You already have a well-sized viewer base that brings in more than I made as a civil engineer. It's just a low period. But have more things on my shoulders makes that incredibly difficult. You'll be fine. I get from an emotional standpoint because of the health stuff really does suck, but I don't make $50 a stream right now. Ain't a valid reason. Stream income is random and highly variable and part of the business, which, yes, that is true, but at the same time, she has to be recognizing like her own costs, her own expenses. I'm not the only one here that doesn't get like what's going on. Like, this feels like people that are trying to say, hey, she shouldn't, like, caring about the money and caring about the financial side. I'm not like saying this sounds elitist, but just follow the logic here. At the end of the day, streaming and content creation is technically a business. It is something that you need to have it to be able to generate revenue and generate money. If it doesn't generate the money that you need to cover all your expenses, like Radia's situation, she was covering housing, she was covering medical bills, she was covering all sorts of other stuff. If it's not generating that money and it's not paying for itself and it's actually hurting her in the long run, her stopping it is a smart idea. It is an actual like logical conclusion. It's just, it doesn't sound right to say that out loud. It makes sense. So I'm not seeing like the negative part in any of this. But having more things on my shoulder than we have here. And again, there's a lot of things cut out here that I can easily figure out is getting cut out. I completely understand needed to take time away due to heal concerns or stress, especially due to the test thing, and emotionally taking time would be good. But money being a deciding factor on whether or not to stream just makes you so much more stressed out. To me, isn't a healthy mindset, especially because I know how much you love streaming. I mean, yeah, it's kind of not a healthy mindset, but it's also like it's a mixture mindset. It's not a bad mindset to have, but if you only care about the money, you end up becoming somebody like DSP. It's more of a trade-off. Do I benefit more from the hours there, or more from other work efforts? I'm essentially forced to elevate it. I'm essentially forced to alleviate it that way currently. Is it worth the mental boost if I physically hurt after? I feel like there's something censored out right here because this is weird, but I'm essentially forced to evaluate it that way. Is it worth it? Again, I don't disagree with her. Like, money is important. It shouldn't be the only driving factor. Like, I don't get a whole lot of money streaming, guys. I don't get a whole lot of money through my stuff. I do it because I enjoy it, and I'm very much entertained by streaming and making content. That's something I like. But let's be fair here. If I still have my day job. My day job pays for a lot of my bills. YouTube pays for itself at this point in time. That's practically it. That's about it. I still have to go to work to pay my bills. If YouTube wasn't paying for itself and I couldn't afford to do YouTube, then I wouldn't be doing it the way I am. You're literally the largest streamer in this group and one of the biggest I'm with. I wish I could say I'd feel embarrassed over 400 viewers and near civil engineering income. It's not embarrassing. Your healthcare suffering because of the American system failing you and your day job being psychopaths is a valid thing to feel awful over and need support though. What work, LOL? Oh, what work, LOL? Your day job won't pay you more. What you going to do with that time that's more productive? You really should not value income / self-worth and success as a streamer. I don't really think that's what she's doing here. What I see it is like she's not viewing her self-worth and income as like her income as her self-worth, but I'm not equating it to that. It's just basic understanding. Like, you need to be able to pay your bills. If it's not if the money you're generating isn't paying your bills, what's the point in doing it? Like, am I the stupid one here? Like, you do it as fun as a hobby. If her day job isn't paying enough, she can go try to get another day job, or she can work to try to do better. Like, that's basic adulting. Certification work or dedicating time towards refining my professional career more. That's actually, like, that's smart. At least one stream, you have a supportive community. I mean, if you want to use that time to find a new job, sure. But in the end, we're talking about 3 to 4 hours, 3 times a week, and it prints money traditionally for you. It's just a low period right now. I have a really limited energy and time pool that I find myself struggling to provide quality content even on a good day. I have zero reason to lie to you on this. You already are providing quality content with what you do, which is mentally exhausting in its own way when I don't physically feel well. Stop comparing yourself to others and just look at the numbers and how good they are, for fuck's sakes. I'm not seeing where any of that stuff is. Like, it feels like you're trying to argue she's saying something else. Like, you are gaslighting her here. Full on, you're gaslighting her. It kind of seems like you want to weaponize her because she has a larger streaming community so that you could potentially grow. That's all I'm seeing here. It's like she's doing a justifiable, like, cost-benefit analysis. Simple math. I'm not producing the revenue I need to survive with this, and it's actually starting to be a detriment. I might have to stop because I can't afford to do it. And I don't feel physically well enough to do some of the other stuff. Like this money, Mr. Krabs. It really does feel like money, Mr. Krabs, Crocodile. It feels like Adora wants to use her for money. And Radia is actually saying, like, logical things here. Like, I hate to say this. I've had some good years on YouTube. I'm in the middle of a bad year. I'm not going to bitch about it. I'm not going to try to make the, oh, woe was me, I need more money. I don't care. I have a day job. I can make it work. I'm going to figure it out. But for some people, they have more money concerns than others. She has a whole lot of other expenses that she has to take into account here. And all I'm seeing is Adora basically saying, hey, ignore your other expenses, keep streaming. Ignore all your medical bills, keep streaming. Ignore all this stuff, keep streaming. What are you going to do? Get a better job? She literally said, yeah, maybe I'll get a better job, work on my certificate program, extend my actual like degree so I can get a much better job and make more money. That's a logical thing to do there. And then she could end up take a hiatus, work on herself, and do YouTube and content like that. Well, it would be Twitch, but do all that as a hobby. That money just becomes ancillary. That's actually a logical step forward, and a lot of people actually do that. Chatter sub income fluctuates so wildly in the space. You never know how it's gonna turn out, since maybe one day a chatter gets a wild hair or something and ends up being super kind, and people don't always show up for certain types of content. People genuinely like you as you are, high energy content or low. Your CCV is literally the highest it's ever been. I'm just really distraught over the medical issues. So it's pretty much obvious, because of her medical issues and because of her medical bills, she's having issues right now. That makes sense. I feel like I'm getting gaslit here. Like, I'm reading this and I'm like, you're trying to say that this is bad when what I'm reading makes logical sense. Normal adults do this. If her medical bills are so expensive and she can't afford to do anything, yeah, going to get better work so you can afford it is a smarter idea. Getting a job that actually gives you, you know, health benefits and stuff like that, that's a smart idea. You have cool friends. Oh, wait, I'm just really distraught. You have cool friends and collabs. Yeah, but here's the thing. If she has a lot of medical issues and a lot of not able to pay her debts, cool friends and collabs don't really help. That just helps her take her mind off of it for a bit, but there's still situations there's still something she needs to figure out. And that is fair and super valid. You can be, I agree. It's okay to be sad on it, but don't end productive things you enjoy when you're not in emotionally bad when you're in an emotionally bad headspace from your health and day job. I don't want to really dive into it all, but it's so saddening when I can't play a game because my hands hurt so badly. And I get that. I don't think you do. Like, I could say she should probably treat it more as a hobby than a full-time job, do everything else, but it feels like you're trying to stop her from doing something because you just don't want her to stop. I want to, but I just randomly can't. Not comfortably, and that doesn't make good content because then I'm distracted and in pain. That makes sense. In fact, Kirsha even talked about that recently. Like, she was in pain because of some of the stuff she was dealing with, and it was hurting her content. And that's okay to feel. I get it, love. Not being able to play something with your health sucks, but you often can play or at least talk. So it's good to say to savor when you can. I feel like there's a lot of stuff censored out here because something's not adding up unless you're not using punctuations. But you can often play or at least talk. So it's good to savor when you can't. I'm lost on what that is. I don't even feel I have the handle on my mind I did. on my mind I did, which is actively distressing, especially in front of people. It's made me afraid to stream, honestly. If I'll be actually frank, everything is secondary but far easier to bring up than the fact that I don't feel I can actively participate in something I enjoy. I'm gonna say this again, chat. This was all to be used as she's supposed to be looking ungrateful for all the money she is getting. I don't see it like that. I see it as a cost-benefit analysis, and then you're gaslighting her to continue doing it even though it's detrimental to her right now. Like, am I the retarded one here, or am I being gaslit? Because I think I'm being gaslit. Radia knew my finances as well as Finn and Palms. I had only recently, as of the end of the last year, finally made enough money to feel comfortable to no longer need SNAP benefits to work as a creator full-time as I pursued my career in content. We had genuinely been worried about her lack of gratitude towards her community, and this is important as it leads up to the intervention and why we did it. Okay, but that's your financial situation. That's not her financial situation. And I get it. You were making less money and weren't being able to financially support yourself as well. But obviously she was struggling in other regards that you weren't having to struggle with. So I don't really view this as she's being ungrateful. I view it as a cost-benefit analysis. And on top of that, she's openly talked about how she doesn't feel good enough to do content right now, how it physically hurts her, and you're stopping her from stopping. This doesn't feel like she's ungrateful. It feels like she has actual concerns and you just don't care. Before Anime North, during Project STEM announcement, Radia had used the event for all four of us to promote her Off-Kai throne gift to raise $2,000 so she could attend with us. She did not talk to us on this before that, and then began to say that she had wanted all of us to go attend Off-Kai as Project STEM. This was never a plan, as we were not invited as guests to Off-Kai as Project STEM, as we had just announced our group. Myself and Palm had planned to go together, and Palm offered an affordable room to me months prior due to my income, and Finn had her own plans with her friends as well unrelated to mine and Palm's. We were attending as ourselves, and Radia had never told us originally she had interest in going until around a month or so before we announced Project STEM. But that doesn't feel like a bad thing. Maybe don't do it on the announcement that you're doing this, but this all sounds actually like a smart idea. So if Project STEM was announced shortly before Off-Kai, yeah, none of you guys were actually originally announced to be going to, Off-Kai as like things, but that would make sense as a group to go to Off-Kai to promote yourself. You guys are a streaming group, are a VTuber group. That's a VTubing convention. The logic flows. Maybe she shouldn't have done her whole throne to announce it on Project STEM announcement to get there, but still that logic makes sense. The rest of the crew's going, she's not going. Here, I'm gonna raise money so we can go as a group because we're all a joint effort here. Am I I don't see the problem. During Anime North, while all four of us were staying together in the hotel room, a situation arose after dinner at a steakhouse. While myself and Finn were sleeping, Palm had noticed Radia had gone live while in the bathroom. Confused, Palm realized Digital Vagrant had gone live and Radia's channel. Now, while we didn't know Radia had planned for her boyfriend to go live, and there is nothing wrong with that, however, she also proceeded to never tell us about this. During the stream, Radia had been in her own chat and began to speak on having food poisoning. Her boyfriend said that this was him doing the stream. He was doing the stream mainly probably for consistency reasons, and she was in the chat of her channel talking about this, and she brought up that she wasn't feeling good after a hype train. She didn't even utilize that. That was even in the press doc. Radia had claimed on her stream from her chat logs that myself, Fan, and Palm implied that she had wanted Chinese food when she never had. Before we had left for the steakhouse after the day, we had asked if anyone had any dietary restrictions, as we were open to go anywhere, as well as we were fine with anywhere. She did not object. As well, during this stream, she then spoke on saying she had food poisoning to her community while in our room. Wait, but we also found out in the last doc that she was non-confrontational, so that actually makes sense. Her community proceeded to donate thousands of dollars generously to her. This is important for context for later. She never told us of any of us of this food poisoning, and during this time, we were incredibly confused as the community members had spoken to us, showing concern when she had never told us anything while they were with her in person. Where are these chat logs? Because apparently, according to the other doc, she was just saying she had hot girl tummy troubles. Didn't actually say she had food poisoning. She just was saying that she wasn't feeling good. And that was after the hype train. So if I have that line of events, you're not disproving that line of events. You're just saying that this is what happened. But they even addressed that in the previous doc. So I'm still, where's the disproval of this? Like the timeline of events. This isn't making sense. This is just you continuing your thing that you've been saying happened, but they disproved that. Or they have another account of events. So who's right and wrong? I kind of lean on Radia's account being more accurate here. The next day after I woke up, I drove her to the aquarium so she could swim with the stingrays for an experience by herself. She then ate a breakfast sandwich and then later frozen yogurt in front of me, having no idea she had been sick the night prior. I don't think she was sick. I think she was just having tummy issues. And none of this makes sense. Like, why would the gluten breakfast sandwich or the yogurt be anywhere in this? I know in her thing she said that she's lactose intolerant, but I don't remember where the gluten issues were, unless that goes to her issues in which she can't really, make very well, if you get what I'm saying. So the evening of Sunday, while we were in the room, I was booking my flight to Offkai. I made a comment being sad that my flight prices had increased by $150 since I waited until after Anime North to book it, and that it sucked since I need to tap my savings in order to make up the difference because I waited too long. Radia then responded to me by saying, "Oh, I should book my hotel room, I guess," angrily, while then proceeding to book herself a suite while complaining she did not have the money. She then went, "I guess I might as well upgrade to a suite as it will only be $50 more." I responded with a night or the whole stay, being confused as at this point I did not know she had been generously donated thousands of dollars the night prior and was confused why she was spending more if she didn't have it. She responded with, "No, the entire stay." I dropped the subject after that, confused. I need to see what how this all was going down, because it sounds like there's things here that are obvious. I'm missing context to this. I have your recounting of the events. I don't have any other recounting of the events unless that was in the doc and I decided to skip it because that doc was so freaking long. I need another person to come in here and like talk about this events, because none of this makes sense. Like, you're talking about how that is more, and now she's angrily saying that it's more. But was something here isn't adding up. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying to follow this along on the logical path and everything that you're laying out. But so Offkai. Before Anime North, during Project Sim's announcement, Radia had used the event for 4 of us to promote Offkai. 4 of us to promote her Offkai throne. Okay, so you knew that she was going to Offkai before Anime North. So when you're leaving Anime North, she was talking about how expensive it's going to be. Now, you're making it sound like the idea of you guys going as a group was a bad idea, even though the other 3 members were going previously. She wanted to go as a group because that would make actual logical sense as a VTuber community to actually go to the VTuber convention. But now, something here is just not adding up. Like, something is hurting my head, and I'm not seeing. You're saying that this is one way, and if I'm stupid, somebody tell me. By the way, shout out Umbro. I see you, bro. After all this had happened, oh wait, no. I had to save as well as ask for donations from my community to go as well as make plans with Palm to save to make Offguy possible. So it was hurtful to hear her complaining about booking a nice room she could afford while I was dealing with my own financial issues. Okay, but why didn't you tell her that? It would be like, hey, you know, that's kind of rude to talk about booking a more expensive room, but at the same time, I don't see this. I feel like that's just a you issue. I'm sorry, honey. After this had happened and realizing a lot of actions were not adding up from Radia, there was no luring. Because we wanted to talk to her as concerned friends and as soon as possible so we could figure out what was going on. Myself, Palm, and Friend decided we needed to talk to her about these issues as soon as possible. The altered document was in fact the original list we used in reference to talk to her about during the intervention because we were worried about her. Myself, Palm, and Friend all wrote this document together because we wanted to make sure before we talked to Radia, many of these points come up in the intervention, as you will hear in the recording below. However, the document was also not meant to ever be sent to anyone, which is ultimately my fault because we wanted to keep communication lines open. And after the intervention, I was asked by Finn to send a bullet point list of what the intervention covered, since we wanted to make sure Radia's local support network was involved. In my rush, I instead tried to edit down the intervention list we wrote together and did this poorly and without Finn or Palm's approval. Wait a minute. So, the altered document. It wasn't altered, but then I'm going to say it was altered. So you altered the document. Yeah, I don't disagree, bro. Like, all the documents, there's a lot of issues here, but like, what? I just read this. The altered document was in fact the original list we used in reference to talk to her about during the intervention, but then I edited it down. That's literally saying you altered the document. The list was never supposed to go out, but Finn thought we should put it out. Okay, it wasn't my idea to put it out. Somebody else suggested we put it out, and I edited it, even though it's not edited. You edited it. You literally just self-reported that you did it. Edit down the intervention list we wrote together. I did it poorly and without Fan or Palm's approval. So you did it. The intervention list had points in it written rather poorly, and while the three of us were hurt and should never have been shared after the intervention was done, this was not done in malice. It was done in stupidity and me trying to help make things better because I, at this point, still wanted to fix my friendship with Radia and was being lazy. I genuinely regret making the situation worse in this regard, when all I wanted to do was try to communicate but failed to do so, causing stress for everyone involved on all sides. All I just heard was you admit to editing the document. So when they accused you of editing the document, you're saying it wasn't altered, but I did alter it. And it's not, it was, why should it ever go to the boyfriend? Why wasn't the thing ever supposed to go to the boyfriend? You sent it to the boyfriend, but why wouldn't the boyfriend want to be included on what maybe some of the issues you guys are, noticing right here? Like, stuff here isn't adding up, and I feel like I'm being gaslit. Ultimately, myself, Palm, and Finn were hurt by Radia at this point. Below is the entire recording between us and this intervention, because we already were beginning to not trust Radia at this point, and were concerned for ourselves as well that this might turn into more than what it was. The three of us agreed to record it for our own safety, Please continue to read while you listen for context. Where is the link? Right here? Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. I guess we're doing this. I don't hear a thing. I'm not hearing it. Where give me a second, guys. Give me a second. It's just opening me up to a Google Drive, so let's try it like this. Let's do this. Let's see if this works. No, I want it as the MP3, but why can't I play it? Let's do this. I was not expecting this to be in here, guys. This is what happens when we react to a document, I guess. Things happen in here that we weren't expecting. So I'm downloading it real quick. I guess we'll have it playing while we have the notes here. Let me get this set up. Open. Okay, there's that. I'm going to put us over here. I'm turning this off. Now, this should actually be set up via my system. So let me double check this real quick. Yeah, the system audio should have this. It does. So I have my system audio turned on right now. We'll listen to this while we, I guess, look over stuff. Can I speed this up? I'm going to speed this up a little bit. I can only do it to 1.5. Because this is an hour long. What am I supposed to be hearing? You guys aren't hearing that, are you? Give me a second, guys. I might have to go over this and put this out on another time because you guys aren't, I guess, hearing it. And I don't know why. I do not know why you guys are not hearing this right now. Oh, wait, I know why. I know why. Give me a sec. I know why you guys aren't hearing this. No, that's not there. I need to go properties. System. There we go. I have to say, I haven't seen such a pretentious drama, even when all of them try to be pretentious. Yeah, just came in here so Legatus can say hail to me. Oh, well, that's nice. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Not a whole lot, but...
because it is something that involves her, so we all need to be here.
So what they just said was they're waiting for Palm to come in.
Together. So give her a minute or two to finish it. Okay. What's my necklace? Here it is.
Okay.
Oh, I was muted.
There you are.
There.
Hey, everybody here?
Yeah.
Present. Yeah. Stop the fucking band-aid. We all need to sit down and have a very serious talk.
Oh, wow. Okay. Guys, she literally said this wasn't going to be... here, I'm going to turn my background music on while we're covering this. Oh, you hear it twice. Shit. Fuck. I'm going to have to play around with this for a little bit. I guess I can't turn on my background music. Oh, because my OBS is putting audio through my system. That's why. Give me a sec, guys. But she did it. Am I the only one? Okay, am I the only one that heard her originally say, hey, this wasn't going to be this, like this? Am I the only one who heard that?
Incredibly serious.
What's going on? A lot.
A lot.
Who wants to spearhead?
I think I should probably spearhead it, unfortunately.
All right.
Radia, there's a big issue that unfortunately came up during the convention. And, And to start, there was a Saturday night stream, question mark?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. I just want to know, in that situation, why were you overemphasizing food poisoning during that moment when we had no idea anything was going on in the room?
I didn't think it was a big deal because it was just towards me and I didn't feel good.
Radia, to the people around you, i.e., me, Adora, and Palm, you are immunocompromised. You are on a lot of medication. When you get sick, it is extremely important. And to wake up to find out that you had apparently had food poisoning, when I had food poisoning like last month, I know how serious it can be. And to find out on top of that, there was a stream that it felt like you were hiding from us. It's not it doesn't affect everyone else because it does.
No, it doesn't affect you. It doesn't affect you. Why the fuck do you care that it affects you? It doesn't affect you at all. This is her. What? I'm so lost. What the fuck?
Huh?
I mean, you came back to the room after going to the jacuzzi. Everyone was asleep except me.
And I didn't feel too goofy.
Well, I asked you how was everything. You're like, oh, it was good. And then you went to the bathroom, and then a stream started, and I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay. And it was obviously a takeover stream, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know why this was. I was like, I don't know why we never heard about this because, like, I don't know. I thought, like, it's not a big deal to do something like that. Like, Digi's your partner. Of course, he's gonna like take over for you and do something for you. Like, that's great for him to do that. But it felt like it was done very quietly, and then no mention of it happened the next day at all. And
Why do you care? What? Like, am I the only one here who feels retarded right now? Because I feel retarded. And I'm trying to figure out why you care at all. And I'm not figuring it out.
Because I went to sleep in the middle of that, right? I think I messaged, Radio, you're streaming? Question mark, and you saw that. And then I passed out.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm in the bathroom.
Yeah. I passed out. And then I woke up to a message in my Discord from someone being like, is Radio okay? I'm like, what? And at the time, like, you woke up, you got up, you went about your business, you left the room before I did. You didn't have any issues eating that day. That doesn't sound like food poisoning to me. Like, I'm not saying that your stomach didn't feel poorly, right? Like, as someone who has stomach issues, I know stomachs can get fucked up, but when I looked back at the stream, because I was like, what the fuck happened when someone said you had food poisoning? There's multiple mentions about being on the bathroom floor.
I was on the floor in the toilet because I kept, like, violently releasing my bowels, and I was like, this has to be the knee. Like, I have to be sick from the knee.
Releasing the bowels upwards or down?
I spit up whatever was in my stomach, and then it was just like a lot of like really watery stool.
Right, and I understand that you had some issues, but food poisoning is a very big deal, and people were concerned about you.
This doesn't feel like food poisoning. I think this was just some of her medical issues that she talked about. This reminds me of when I had a store job and my boss was an arsehole. I also had food poisoning. Like, she talked about her medical issues in the last document. We kind of got the idea by going over what she was talking about. But Kel, so her medical issues are she has, I don't remember the name of it, but essentially like stuff gets backed up in her intestine and she can't really, without some assistance. So what it sounds like is she was just going through, for lack of a better term, a normal time. And she was saying, yeah, my stomach's upset because I'm dealing with this right now. And she doesn't want to be like very detailed about it. She was not very detailed prior to some of the events, except for like really close people. This doesn't really feel like the big thing. She is a biologist. You see Kel, she needs to sound smart. Yeah.
And it seemed like it was being very hammed up in that stream, only for the next day to have no mention of it. Like, I'm not saying that people with chronic illnesses can't hide stuff. Like, you kind of just get
Yes, Static, it is. And remind you guys, this was pitched to Radia as an emergency STEM meeting, not an intervention.
Over it. But even when I have a bad lactose attack, I can't eat properly the next day. And from what I've heard, you were eating just fine.
Yeah, I felt fine after like I voided my body. I felt fine.
That sounds normal. What's she doing that's wrong? Static, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I've been reading through this doc. I haven't seen what the wrong thing has been. Supposedly the bad thing was that her boyfriend did a stream on her channel and she mentioned in the comments section that she wasn't feeling good and was dealing with like food poisoning, but it wasn't really food poisoning. It sounds like what people would say colloquially as food poisoning, and she wasn't wanting to get into her actual medical issues of, well, she can't really pass food that well, and that it gets backed up in her lower intestine and sometimes upper intestine, so she needs to do some stuff to remove that. Yes, she does have more viewers and gets more money.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
I got food poisoning last month. I wasn't able to eat properly for 2 days. I couldn't hold down a cracker because my body rejected everything so bad. I was throwing up from 6 in the morning till 2 in the afternoon, nonstop, and I was not able to eat solid food until the evening of the very next day, where it was a thing of soup.
This feels, again, like you guys are trying to assume that she's talking about actual food poisoning when it sounds like it was an issue with her disease. That's what this sounds like. Oh, okay, that's what she's doing wrong, poor girl. Yeah, this Static, like some of the things that we've been going over so far, it doesn't really sound like what Radio was doing was bad. Like she was talking about how she might need to quit streaming, even though she makes good money on streaming. It's not financially feasible for her. She's always in a lot of pain because of her chronic illness. She's struggling to do stuff and she might have to stop so she can be able to afford other things. And that was being portrayed as being bad so far, Static. And I'm only 6 minutes into this hour-long intervention, which again was pitched as a meeting, not an intervention. It became an intervention after the fact. This does not feel right. This feels like you guys are ignoring her actual issue. It feels like you're taking what she was saying in the colloquial sense of food poisoning as actual food poisoning when it probably wasn't actual food poisoning. She was just saying that to not, have to go into detail about her actual stuff. And you're freaking out about this. These people are all sick. Yes. I like her model as it is. It's just, it is what it is, Croc. I want to get more into this, but I don't think I don't like how this is starting off.
Yeah, I just thought it was food poisoning from eating the meat.
It was not.
What I thought, so.
If you've had food poisoning ever in your life, you know what food poisoning is and you know what food poisoning isn't.
Like, I've gotten over food poisoning quickly, like when I've eaten bad lettuce.
You don't get over food poisoning in under 12 hours. That's just not a thing that happens, especially if you're immunocompromised. And I guess the issue here is
that... bro, you don't even know what's going on? Okay, so yesterday, it's been shown that... TLDR, because I'm going to put out the videos later, and I'm put this out, and this will all be in the video. TLDR, bro. Radio put out a massive document that didn't need to be that long, that had a bunch of other people engaging in the document, that they could have put out their own documents to help support Radia's document. But anyways, in Radia's document, they levied the accusation that Adora was being very abusive towards Radia, was being manipulative, was weaponizing Radia's issues, her illness, saying that she was lying, misrepresenting facts, and doing a bunch of stuff that it doesn't seem like was the actual case. All while Adora's document right now hasn't... before that. All while Adora was going around to other creators, other large streamers, other large VTubers, even companies, saying that and telling different stories of events to destroy Radia, because Radia wasn't wanting to go along essentially with a massive hiatus. They were trying to force on Radia for some reason. Mind you, at the same time, Radia has conflict avoidance issues, so she does not actually want to be involved in this. So this is Palmstar. I don't know who any of these people are. Like, I don't know who's saying what. I can kind of figure out who Radia is when she's doing the whole, like, well, it was this. And it feels like these people are really freaking out over the fact that she said she had food poisoning, which I feel like that's a colloquial sense of food poisoning, not actual food poisoning. Like, I'm not seeing what the connection here. What did Adora do to abuse Radia? Some of it was going around to other large creators behind her back to spread rumors, lies, and slander to try to destroy Radia's entire career. There's some things that Radia was doing that I was like, you could have just done it without Adora's, benefit. But one of the other factors was that Radia was in an emotionally manipulative state because her brother died the year prior, and Adora kind of took advantage of that. So, in the grand scheme of things, as of right now, I don't think they're good people all around. I can give some more credence to Radia, but at the same time, I'm like, you should have been able to see this coming from a mile away. This is super easy to deduce. When Adora's telling you not to stream, not to do stuff, why the heck didn't you do it? But then when you take into account that Radia essentially was not in a good mental state of mind and decided to basically put Adora up as her sister, yeah, that kind of makes... I can get it a little bit more, but I kind of want to get through some of those.
That you're allowed to feel bad. No one's saying that you didn't feel bad after, but you presented a certain situation to your community to make money, and it was not true.
Well, I didn't. I thought I had. That's what I thought I had, because I was like, it was far past any medication I had taken.
Mind you, she didn't start mentioning the fact that she had like food poisoning or any issues until after a hype train happened. So that's fine. Like what she's doing, her boyfriend's running the chat. She's in the chat, helping, with the stream. She's allowed to say, "Hey, I haven't been feeling good." Okay, that's okay. That's not a bad thing.
Okay. So my only logic was I am sick from the meat, because that's what it's felt like when I'm just violently going to the bathroom without medication. Like that's not. So
then if overnight and if the next morning.
What about to make money? Oh, they're trying to accuse her of saying that she had food poisoning to make money off of her community. Misrepresenting that she had food poisoning when I'm like, I think she was. That's why I'm doing the colloquial sense of food poisoning. When you eat something and you don't feel good after the fact of eating it, that's the colloquial sense. Somebody ate something and then felt bad. They're talking about the actual, like, literal, like, the textbook definition of food poisoning. And why did you say this when it was your dad? Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't. This is like the freaks that say, hey, somebody's over there slandering me when they're not actually slandering you, but they're just using it within the colloquial sense. It's so fucking weird to have to deal with this goddamn argument multiple times.
Morning, you felt fine enough to eat. Why still push the food poisoning in your Discord talking about how you had food poisoning the next day? If you wake up feeling fine, you know it's not food poisoning. But you kept the narrative up.
That's not. I thought I had it. I'm gonna be honest. That's what I thought I had. Because I've gotten sick from food before, and it's not lasted like multiple days.
But it doesn't last under 12 hours. I made sure to look into this because I'm like, well, maybe I'm wrong. It literally lasts at least usually over 12 hours, right?
Because I didn't eat.
Wait, so it doesn't normally last over under 12 hours. I looked into this. It usually lasts at least a little over 12 hours. Semantics!
Until later that afternoon.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. We talked about this. It's not true. Adora, were you in the car with Radio?
And she
on
was
the way to the
eating.
aquarium?
She was eating a Tim Hortons breakfast sandwich on the way to the aquarium, which was only 11 hours.
So Adora's the one that sounds like a dude.
After you had gone to bed or gone and done the streaming portion, you were still not even 12 hours over. You then proceeded to, as someone who says they are lactose intolerant, eat yogurt.
There's pills for that people take on a regular basis. So I'm not even going to freak out over that.
The entire bit of it.
I can eat that. I can eat a bit of it. I can't eat a lot. I can't eat.
Yes, they are static. Going through the 93-page document, yes. There was a lot of people talking about the leftist values.
Ice cream, but yogurt is a fine thing for me to eat. It doesn't upset my stomach. Like, I've been okay with yogurt. Mine is not.
And a creamy Alfredo pasta with seafood shortly after at the rec room? After you have said you had food poisoning and then did not tell us anything about this the next day. I never heard anything about this at all. After you said you were saying you were sick to your community while we were in the room in a hotel. You know how hard that is to know your friend is saying they are sick, only to and hear from a chatter, a community member, that you feel sick first and not you.
You were asleep. Am I listen, guys, I understand I'm stupid. I understand I'm not the brightest bulb in the bunch. I get that. But if you're asleep and she's struggling right now, what is she supposed to do? Wake you up and go like, guys, I don't feel that great. And then it turns out to be nothing? What is she supposed to do? I'm so lost. I'm so lost.
Alone. So to do a small summary, it feels like you're not being entirely honest with us.
Or your community. Or your community.
I'm being honest. Like, that's what I thought I had to. Like, that steak was red and raw.
It was not raw. It was red. And you did not have that much of it. And I'm not saying that did not upset your stomach a little bit. I'm saying that you did not have food poisoning. You did not act like you had food poisoning the next day in any capacity. But you kept this up with your community while never mentioning it to us. And also just never bringing up the stream that happened, which I find to be very just weird. Right?
None of your business. I don't care if you guys are a group. It's none of your fucking business to do any of this shit. Like, this feels like you want to know every ounce of moment from her day. I don't track fucking Static. I don't care what Static does. I don't care what Adam does. This feels like super, super protective. Yes, Dermy, that's what you're supposed to do with it. It's something major. Wait, so if I feel upset, so let me get this right, bro, okay? If I feel upset, granted she is immunocompromised, so maybe I'm not thinking of it like this, but if my stomach feels upset and I'm sleeping in a room with Static, Adam, and let's say Cloud, I'm just throwing Cloud in there, don't actually debate this. And Static and Cloud are asleep. No, Adam and Static are passed out. I'm supposed to immediately walk out there, wake them both up and say, guys, I'm having diarrhea. Because I feel sick. Or just deal with it, wait till it kind of surpasses, and then go to bed. I think that makes most sense. And also being in the bathroom doing a stream, this really sounds like my old yes, it does. Adam, why are all these people so scummy? It feels like all I ever hear about are scummy VTuber groups when you cover this stuff. Because that's all you ever hear about. All the good VTuber groups you never hear about. Like, I'm not even talking about the Zentreya stuff because I don't want to talk about the Zentreya stuff. The Zentreya stuff is kind of just it. Like, that's not something to really be putting up all over the place. But, like, all the non-issue things you're never going to hear about because they're non-issues. Nobody's got to talk about it. And I try to bring it up when I can, but it's like, it's not that thing. This really sounds like my old boss. You told us the graphic details after you ate all the hot. Well, yeah, I did that, but that was because I'm torturing you guys. When you're vomiting and you are known to have very weak immune system, I think, but Ombro, so like her immune system, like that, I feel like that was common for her when she was talking about it in the last doc. I don't think that was like something she was normally I don't think she thought that was a big deal, like the vomiting and everything, because of how her immune system works and what her issues are. I think that was kind of making sense for her, and she was like, hey, I'm just going to deal with it. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal right then to her. That's why I'm not like, hey, I need to wake everybody up that I'm having these issues. I'll tell you about my bowel movements every time, Kel. I'll send you pictures.
Because that stream was incredibly successful for you.
Because I said it was going to happen.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't.
None of us knew.
You never
I
said
told
anything.
Nobody.
I mentioned that they were going to take over for me for the.
No, you did not.
You did not.
You did not. You did not tell any of us that. You didn't mention it the day after. When we woke up the next day, all I remember hearing from you is, oh, I stayed up a little late last night because I wasn't feeling super well. That's all I heard. There was no mention of that stream once. Which is
Wait, so you knew that she wasn't feeling super well. Okay, that makes sense. And then I'm also hearing, I'm willing to bet she did tell him about the stream, okay? Because I don't believe any of these people right now.
very cagey and very strange. And I'm trying to figure out why that was the case.
I just didn't think about talking about the stream that happened because I thought I had told you all that they were going to take over for the weekend, at least for one of the days. And it had been delayed. I didn't expect it to happen that late. And I told him, you don't need to do it that late. But he went and did it anyways.
It's not, the problem isn't that they had to stream for you. It's not that. It's that there seems to be a kind of purposeful omission of telling us at any point, either before or after, even though it went very well for you, right? And there was a complaining about finances a day after that you did very well. It seems like a purposeful omission.
There doesn't seem to be a complaining of finances because nobody has recordings of this whole like complaining of finances. You're just saying that there was complaining of finances. So I don't have proof that there was. I have to go off your guys' words. And quite frankly, I don't really trust any of you guys outside of maybe Radio a little bit.
No, we don't care if you stream. We don't care if you make money. We don't care if you stream. That's not at all what we care about. But to find out you had a stream that you hid from us, which we don't care. Again, we do not care.
But it sounds like you guys do care. To find out you did a stream, we don't care that you streamed, but you're freaking out that you streamed. So you do care. God damn, I hate women.
You stream. We do not care if you make money. But it feels like you purposefully hid it from us. You never mentioned anything. It just like Mom said, it felt very cagey. And the very next day, after making a few $1,000s on that stream, you were booking a hotel and you were saying, I can't afford it. Radiant, you just made thousands of dollars on the stream.
She also has medical bills she has to deal with, so maybe she can't afford it.
Night before, what do you mean you can't afford it?
I don't think
you are complaining to two people who have to save up year round to afford something that I can't afford it. The morning after, you made thousands of dollars on a stream that, no one knew about.
You guys, at least Adora knew about her financial situations and all the medical bills she has to pay and all the situations like that. So she's getting thousands of dollars that could easily be already going away to other situations. Why are you freaking out that she like this? Like, things here aren't adding up. And like when I use just basic brain power, I'm like, I'm not seeing. I don't know how much more of this I can listen to. I might have to listen to this off stream just because of how brain dead it feels like. And again, Crocodile's said it multiple times. These people all have like masters and stuff, and they crap over people that have bachelors, and I'm just like, you guys feel so awful and brain dead. Like, I could say this right now. If I got thousands of dollars on a stream, we're going to deduce, hey, this money needs to go here, 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 this money needs to go here. I have maybe $3 left. Oh, now we want to go over here to Offkai. Okay, well, that's a lot of money. I have to dip into some other stuff. I have to try to move money around. I have to figure out how I can do this. Like, that's basic adulting right there. And you're freaking out that you made a bunch of money. While at the same time, like, do you guys not have budgets? Do you guys not utilize budgets or budgetary systems? Like, I'm not getting this. Just because she made a bunch of money, that doesn't mean that money's right there right now. And in fact, I don't know how Twitch's payout works, but if that's once a month and not right away, then she needs to wait to get that money. Am I the stupid one here?
Yeah, but I wasn't trying to do that.
Do you understand why we're feeling this way?
No.
It feels like you are purposefully being secretive and you're hiding stuff from us and you're trying. It feels like you're making it seem like you're way worse off than you are.
We're your friends, Radia. I am your best friend. You can be honest with me.
This is the best friend that was going around to other people, spreading all sorts of other stories to them, and nobody had the exact same story and was weaponizing every single situation to just benefit themselves.
You can tell me these things. That's okay. I just need you to talk to me on these subjects and not be cagey or secretive or hide it from me, especially things that don't matter, like stream it, having your boyfriend stream while like you're there or whatever. I didn't know about that. You didn't tell us you had a successful stream. Like, it never came up.
Why is it important? See, they keep doing this whole thing of like, oh, you didn't tell us. It doesn't matter that you did it. Why didn't you tell us? We don't care that you didn't tell us, but why didn't you tell us? What the fuck?
Just talk about these things. You're allowed to. And
I just didn't think about mentioning it the next day because my mind wasn't on that. I'm going to be honest. I didn't think of it the next day.
But you said something like, I stayed up late because I wasn't feeling well, not I stayed up late because I wasn't feeling well and I was watching my stream. It was like a weird, like, you know what I mean? It's like this is...
I wasn't trying to omit anything. Like, I understand the concern.
Well, here's the thing. You have health issues. That's fine, right?
Yeah.
That's understandable.
Like,
we're emphasizing health issues to make money because I could see, I looked at those logs because I didn't want this to be the case, Radio. I really did not. I'm not looking to do this. It makes me feel disgusting even thinking about it. But I was looking at chat and I was seeing message after message of, I am on the floor. I feel so bad. Like, and people were worried enough about.
Have you ever heard about playing shit up and just, being overdramatic? Because that could just be what she's doing. She's being overdramatic. But if she also said, yeah, I'm on the floor. Well, I need to see images of these things because I don't know, because maybe you're reading shit into this that I don't have.
That they went, one of them went to my Discord and asked about it.
Yeah, I just
wanted to check on you.
Yeah, I was just trying to have a good outlook, I guess, as I'm like shitting my brains out.
But yeah, chat came to us because they were worried about you and wanted us to check on you when we are in the.
No, they don't. So Adam, they don't get a cut. They're doing this because she makes the most money out of them, but then will complain about money issues and financial issues. But then they always keep omitting the fact that she has like serious medical bills that she has to pay regularly. She has other expenses, and it's like you're not taking into her personal expenses on any of this. Like, she doesn't have good insurance. She doesn't have all this stuff, so she has to pay this stuff out of pocket. And it's like you guys are freaking out that she made a lot of money, but at the same time, like, you don't know where that money's going, and you're freaking out about this. Like, I don't... Adam, there was an entire thing of, hey, she makes $50 a stream, and she's debating whether or not she should stop streaming and start pursuing other careers, and how they were gaslighting her into continuing streaming. None of they will go insane if they watch Markiplier. Oh, yeah, they will.
Room with you. Do you know how weird it is that we do not know anything about you being sick when we are in the room with you to where chatters are asking us to check up on you? Just looking from an outside point, that's not right. You know how much we care about you. We know how much we worry about you. But
hey, Static, from now on, if we ever go on a trip together and we're like in rooms right next door, I'm going to tell you every single time I take a poop. Just so that you can be aware. Same with Gal. Same with Static.
To chat, we don't give a fuck, apparently. To chat, we don't care enough that you're feeling well to check up on you. To chat, they have to be the ones to ask us to check up on you or mention it publicly so we can check up on you, because to them, we don't care about you. Because we're not paying attention to the fact that you're sick. We don't care that you're sick. They do. But we don't. Yeah. When we don't even know because you're hiding it from us. It's not something to hide, Radio.
And it wasn't, and you hid the whole thing that happened the night before, but then you were totally fine the next day. To the point where it's very clearly, like, it was very clearly not food poisoning. So what do we do now when we have chatters come up to us, like, how's Radio doing? Because if we didn't figure this all out, it would have been chatters coming to us being like, how's Radio doing? And we would have been like, what?
What do you mean? She wasn't sick. How do you think?
Okay, chatters come up to you. She's openly talked a lot about her like health issues and stuff. You could just say, hey, she's doing okay.
Chat's going to look at you when you have this whole dramatic moment of being sick in a stream. They come to us and they say, oh, is she feeling better? What do you mean? She was never sick. Do you understand why that's not okay?
I'm not even gonna try to expound on how stupid this all sounds. I'm not.
I do. I'm like,
it's a really, really bad look. And like, I guess the thing is, it's like, I have minor health issues comparatively, right?
Yeah.
But I never ham that shit up. I have IBS, I am shitting, whatever, I'm having a bad time. I never ham up my health. You never ham up your health and your health situation to make more money.
It's that was not my like
in
mind.
You don't profit off of an illness.
That wasn't my objective at all.
The timing of when things were said, it very much comes off like that. I don't know what to tell you besides the timing of when things were said.
Okay, you guys assume that. You're not even letting her talk her piece. You're just yelling at her. I don't like any of these people. I don't. All the people involved seem scummy and like piles of human filth.
Very much comes off like that, right?
I get that.
I want to mention another thing that was said during that stream in the chat that hurts me very personally.
Can I just say that Adora sounds like Mama Oko, who's again a guy? I'm just gonna say that.
You said, trust me. I didn't choose it. Trust me. I wanted Chinese food. We offered, and the walk there, before we even left, does anyone
Yes, Alpha Omega.
have any requests or needs for dietary concerns? That is something we always talk about before we go out anywhere to make sure that people can be taken care of. And you are saying this in front of your community like we don't care by saying that.
We mentioned other places. We mentioned, yeah, we can go. Like, we're not going to go to K Barbecue because we've been doing that too much. We mentioned Chinese before.
Wait. Chinese gets brought up right now. They said they never talked about Chinese ever. Radio mentioned Chinese food. They mentioned Chinese food right here. So again, they're lying to Adora's lying to us. And you're making people that haven't been paying attention are probably going like, why the hell is he freaking out over Chinese food? Outright in this doc. Where was it? Friendship Radio, be lazy. Chinese food. Where? Control F. Chinese food. Maybe. Let's see. I don't remember how to look that stuff up. I remember they were saying you never brought up Chinese food. You were sick. Right here. Pomp implied that she had wanted Chinese food when she never had. Finn and Pomp implied right here. Radia had claimed on her stream from her chat logs that myself, Finn, and Pomp have implied she had wanted Chinese food when she never had. They openly just said we talked about having Chinese food. So obviously somebody here is lying, and it ain't Radia. This whole thing right here just disproves that whole point. We're only going to listen maybe for another couple minutes just to see like what's going on here. But this is so stupid. You just, again, played yourself. This here contradicts what you say in your own doc.
Mentioned Italian. We mentioned a lot of different options. You never said anything about, you said, yeah, no, those are safe options. Chinese food is usually a safe option. You never said, oh, I want to go to Chinese. You never wanted to go. You just said that it was a safe option, just like how I was saying Italian is a safe option. And coming across that we don't care about you. Again, coming across that, oh, you wanted something? Fuck you. We're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, that was not, again, I was not trying to appear like that. And
it's throwing people under the bus.
Yeah,
No, you're throwing her under the bus. I can easily tell you that she's having a hard time right now. And again, we already know that she herself has confrontation issues, so she's shutting down.
I understand. That was not my objective at the end of the day. I was fine with doing something for the larger group that was convenient.
I have a question. At this point in time, would you be comfortable just telling your community, hey, no, I was never sick. I had a little bit of a tummy trouble. I didn't actually have food poisoning. Would you feel comfortable doing that? Or would you feel like you would be putting yourself at risk?
Why wouldn't she feel comfortable?
No, I'd be comfortable telling them that because I thought at the time it was legitimately food poisoning because the only thing I could think of is I ate the steak that was very, very, very red. Near like raw. It had like
Question.
chewy Play-Doh texture.
As a question, as someone who is immunocompromised, are you supposed to eat rare meat?
It's okay for me to eat rare meat. I'm not supposed to eat like raw steak, but I can eat rare meat.
You shouldn't though.
I shouldn't?
Rare meat because I'm me.
If it's pink, it's fine. Like, I've been told it's okay if I can eat rare.
But rare is not pink. Rare is red. Every restaurant you will ever go to, rare is red.
I think we're having a semantic argument right here, and you're not even letting her talk. So I'm not like, I feel like you got her on a gotcha, but you didn't get her on a gotcha. And again, yes, that's supposed to be a woman's voice.
Medium rare. Pink is medium rare.
Is it?
Yes.
Yep.
Red is red
Okay.
with raw. Yeah.
And I have had overcooked steak, I guess, because it's been like pink when I've asked for it. Because I asked rare more towards like medium rare. I just said rare. I didn't think about it. Usually they overcook steak. So I didn't think, but I can have steak. I just can't eat like tartar or raw meat. I'm not supposed to eat raw meat like that.
You know what? I'm so done with all the stops. Everything here just sounds like a bunch of fucking twats. I'm so lost. I'm turning back on my freaking thing. We're gonna get through this because none of this feels like it was what you thought. At 2520 is when we mentioned issues with Radia not reaching out to creators for Anime North meet and greets, as well as lying to us over doing this. We're just going to move on. Many of the issues in this issue document can be heard here, as well as stated by besides me, because in the end, we were worried about our friend's behavior. This call is incredibly personal, but unfortunately, with the narrative Radia has presented on the call and made public, I want the world to hear what actually happened. Yeah, you guys ambushed her. Am I supposed to not think that entire recording, the 20-some minutes that we went over so far, okay, like 21 minutes, that didn't sound like an ambush? She wasn't allowed to talk, and you guys were going at her for things that really weren't your responsibility. I'm sorry, it wasn't super important. You could do the whole, like, but she was immunocompromised. She goes over her own issues in her doc. Yeah, they're serious, they're embarrassing, they're not fun, but they're not like... When I hear her talk about, like, hey, vomiting and having the stool issues, that kind of sounds like what she has to go through more often than not. I'm so... And then the whole thing of Chinese. Like, you guys talked about Chinese, and you said that she brought up Chinese, but she never did. But then, like, you're there isn't there. Once again, I was not even the person to initially suggest to her to take a break. In fact, Ben was the one in the intervention to bring it up, as can be heard in this call starting at 9. I don't give a shit. Myself and Palm both agreed as well. However, when Finn during this call was, we speak on every issue I have spoken about prior in this document. We were incredibly hurt during this call and worried for our friend not telling us everything, things that really you guys didn't need to worry about. We would never have suggested a break if she told us she couldn't afford to take one. I think that was implied when she was complaining about financial issues, okay? I'm shocked how you can't even figure that little bit out. Like, she can't financially afford to take one. She's already commenting on financial issues, and you guys are saying, well, she's not grateful enough. What the fuck? In this call, she claims it was not about finances, but embarrassment to take a break. If she needed the income for streaming, we would have either offered alternatives such as Throne Goal or told her it's fine to keep streaming. She's non-confrontational. You should know that. You're her friend. You're supposed to be your sister. She's non-confrontational. Why are you so shocked at this? I've been living paycheck to paycheck. Why would I want my best friend to financially suffer? As well, we unfortunately had to deal with small lies as well, such as her claiming she had reached out to other creators for meet and greets. Names, unfortunately, can't be censored here due to needing them to be able to be referenced between the recording and the video. Radia had claimed she had reached out to Juniper, but in the call then stated she forgot to hit send on the first message ever. She even stated before this call that she would poke again, but then proceeded to never do so. Every claim she had made without any physical evidence is either false or fabricated from limited screenshots. I'm going to show the screenshots that matter, which are related to the allegations of doxing, as well as the entire conversation I have had with Radius since she redacted important information informing her narrative. As well, I was not the leader or on pushing this. This was equal hurt between Palm Fan at 101.20. We speak about the Offkai situation and Radio misleading on my Palm and Fenn's behalf that we were trying to attend Offkai as Project STEM. And you know what? I don't even give a shit anymore to try to argue this. Now, as the matter of the DMs claiming I was bullying her or manipulating her / abusing her, here's the entire unaltered, fully transparent DMs between myself and Radius since she decided to remove several DMs from our conversation and her document, often in an attempt to make me look worse. At this time, Palm and Finn were dealing with Concrud, and so I was the only one who could even talk to her and try to help her while they couldn't. Here is everything said between us from beginning to end of this portion. I sincerely believe I was helping my friend, and I am not holding any line back because in this end, I think picking and choosing is wrong when making a case against a person. Please listen to the intervention, however, before reading these DMs. We already listened to enough. Hope travels home safe. Home safe, and I take Finn to the airport tonight. Hope you've rested well. Glad the trip home was uneventful at the border. I got a lot of rest yesterday. I slept like 11 hours last night. Also, Sunday is Meet's debut, so I'm just checking. Yada yada. Hey, we need to have an emergency STEM meeting right now. Can you jump in working in STEM? Sure. So this was the thing that led to the actual discussion. The portion she cut out was me speaking about my past relationship with my father. My father and I are on great terms now, and as well, I have his full permission to post this. Radio is also talking about the STEM Discord server at this time, not leaving STEM group. Yes, an intervention to accuse somebody of lying. Wait, so you're bringing up the father, but why? The father was only mentioned like once in her evidence. Why are you bringing up the father now? I will say I do not like June 1st is a long enough break. This is genuinely a make or break situation in our friendship. Ray, and I do genuinely love you, but I'm hurt and feel like I can fully trust you anymore, and that needs to be rebuilt. And I want to rebuild it with you so badly because of all the good times we've had together. You need to recenter and change your approach and connection with streaming. Saying you remind me of my dad is something I didn't realize, but my dad also got better, but it took years of work and he still can't even touch our family money anymore. This is like when you and I went to Marina and you're not Marina. I want to see you become better in this stuff so I can trust you fully again. Before I get to everything here, I do just want to let you know I didn't leave STEM because I was upset. I just felt I shouldn't be present in the space. I didn't even notice, and that's fine for now. Yeah, Alpha Omega, that was funny. Not this. He's talking about VTard. I just felt it was better. I didn't even notice for now. Okay. Yeah, not that is okay. You shouldn't honestly not be going to Twitch, spending time with IRL friends, take time off work, and just enjoy life and recenter. Well, I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like you were saying before, but you still don't have the right to like bar her from going on Twitch or doing anything. I know I shouldn't. I've been overworking myself and running from a pile of stress for months. I haven't gotten proper sleep in months aside from rare days like Monday, and while the intention isn't to fail or purposely do harm, most of what I do is, as of late, tends to fall into that camp. I love you too, and I've not been doing amazing since Blank died, which was her brother. There was a lot of decade-long purpose lost and fear gained afterwards. Well, I can't take the entire month off. That's just isn't feasible regardless of how much OT I have unless I do disability leave, which I reserve for yearly surgeries. My overall schedule is light. I'm going to keep what I have scheduled because it at least is scheduled social time that breaks up my week, but I'm not going to be overbooking myself or present 5+ days a week on stream. My own, I don't Radio's brother's name is censored here just in case, since I forgot it was public information or not. You really need to detach from streaming, Radio. I say this out of a place of love and concern. I'll give you more time to process, but I'm going to be firm on this. I do not trust you right now. I don't feel comfortable having you on my stream, doing content with you, and you are my friend, and I love you for you. I want the good I see in you to be a part of this. Yeah, we read this already. Please stop lying to me. Recenter. I understand. Things can improve. Yeah, sorry, Charlie. I'm not changing my opinion right now. You're saying like she censored out a bunch of stuff, but like some of the stuff she seems to have censored was other people. Let's read this. Because like your dad, it doesn't really seem like your dad's point of view was relevant. And if you come back quickly, it is over because it means you didn't learn what's wrong. This is our make or break moment, and I hate saying that, but I never lied to you once, but I don't know when you're lying to me, and that hurts a lot. I don't like hearing later that you told others that you were mad Finn came out. Wait. That you were mad Finn came out to me after I was assaulted. I don't like hearing you told Kono I didn't help you enough. I am not perfect, but I genuinely give you my everything. I just don't want you to lie or feel like I'm being lied to. You know, when it comes up to your assault, I didn't hear about that, but to be really fair here, guys, it feels like they censored that because you weren't public about that. They were actually being nice to you there, and you just came out and said it because of the way it was presented in the docs made you look bad. But I'm sorry, I think you still look bad. I don't like hearing later or told that. We can fix this, but I need you to understand what is wrong here so we can. It's going to be a long road. This is the start. I want this to work. You are family to me. My dad is still my father after what he did to my family, and he did much worse, but I don't like seeing him and you can be like him and change in this regard. I understand what's wrong. I've known for a while and have been trying, but it's just an endless trudge downhill. Redia, I want to believe you, but right now I can't. My goodwill is at its end, and I will just need to see actions that speak on it. That's it. Please rest because I don't think you do, and I hope reflection and recentering will let you understand. I'm not seeing. I genuinely hurt right now. Why are you hurt? Like, none of this makes sense. It does seem like you are abusing her still. The part she removed from my post above was when she had told another party that she was upset at Finn, visited me to give me support after I came forward about my essay in December instead of her. This was told eventually to Finn, and it hurt me greatly because both Radia and I were AA by the same man. Well, obviously she didn't want to talk about your essay. That's why she censored it out, because it wasn't relevant. You just blurted it out to try to disprove her on something, but she censored it for, I think, an obvious reason. And I'm not seeing what you're trying to say I should be seeing. Understood. I'll leave you to your evening and let you prepare for tomorrow. This isn't meant to sound snide. It just comes off as blunt, but I do mean to have a decent evening. I won't necessarily be around as I'll be giving you all distance, but I'll be in DMs if needed. This isn't something I feel even have the fundamentally ability to fix at the moment. Of course, this isn't me telling you we won't talk, because that is part of the process. You are my friend. You are someone I view as a sister. And if you weren't, I wouldn't give you the same talk I gave my dad. I appreciate that. Genuinely, my first instinct was to just walk away from content and everything around it, but I've not deleted everything, so it starts. My experience in being functional person is incredibly limited. I don't know what is wanted of my existence, nor how people want me to exchange or want me to engage. And I hope you can improve. That's all I'd like to speak on this for tonight. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Understood. Going to say this now. I think you generally need a full social cleanse right now and detox. I think you all do. No Discord, not even your own community. No Twitter, not Twitch chat, nothing. You can have an unhealthy tie to it, and the more you interact with it right now, the unhealthy connection you have to streaming will continue, and you'll let it enable bad behavior. I hope I don't see any messages for a bit, and you communicate with loved ones. You plan to do that so you can still hang out with IRL folks. This is genuinely a serious moment. Ray and I don't want to lose you as someone I love. Please rest so you can... Like, I get the whole detox, but that's not your responsibility to do so. Sorry, it's just not. I'm not really changing my opinion right now. I still see the same thing, and I don't see why Radia even followed along. I don't have a ton of people IRL. Nim and Digi are also rather busy, so I'm currently just plugging away at work since it's all I really have. Trade info with folks you care about. It'll ground you, I think. It'll be just texting you from here on out, LL. But you just said to stay off Discord, so how is she even supposed to communicate with you? Yeah, the shocking part is she posted this thinking it would defend her, but it obviously doesn't. It obviously doesn't look like it is. And then, wait, what? I'm honestly at this point, find it easier to leave than to watch everything fall apart more. Also, that's my work phone. You don't want the government and company looking at text, LOL. My personal is blank. If I'm unreachable, I've always got my work phone around too. Not fair, but just testing. I just want my old friend back that unprompted of nothing gave support and money when I was sick. Not the one worrying about numbers and money from stream. Wait. I just want my old friend back that unprompted of nothing gave support and money when I was sick. I just don't see a place for me right now in anything, let alone my presence making anything better now or in the future. I don't have any faith in my ability to do so anymore. I don't even want people in person near me at the moment because I have no trust in my ability to not... You literally make her feel like... Adora, you guys made her feel like a villain for doing nothing wrong. So yeah, I don't blame her for feeling this way. Spirit, I remind, but so you can focus on stuff just for the sake of our friendship. I don't have you down for any collabs in June and won't be coming on as well until July at the earliest, so you don't feel obligated to stream because of me. So if there's anything I'm scheduled for, please take me off of it. Also, hope you didn't get too hard hit by Concred. As for my money comment, I was literally in thousands of dollars of debt at the time and struck with COVID with no way to work and pay bills. I never asked for anything from anyone, and Radia at the time generously gave me money without asking to help me pay for a testing kit, as well as help get treatment as my Medicaid hadn't started yet. To this being angry at me for being kind to her generosity in my moment of need, that's all it was. Wait, to this being angry at me being kind to her I didn't read that as her being angry at you. That was just her saying, hey, I did what was right. Then also at the time, without being asked, did the same thing. It's not wrong to be grateful for your friend's kindness. I will mention this later as well. Generosity like this had been rare in my life and was precious to me at a moment when I was incredibly weak. Oh, okay. How much long? 15! I'm just thinking of leaving. I don't have it in me to stay a month in unplanned isolation as everything slowly degrades. I'm not allowed to be around any capacity, whether it be for comfort or socialization. This isn't even about streaming. I'm just not supposed to be around. I don't really have it in me, and I don't believe that I'm even wanted around regardless of my state I'm in. Not going to argue or discuss with you on this. It's your journey, and I know you got people close who want to help. Regardless, love you genuinely. Just know I don't want you gone. I want you better. But wait, you're not arguing with her or discussing this with her, so why did I'm not seeing like I'm not seeing where this is supposed to make you feel better. Doesn't feel that way. It feels like I should be gone. I don't have as many people around as you think. I do that are able to help in any capacity, and I'm not putting it onto one person to help me. If I wanted you gone, I wouldn't be still messaging you. No, that would be you controlling. There's no timeline. I don't feel I'm allowed to do anything. We've already read this. Regardless, where I still mentally I'm supposed to isolate. There's more to life than content, Ray. There's never a timeline on healing either. I still want you in my life. I just want to be able to trust you again. Things will be hard, but I can't get better. I know that. I'm not ignorant of that, but on the foundational level, it does still support this household and people in my life now. I'm trying to mitigate additional suffering while healing. Just know I believe you. Alicia is right. I don't know what Alicia is right about, because all I see is a bunch of people that Adora's not good. I don't know what to believe in. I'm certainly not a good person, and I've never been under the impression that I am in any way a particularly good person. Nobody is a good person. We are all people. A big thing for me was realizing I need to be a person who does good things. It's what helped me a lot of work for myself. You've done bad things, but it doesn't. I've already read this. I remember when I had COVID and you immediately swooped in to be unmasked. That's a good thing. You do good thing. I didn't think that was a good thing. It just felt normal to do. Even things supposedly good by definition, I get hurt or punished for at times. I haven't ever felt I've done good to speak. I've just done what I should. Fundamentally, I just don't understand people. I don't think I ever will. I'm the human equivalent of feral animal from my upbringing and the lack of socialization entirely. It's something that I don't even know is compatible with anyone with decent people, even when I try. I don't make a conscious effort to hurt people, but my deficient do. I don't even know. My existence does. My existence hurts people far more than it causes joy or any other positive change. I like to believe you are. If no one else believes, then I do. Better to try than not. Yeah, I keep trying, but I keep getting hurt so much and overwhelmed. And why I'm reading through this and I'm not seeing where the bad thing is. Radia, you've been manipulating Radia. You said that what Radia did was bad. You ambushed her. You made her feel like shit. So now this all kind of makes sense. Just gonna say, I couldn't help my brother or my family rationally. The only worth I have is what I can physically give. It's the one thing that makes people constantly happy with me. My existence alone has never been able to do that. So she's already in a bad mental health space. Okay, I can figure this out. And you just put her into a worse one. How many more of these do we have? Like, I'm not seeing what you're supposed to be saying I should be seeing. So, Polaroids, it's been helpful. I'm just gonna start skipping because I don't see what you're saying I should be seeing. I hope that often sends right, babes. I love otters, those little fox. Okay. Baby. So you were talking to her. Radia's real name is censored here. During these responses, I never wanted Radia to self-isolate from friends. I never asked her to not hang out with her friends. She instead put this on herself. I even state clearly that I told her it didn't matter and that I never told her to do that, which I never did in any previous message. I also told her I was happy to hang out with her on Party Demon server. In the end, I believe this came down to miscommunication and misunderstanding of my words, which it probably is. But here's the thing, okay? Let's say that you weren't doing half this stuff. Yo! What the fuck? I'm just I'm reading through this, but okay, so you didn't want her to isolate, but she assumed that you wanted her to isolate. And even when I'm reading through all this stuff, it seems like you wanted her to isolate, not be online, I mean, you told her to have a Twitch, Discord, all these like internet cleanses. So what is she supposed to actually assume here? I don't know. At this point on 6.3, before 6.7 messages was sent to by Radia, I sent this series of messages to Fan and Palm, and we joined a call together because of how she was beginning to talk to me in this conversation, and we were worried this clip was sent to us, and we watched it together. From a stream the day previously, she begins to talk about us at 3:56. Here, is this really, like, how long is this? Okay, it's 10 minutes. We can suffer through this. This is 10 minutes long.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? MFT, that's really sweet. I'm genuinely touched. I'm glad this makes you happier.
Aw.
I'm glad this makes you feel better and is a like beneficial part to your mental health, it seems like. That's really touching. That's really, really touching. I'm glad me being a silly little creature on the internet helps you. I'm just a little guy. That's all. I'm just a little guy at the end of the day. I am just a little creature. Oh, I love my rusted canned food. There we go.
Okay, let's jump forward.
I like to have this as a nice, positive space where, yeah, like sometimes we'll have real conversations on things that can get, you know, I guess less than positive, but I try and take as much of a positive spin as I can. Because I have no interest in falling into, you know, nihilistic apathy at the end of the day, and I don't believe in doomerism. I believe that there is always some sort of hope for people, regardless of whether it's easy or not to see in the immediate vicinity. Mod yowies the shit out of you.
I'm gonna jump
The
forward
fuck? What is that? What is that hat?
I'm gonna jump forward
it's like,
to the time
fuck? Everything's on fire. Something,
3:56.
something, something. That's an ongoing battle. It is never a complete goal. I'll tell you that much. As much as you think you've done, you probably haven't done enough in terms of learning how to be a person. Yeah, thank you, Bear. But yeah, Born to Die, World is a Fuck, Kill 'Em All, 1989, I Am Trash Man. Thank you. Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. The world feels like that in terms of vibes right now.
Yeah.
I mean, COVID did degrade the ability for humans to, I think, have meaningful conversation in many ways. And also, there is this kind of decay with relationships in which many things are really transactional. And you see this in streaming. There are so many things in streaming that are incredibly transactional. You can have people that are really good friends. However, there's a lot of times where minor inconveniences can become the end of a friendship. No one wants to take time to actually go through the pain of cultivating a friendship. Or if they do, it is very few people that want to go through the pain of communication, proper communication, mind you, not just, you know, ham-fisted communication after you've let, you know, things boil over. I'm talking about proper communication. Not everyone's willing to do that. And you can work past that. You can, you know, move through those, but there's...
So, remind you guys, even in Radia's doc, they mentioned this. The people of Project STEM thought this was all about them. I think that's them self-reporting, because, like, a lot of people have actually mentioned, like, stuff like this happens a lot. People actually have all had, like, these exact same thoughts and feelings. Like, there's a lot of people that it's pretty obvious it's a transactional relationship instead of an actual friendship and stuff like this. So, and if we really want to think this through, it kind of feels like you guys were treating her in a transactional way. I'm not going to lie.
There's a lot of people who I think are willing to cut people off far too quickly for incredibly minor human infractions. I don't know. I feel my my patience is much higher than most when it comes to that. Actual doll conversations. Boy, gee, howdy. You think those would be easier to come by? It did kill people's manners. I mean, you can actually look at research papers, like post-COVID. The degradation of people's driving skills is scary, actually. It is.
I'm not seeing where they're supposedly talking about STEM. I'm not, chat. I'm being honest here. Like, I'm playing this. I'm not seeing it.
mildly terrifying. Road rage, lack of respect for public items and spaces. It's just, I feel like I am watching the fabric of society degrade. I don't mean to sound like an old man in the corner going, oh, the youth these days have no respect. This doesn't just apply to the youth. This is a, like, everyone thing. The focus on just the self, and I am talking about the focus on the self in not a positive way.
Go faster? I can put this faster.
It's become damaging. It has become incredibly damaging. It is selfishness to the nth degree that is veiled in self-care and, protecting your space. There's ways to do that are healthy. I think the ways that it's currently being done, in many regards, is not for most people. And I am tired of people hiding under the guise of, oh, this is to protect my space, or, establish harmony. I don't know if you're doing that as much as you think, champ. Like, people of all ages have hit a social degradation wall that I don't know how we repair. I genuinely don't know how we fix this, because it's a column A, column B kind of problem. It is both, societally caused, but we also play a part in it at this point. It is not just all society's fault. This is also very much on individuals themselves making these choices. Name the 6.
Where's the bad thing that she said? What? Yeah, there's values here that I don't fully agree with, but after this point, this is 6-7. No, I need to urgently respond to you as you've wanted to maintain your break. I'm just leaving this here for you to read as a quickly, likely resting out of ignorance. I'm sorry if the plot was ever lost between us, particularly in regards to nurturing a healthy friendship with you. There's not part of this made me hate you or feel actually malicious ever. Just a deeply sadness because I do continue to care. I'm not seeing where the connection is. Like, I'm not seeing where the connection is. So she was talking about something behind the scenes, and then she goes on stream and talks about like societal norms are shutting down, which I mean they are. A lot of people have talked about that. So I'm not piecing the points together. I might also just be sprinting through this because Jesus Christ, I'm so fucking over how long this goddamn doc is. This is ridiculous. Hearing the words ham-fisted, we immediately knew she was talking about us. What? This made us worry because in the end, we did just genuinely care about her and were confused at what was going on when this was a private issue between friends and why she was speaking about us on stream. Where was ham-fisted? Here, I'm going back. I'm going to finish this because I'm...
6 Elements of Harmony from MLP. Oh boy, howdy. I'm sorry. I wasn't ready for a horse quiz. I wasn't ready for a horse quiz.
More haunts, no.
I mean, forming friendships is painful. That's unfortunately just a part of forming long-term friendships. I mean, it's just any friendship, but I also think there's very different cultural perspectives when it comes to friendship forming. If you've ever heard of, I think it's like a peach culture and a coconut culture. I know that's probably sounds really odd, but like Americans are along the lines of like a peach. It's got a very soft and friendly exterior, but when you get down to it, really hard barrier to entry. It's very cold. It's very rough sometimes. Like a lot of Americans are externally very bubbly, very friendly. They smile a lot. But the friendships that are formed there are very transactional. They're very, very shallow a lot of the times. Unless you've got certain people in your life who are willing to work at friendships. These aren't friendships that stay around a long time or last the test of time. But in like coconut cultures, the French, the Germans, you have to break the shell. But if you break the shell and you take that, couple of months or a year or whatever it takes to really form a lasting bond, you will have that. As long as you continue to interact with the person, you will maintain that. And I think there is an interesting lesson to be had when looking at least the differences in how friendships are viewed on a cultural level. But that's just me with my late night thoughts. A kid ripped a toilet off the wall. Jeez Louise, and I thought stealing a toilet from Dragon Con was bad. Oh my god.
I'm not seeing what we're supposed to be apparently seeing. I'm just not, chat. Hearing the words ham-fisted, immediately private issues between, we realized we no longer wanted to work with her if she was going to talk badly about us publicly like this, when we had said nothing about her publicly during this because she was our friend. I'm not, where is the moment where she does that? Like, I'm trying to piece it all together. After this point on 6-3, before 6-7 message was sent by Radia, I sent this series of messages to Fen and Palm, and we joined a call together because of how she was beginning to talk to me in this conversation. And we were worried this clip was then sent to us. We watched it together from a stream that day previews. She begins to talk about us at 3:56. Where is the ham-fisted? Like, I'm literally looking for where ham-fisted is. I'm trying to connect something and it doesn't seem like there's there, and I think you're trying to make something up. After this point, myself, Palm, and Fen began to question what we knew about our friend. Having gone into business together and having traded our information, we began to question what we knew about her. We then realized, does she have the education background she has claimed to us? We remember multiple times as well she had claimed to be a chemical engineer, as well as claimed to Palm and myself that she had 1.5 masters. We no longer trusted her, and so we looked her up to check for ourselves, since when we created Project STEM, we gave each other all of our professional information. We learned then she did not have a degree in chemical engineering from an updated resume on LinkedIn as of 2025, nor any masters. At this point, we were devastated. Nothing made sense anymore, and we were ready to move on from her being in our group. After having been friends with Radia for almost 3 years, it began to put everything into question. I didn't like myself during this time and entered a heavy depressive episode as I no longer knew what or who I could trust and began to spiral. So she was a Mudahar. Got it. I was formerly working as a chemical engineer for the government. Now I do a large-scale enterprise architecture and network engineering. Her first statement was not on her resume of her work experience. Her resume had no gaps either, nor did she have a degree or any statement of work as a chemical engineer. You're so powerful, Radia. Nah, more like incredibly stubborn. I obtained 2 engineering degrees with concentration, but worked my entire uni career as well. I didn't necessarily have a support system, so I pushed myself very hard. For the last 10 years, I've been working for one part or another. Okay, I get it. Okay, so she lied. Groups are gay. Yeah, this is gay. This is getting stupid. This is getting so freaking stupid. Here's a clip from her YouTube of her speaking on her education background as well, which does not line up with I don't really give a shit. This was stated freely in my public community server back in 2023. She had told us she had 2 engineering degrees, when in reality she had, as listed on her LinkedIn, a degree in biology and a degree in environmental science and engineering. Okay, I had believed this information about my friend for years, and to find out something so weird was being lied about to me devastated me. She had told us she had a degree, engineering degree. Wait, 2 engineering degrees. But she had 2 engineering degrees, guys, but in reality, she only had 1, and the other one was in biology. She had a degree in biology and a degree in environmental science and engineering. Oh, cool. Not really. She had the credentials for actual work. Oh, well, great. Like, I'm not even like, a lot of this stuff feels like you're trying to justify certain claims, but in reality, it's not really justifying it. I had believed this information something weird. Blah, blah, blah. I began to emotionally spiral and no longer knew what to do. I spoke with several friends during this time as I was hurt and wanted support. I did not send any personal information, however, about her to any of them. other than the reason why I no longer trusted her and what was causing me to spiral, aka that she was lying to me about her education background. I'm sorry I decided to talk to my friends because I was hurt. It was a human thing to want to support when you're hurt, and I wish I went to less people and folks that were less connected to both of us, but what was done is done, and I take ownership that in my emotional state I reached out to too many folks. So you admitted that you were like trying to destroy, like talking about badly about her behind the scenes. Got it. Thank you for admitting to that. As for someone claiming all the messages before were lies because I was sending two-faced messages, please check the timestamps. I think they were lies, to be fair. In brief, Adora was lying directly to Radia's face regarding her intentions as early as June 3rd through 4th. The below screenshots are from less than 24 hours apart. And by breakup, I mean break from us putting content as a part of our friendship. I don't want to stop being your friend. I will say my friendship, whatever. The night of the 3rd is when I learned about Radia's education background. At that point, I was hurt and realized my friendship was probably ending after having heard her publicly talk badly about me. She wasn't. I'm sorry, she wasn't. As well as her education background, and I had wanted to warn mutual friends that this was going to most likely come to an end because I collabed with Radia at least twice a week, and this just drastic change of us suddenly not collabing anymore would be noticed. This also let us avoid awkward collabs in the future. So she has 2 degrees. They just weren't the 2 degrees specifically that you wanted her to have, while at the same time, according to Croc, she actually shared like the credentials of the work that she did. So okay, that's a nothing burger. And then when it came to the video here, that wasn't about you. That was actually like something a lot of people have addressed and talked about in multiple situations. Like quite literally, that like people have been noticing that more and more. There's a lot of transactional environments going on, especially within the creator community. That's been happening on unprecedented amount of levels, and the like degradation of society and what has happened since COVID and like the folly of our society. Like there's actual situations that are going on that people have talked about on multiple occasions. So I don't really see how this is targeted towards you. In regards to the doxing allegations, the anonymous source of the claims of doxing was my manager at the time, Momo, who I reached out to ask for professional advice on what to do in this situation. After learning that Radia did not have a master's degree listed on her LinkedIn, despite her having told us multiple times she had a master's degree as well as different degrees than she ever told me, I went to my manager while emotionally hurt to ask for advice on how to handle this and sent the information we discovered from her LinkedIn to confirm it with her if what I was seeing was correct with her professional opinion. She never declined to do this and agreed to assist and in confidence. I would rather be honest and show this mutual unstable and incredibly poor side of me after I was hurt and not knowing what to do when I thought I was talking in confidence with my manager at the time on what to do in the professional situation with a friend who lied to me about her academic. What does a VTuber need a degree for? So Project STEM was a bunch of VTubers that all engaged in STEM fields. So it's STIM, but they were all a part of like STEM. So they were all degree holding people and they cared about academics and credentialism. Unrelated parties have been censored for privacy. I do not agree with what I said in the past here beyond the lies involving her education background. And this conversation was only with my manager in confidence and no one else. Here are the entire logs with her below. Momo, hey, I'm going to confirm something with for blank. For meet and greet, I know they are doing it for blank, which, well, okay, I would be interested. Okay, on an unrelated note, letting you know I'm going to be distancing myself from Radia as soon as is Palm and Finn. Unfortunately, during Anime North, a series of small lies happened that she wouldn't take any responsibility for. And now when we looked around, we realized, unfortunately, she's lying about her degrees. She just has a bachelor's, no master's. It's why I don't stream Wednesday. I'm just really devastated. I'm so sorry, Adora. We're still quietly figuring out how to deal with a compulsive liar. I'm genuinely afraid of her. The lack of masters also throws a lot more into question because her EPA lab work claims would require a master's to even get into the lab and handle radioactive material, and not putting any higher education and the timelines of her graduation on her LinkedIn just gives no time to have gotten a master's, especially when it's been up to date as of 2025. So yeah, she terrifies me. I think you took this whole situation and blew it up well out of proportion. You're accusing her of lying when I don't even see the evidence of her lying, except for maybe like speaking on the colloquial sense. Now you go into this whole master's thing. Did you ever actually reach out to her to figure out what was actually going on and see like her actual credentials? Because I'm sorry, her LinkedIn might be updated, but people lie on LinkedIn. They don't go full-fledged. I'm not seeing this. Let me sit and think of this. Here is me asking for advice to my manager while hurt. Oh, good. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to looking at it as a blessing in disguise because they were underpaying me $9,000. They just didn't have the new case coming in. Wait, what? Who was underpaying you? What? The first thing, I'm so lost. The first thing I can think of is make sure to have everything documented, like screenshots, everything, so nothing can be changed. I want you to know I feel rancid putting my friend's alleged terminal illness into question, but unfortunately I have friends in higher education that have roommates her worked in those labs. Good idea. At this point, I was already beginning to question everything because I no longer felt I knew my friend and had no idea what she was telling the truth or lying about. In the end, I really wish this wouldn't have had to be seen in the public eye, but I would rather show the private confidential conversations I had with my manager that she leaked to Radia and now the public, even if my emotional hurt at the time paints me in a bad light. Okay, so you admit to going behind her back. Got it. Okay, that's all I see here is you're admitting to being a bad person. Oh, I know 100%. Now it's a weird situation for sure. We've already screenshotted her claims of having a master's as well as her LinkedIn showing no master's. It's problematic as it doxes her, but also we went into business together, of course. We know her name. Like, the science community isn't super big. Everyone is like 1 degree of separation. I notice she doesn't talk about being terminal anymore either, or bring it up like she used to. Oh, God damn, I don't even want to read this. This all feels like you're being very see you next Tuesday behind the scenes. That's what the whole claims were about. A lot of them were like, you were being two-faced. You were being very see you next Tuesday. You were being very abusive to her. And you're kind of admitting that you were doxing her. You were doing things behind the scenes. You were being very manipulative. This really doesn't refute the cult of science claims. No, it doesn't. The screenshots are shown earlier. Unfortunately, most of what she spoke about on her telling us she had 1.5 masters was done in VCs or previous stream VODs. But considering I'm being accused of also talking in VC, I will leave it at that. Okay, good for you. You're trying to get around a gotcha, and again, I don't think this is a gotcha. Yeah, lupus is something that requires a ton of med and ton of testing. She claims hysterectomy, but has no scars. It gets worse. On more petty notes, she also hides her plastic surgery history with friends, but has gotten cosmetic lip filler and Botox, and has claimed herself to be natural to me. I would not be shocked if she had breast augmentation. God damn, you were being a see you next Tuesday. Really? I just don't know, Momo. It's so hard to know what's real or fake. She lied about her degrees. She lied about her degrees, which then would equate to her getting breast augmentations. God damn. I just don't know, Momo. It's so hard to know what's real or fake. She lied about her degrees. I wish I want to get my PhD, but it's expensive and I can't work full-time trying to obtain what I want. I'd love to go into MIT program I was expected to. Blank will let me know if they have space for you at blank. MIT PhDs are fully funded with health insurance. Dog, if I got into MIT, I'd make it work. Oh, I didn't realize that, but yeah, same. Yeah, most don't. Like, I have my BS and my MS, my bachelor's, hanging in my bedroom. If someone asked me, I could send the pictures of that. She has a BS, bachelor's, okay, with no time to have gotten a master's, as she graduated in blank. And I'm assuming that collage doesn't have the BSMS combined track. No, nor did her resume. If you want to see her resume yourself, go look her up on LinkedIn, lol. Like my MS is from blank, so it's not super impressive, but I got that 4 years after I got my BS. You still got it though. My BS is from blank and civil engineering. That would, that is wild to me. Like, why lie about degree you have? To make herself seem more impressive, she lied at Anime North about having food poisoning. She ate ice cream in front of me despite having lactose intolerance. Like, you will be called out. That's why I stick to what I know when I talk about science. She gaslit me on telling me her Offkai hotel room upgraded only cost $50 more an entire stay than later. So said no, I said otherwise. OF. Yeah, I'm not, like, all this doesn't make you look good. I get that you're saying this doesn't make me look good. That's why I put it in here. It doesn't help. It actually kind of helps Radia's claims. This isn't refuting what Radia has stated. Her not having access to a lab to be exposed to radiation. I remember when I met her asking why she didn't sue. She claimed that government would have it all classified. Bitch, it's the EPA. It's the EPA. That's all public record. I can go walk to Superfund site right now and know what's contaminated it on sign postage. Yeah, that isn't classified at all. I know that for a fact because I worked for the blank office. She is lying to her community, most likely about having terminal illness, made up to make her VTuber cooler and make money. Me right now, yeet. Anyways, how the F do I deal with this information and get far away from her? I haven't been able to get my blank filled in 3 months. I legit was talking about her about how expensive it is and how my dad was trying to get me some to deal with the GI issue I had for years. Okay, I'm getting it. 1, I would make sure everything is recorded, like everything. 2, each one of you should write down every instance of something just not tracking. Make a joint Google Doc for you all to share things with each other in case you have to go public. 3, if possible, slowly start to distance yourself. Well, it looks like Radio took option number 2. Where's your public, Adora? My manager then gave me instructions on what to do to record everything, as well as write down everything that felt like a lie. She also said I should make a Google Doc. I ended up not making a Google Doc, with this being the first time I've written one, as explained earlier about what the alleged cancel doc was just me trying to tell Digital Vagrant what we were worried about with Radia from our intervention from my rush cut down of notes and was written. Before the intervention, so myself, Palm, and Finn would have something to speak on as we went through the intervention so we wouldn't go off topic. Well, all I know here is, well, Radia took option number 2 and it didn't work out well for you. I'm skipping so many of these now because I'm so over it. It's not helping your case. It's actually working worse. Yes, I did delete her name after I sent it because I didn't want to keep it there with my manager after she was given the information in confidence. She had also promised me confidential, then broke that immediately as my manager by leaking our conversation. In the end, I wanted to confirm with her what I knew and trusted her professionally, and showed an incredibly emotional and volatile side when I needed help the most. At no other point was Radia's real name given to anyone else, and me saying you do not have a master's or chemical engineering degree is not doxing. If you have any physical evidence of me doxing you and not whispers of a testimony, please share, else it is word of mouth. Sharing her name, period, is doxing. Especially in the VTubing community, sharing your real name is doxing. So if you shared your real name even to your manager, that is doxing. Yes, your manager shouldn't have come out and like given this information because that is on your manager, but you did technically dox her. I don't care what people say. Sharing that private information about somebody is doxing. Going around and actually saying she doesn't have these two things and, you know, doing all that stuff, that is a form of doxing. You did dox her. Sorry if you don't want to go down this whole textbook definition of what doxing truly is. No, that is actually doxing. I'm sorry, that is what it is. My manager also then proceeded to look her up with the information given. At no point did she tell me you shouldn't do this, and engaged as well in looking her up and brought up other personal information from her LinkedIn. I asked her for trust from my manager to assist me in navigating this difficult situation, and she ultimately broke it and led to this situation getting even worse when I was already in a highly emotional state and didn't know what to do. Well, I mean, yeah, your manager is also to blame here, so great, you're dragging your manager down with you. Good for you. I'm skipping so many of these now because I'm just so over it. It's not helping you, it's actually hurting you. In the end, after I calmed down a few hours later, I realized there's no reason to attack or say anything, especially not my concerns about her health, especially publicly, and that my lack of trust wasn't worth dwelling on, other than that I know she had lied to me about her education background and had seen her resume myself. Even in my horrible mental state, I never wanted to end Radia's career during this, merely no longer work with her. I kind of looks like you did want to end her career. I regret my past actions and emotional response here, and I'm not proud I spiraled in such a horrible way while I was hurt and began to let my thoughts race and question everything about Radia, because in the end, that is what hurt Radia and others around me that love and support me. But I was also hurt as well. In the end, she also continued to talk poorly about me and spread her own rumors against me, but this doesn't matter. Well, then why bring it up at all? Show the evidence for that. You're showing a bunch of receipts. Show the evidence for that. People are going to talk in private when they are hurt, and I only wish she let it stay there so we could have moved on instead of showing everything to the entire world. After this all went down, I began to cool down as well and realized I was going too far. As for other doxing claims, prove it! I mean, yeah, you want her to share her name? Is that what I'm seeing? Same for any criminal claims. I don't remember there being any criminal claims, but okay. You are making the accusation. Show me what you got or press charges, because you didn't share the full receipts, and I just showed my entire incredibly uncomfortable message history with my former manager on the events of the doxing, who has now made this accusation against me under the guise of anonymity. If you're going to make claims about me, show me evidence. In fact, please show me evidence of every one of my wrongdoings, because in your document, you continued to only place more and more testimonial evidence and only use short screenshots without full context in any situation, in an attempt to weaponize larger creators against me with testimonies instead of giving actual proof. That's not evidence, that's word of mouth. I mean, yeah, let's see the full context of everything, but at the same time, when we get the context from you, it doesn't really help you. It actually kind of makes you look more schizo. Anyways, continuing on here, all the messages with Radia that were done after this. I literally don't ask you to do that. I don't really want to keep reading these. Radia's digis and my legal first name are removed for here. Guys, I'm so over this, okay? At this point in time, I should continue going over this, but you want to know what? I've come to the conclusion. I've come to a final conclusion, and I'm going to stop this here because I'm so over this entire drama. I'm so over this. You want to know what I've come to a conclusion of? And this probably won't be fair for most situations, and I'm probably not going to do this ever again. Like this way, I'll probably actually tackle it head on. But I've come to the conclusion that everybody involved in this are just piles of human garbage. I'm sorry, like, even questioning her illness, you saw her medical records, you saw all this stuff, like, everybody here is just horrible. Like, so much of the stuff that built up to this, it already kind of condemned you. And then I'm seeing all this other stuff. You did go behind her back and talk to other creators. You were going behind her back and doing this stuff. Like, I'm seeing this, and then you're trying to paint her accusations as not being true, but then I'm like, but you did this. You did do this. And you know what? It's a screen. It's a simple screen grab. Like, it's a simple tweet. It's right here from Usagi. Both of you hoes are manipulators, bad people all around, and you're the worst kind who doxes. I knew you were bad when you used to associate with Marnie VT. That's obvious where you got manipulation from. Listen, I've read most of this, and you see Rudel Hill 6 pages in and just judging her how she spins and how she stresses about money. Bro, what the WTF does it have to do with anything? You doxed her. Just feel like you added it to make her look bad. Oh, yeah, like, you still doxed her. You still did that. You're not getting around this, and you admitted to doxing her. Like, you done. I'm sorry. And everything else I was reading here, it's just garbage. Like, all you've done is essentially try to paint yourself in a negative light while trying to paint her in a negative light, and all I've done is see that you're more negative. Yeah, I don't like Radia a little bit the same way now, but even when I keep looking through this, all I see is you being the negative one, and you didn't really help your case. That's where I'm at with this, and I have so much more of this doc to go through, but quite frankly, at this point in time, all you achieved in doing was making yourself look worse. That's about it. Like, there's no upside to this. All I've seen is you become kind of a garbage person. There's probably more to this drama that I'm going to be missing here, but it's next level awfulness is what I'm getting at. And that's kind of where I'm going to leave this off at. It's just next level awful. And I needed to find a place to end that, guys, because that was going for over 3 hours. Like, no, that was actually over 2 hours. Like, all that was just so awful. And like, when I'm trying to do this, like, oh, it's so awful, I'm actually kind of legitimately meaning, like, bro, this wasn't the win you thought it was. And I think you achieved doing something much worse, and that was destroying your own career. Like, you made a Google Doc to destroy yourself. A round of applause for Adora, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I got from that, was the Google Doc is going to destroy you. I might be going down, but I'm gonna take it down with me. Wow, everybody now looks at you and goes like, you're all piles of filth. Congratulations. You didn't save yourself, you just proved yourself to also be awful. But you know what? I have a funnier awful. I have a funnier awful that I kind of want to go over. A much funnier awful. I saw this and I've been waiting for this. This is funny awful. Because we talked last week about this. So we talked last week about how Melanie Mack was leaving Twitter. Okay? We went on this whole thing. We all know exactly why Melanie Mack was leaving Twitter, okay? Nobody can even deny her claim that she's not leaving Twitter because of the criticism and it's all because of the bots. No, you 100% are leaving because of the criticism and you can't hold the blowback. But we went over this, okay, in a video, and we're not going to re-go over that because that was stupid. But what we do have is a legitimate 30-minute video of her explaining why she is leaving the internet, or why she's leaving X. Twitter, even though I have 35, why I left X, Twitter, even though I have 350,000 followers. I've already seen some of the evidence as to why this is going on. Bros, I have to sit here and listen to it, because you know what? After reading through a bunch of horrible people and horrible docs, why don't we just listen to a horrible person be stupid?
16 years and over 350,000 followers on X, formerly known as Twitter. I have officially left the platform. I didn't intend on making a video talking about this, but because it has made headlines and people are making videos and posts about the situation, I thought, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the state of X and how demonic the platform really is.
Yet you're staying on YouTube. Mind you, YouTube has a whole lot worse shit that you dislike, but you're leaving X because of the similar things that you dislike?
Why I left. So my profile is on lock right now. I just canceled my premium because obviously I don't want to support that. I made a video that explained some things here if you guys want to see it, but yeah, I'm pretty much going to cover things in more detail in this video. So a lot of people are making up these rumors, of course, because people who already don't like me, they want to say, oh, well, she got one of them that's so funny. I just got back from a My Chemical Romance concert, which I talked about here. I said I can't deal. This wasn't even like, I wasn't actually triggered. It wasn't even portrayed that way. It was just like,
no, you were triggered. It literally was you portrayed that way. Again, we went over that in the previous video. You guys can go look at that. You literally were triggered. Don't even act like you weren't triggered. Saying I can't deal, going on this entire video tirade, and then coming out here and saying you weren't triggered. Bro, you were triggered. You just can't take the criticism.
Like, oh, you know, it's kind of lame when people won't go to a concert because the politics are different. Or
you openly support that position, mind you. Again, you won't play certain video games because sexy women are in it.
I got like a small handful of, here I was at the concert, amazing, by the way. I got a small handful of comments saying, don't you know they're liberals? Because I'm not liberal, like I'm a conservative Christian. So don't you know they're liberals? Why would you support that? And it's like, I like their music, that's that. So it was.
But that was the standard that you've been applying to other people. You started freaking out that people wanted to play, you know, games with very attractive women in it and said that was porn. You wanted that stuff banned because of your own sensibilities. You made this entire situation, so now you're going to live in it, and now you're crying about it, and you're saying, well, it was a small group of people, then why make the video and the post to begin with? You see, the problem here, Melanie, is you've made this bed and you're crying about people holding you to your own standards, but now you're wanting to leave X for something that I'm calling BS on. And you're just trying to correct the record, but nobody actually believes you.
It wasn't a big deal. They weren't going after me like crazy. People are trying to make these people look bad and pretending like that's why I left. Like I got bullied by conservatives, Republicans, and Christians. No, dude. I just thought it was funny. And I'm like, dude, wait, that doesn't stop me. Like, that doesn't stop me from watching a movie unless it's directly promoting like blasphemous things. So I addressed that in this video, which this was one of my last videos before leaving the platform. What, today is the 6th? Oh yeah, it was just a couple days ago, whatever. But so some people are equating it to that. I've been on here for so long and I've had so many a controversy. This was almost a complete nothing burger.
Then why make a big deal out of it? Like seriously, why make the post to begin with? Why make the video? Why do any of this stuff? That doesn't make any sense. If it was a nothing burger, then why engage in it? It's because it wasn't a nothing burger, or you wanted clicks and you got too much of a backlash.
So for that to be the reason why I left, it's kind of hilarious that people think that. And then some other people, because last week there was some controversy about the Sydney Sweeney stuff. I said Christians shouldn't be promoting lustful content.
Then we shouldn't be promoting you.
And there was some backlash there.
You know what? Christians shouldn't be promoting demonic content. Christians shouldn't be promoting content that supports, you know, self-harm or people, you know, doing the whole transing stuff. That's why you shouldn't have gone to a My Chemical Romance thing. You have made these standards for other people to live by. You aren't living by those standards. That's why people keep calling you out. And then you want to go around and say, well, it's because of the bots. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. Mind you, if we want to say Christians shouldn't be promoting blasphemous content, take that, okay? Take that Chainsaw Man plushie out from behind you. take any of the anime you have behind you, remove it. That is all blasphemous content. But hey, rules for thee, but not for me, right, Melanie?
I got a ton of support for that though. But it's mostly like non-believers who gave me backlash, but that's normal. I don't care about backlash from non-believers. The Bible tells me that's going to happen. So anyway.
Yeah, everybody that ever gives you backlash is just a non-believer. They're not people that end up holding you to your own hypocritical stances. They're not people holding you to account. Yes, they're just non-believers. Yep. It's literally the Hassan defense. Anybody that dislikes me is just a pedo. It's the Hassan defense. It's the usual defense by anybody that dislikes me is just a non-believer, is a pedo, is a this, is a that. That's your defense there. Shut up, Melanie. You're smarter than, well, no, you're not smarter than that. You're literally brain dead.
So yeah, then I just locked my account because, and then I made the explanation here that said keeping my account on private because these H1B bots are out of control. I hate it here. Follow me on YouTube or Insta, which is the case. If you've been following me and watching my content as of late, you will see I've made videos recently talking about how Elon Musk has been punishing Christian accounts. There is a Bible account mutual that I'm mutuals with that got demonetized when all they did was post Bible verses. And I talked about in that video.
I want to know what that Bible verse account is. I want to know what that account is and why they got demonetized. Because I'm willing to bet you money. If I scroll through that account, they did more than just post Bible verses, honey.
I talked about on my Bible channel, the AI is my questions with AI and how I'm suspicious about it. And I also talked about in the AI Companions video, the Degenerate AI Companions video, that I have been praying about leaving the app because I've been feeling some conviction for it. So TLDR, yes, I felt conviction that I needed to leave this app and I'm listening to those convictions. So let me go ahead and provide some more examples of stuff that led to this decision. And the reason why I went private is because there are a legion, an absolute mass legion of bots on the app that spread demonic propaganda. They're propaganda bots, you know? It's a lot of people.
Why do you just like, okay, there's a massive amount of bots that do this. Well, one, give me the evidence. Two, I know about the bots. You don't have to engage with them. I get the bot accounts all the time, honey. I just ignore them or I delete them. Why are you freaking out about the propaganda bots?
From Pakistan or India who are spreading a ton of just demonic ideologies. And the app is rewarding that. It's boosting it even. And
like what? What's the demonic ideology? Give me an example here. What is the demonic ideology? Are you just saying it, or are you going to give me the example, darling? Because I don't think you will, because you're not smart enough to.
And I don't like it. I feel very uncomfortable with that. So that was, and I don't want those accounts accessing. The only way to purge bots is to go on block, and then you block them, because I have been blocking a ton of them every single day, and they keep coming back because, well, there's actual bot farms of some with a team of people from Pakistan and India who keep making new accounts and who are on there, just like those I'll talk about that in a minute. Like these monkeys on Superman, right? They're on these drama monkeys, right? No, I'm not being racist. I'm talking about this is what their job was to do. So these drama monkeys, they just want to farm rage, right? And that's what these bots are doing. And so
isn't that what you do? Like legitimately, why else would you go out there and say Sydney Sweeney's a porn star? You're just there to farm rage. That's all you do is farm rage. So you're freaking out about drama monkeys or any of these bot farms or anything like that. Girl, just shut up. Literally, just ignore them. If you're making it all about your life on why you're wanting to leave, bro, I have so many of those bots. They get put into the spam filter and I ignore them. Sometimes I'll see a funny one. Trust me, I'll see a funny one from now and then. But outside of that, I don't engage with them because I know they're bots. You're making a big deal you're making a mountain out of a literal anthill.
Some people, I don't see those that often. Well, first of all, you may not even be distinguishing them because they are all over the platform. If these accounts that are getting tens of thousands of likes, hundreds of thousands of likes,
then show me the evidence. Quit saying that they exist. Show me the evidence.
Likes, most of those are bots, and a lot of them are these propaganda bots, and they are used to manipulate public opinion. And there are some very demonic ideologies that are being peddled by these mostly Muslim ideals, even though they're pretending to be.
Wow, that came out of pocket. What? Do you have evidence to this, honey? Like, seriously, show me the evidence. If you show me some evidence, I might be able to believe you, but I know you're not going to show me the evidence. You're just going to say it out of pocket, and now we're going down to Muslims. It's like, holy hell, how did you get away with it on YouTube? How the hell did you comment this on YouTube? What the literal hell? See, it's the same thing. The non-believers, It's the non-believers, it's the Muslims, it's all the literal usual defenses. Anything she doesn't like, it's demonic and it's not good. Bad.
White supremacist Catholics, most of them, even though white supremacist Catholic doesn't make sense, but still, they have been radicalizing people with these ideologies. But it's really Muslim propaganda,
You know what, I'm angry.
if we really break it down. But a lot of people are blind to it. They can't tell. And hey, can I blame you? It took me.
Then why aren't you helping us? No, if we're blind to it, if we are blind to it and we're succumbing to it, why don't you tell us about it? Wouldn't that be a good idea for a warrior of the Lord to go around and call it out, do the Lord's work and call out the propaganda bots? Give us the explanation, give us the examples, give us the proof. Why aren't you doing that? No, you're just saying it and running away.
A long time to figure it out. So here we have another example, right? We have another thing I don't like. Elon Musk keeps pushing AI, this transhumanism. I don't like it. I feel like it goes against God's design, and I feel like it is leading us into the beast system. If you don't know what the beast system is, read Revelation in the Bible. It is definitely in that same.
Wouldn't you actually, that would be a smart idea to, inform people of what the beast system is, because I can tell people about the beast system. You would take a mark. The only way to actually go about doing things would actually be to show off that you have the mark of the beast on you. That's a way to engage in like financial currencies, about basically live your everyday life, is to show off that you have said mark. The belly of the beast, the 666, you will have that number upon you. Usually it's upon your head. That is a full-fledged thing. That didn't take me too long to even break down, but you're going to tell people to read Revelations. Who's going to read it? Why don't you just give us a quick synopsis of what it was? This is why you can't make good content, and this is why people make fun of you now.
Same vein, and I want nothing to do with it.
And by the way, mind you, she's leaving X because of Elon pushing AI. Yet you're staying on YouTube, and you're going to Instagram, which is run by Meta, which is also utilizing AI. Google's AI, well, it turned the founding fathers black. Meta's AI, do we really want to get into that one?
So when you have a CEO peddling this, and you also have him peddling degenerate AI companions.
Bullshit. That girl, you fucking watch Chainsaw Man, you watch Jujutsu Kaisen, you watch all sorts of very attractive men in goddamn anime, shirtless with muscles and everything like that. Don't you be going around here taking the stance of, well, it's degenerate, even though you would 100% be slobbering all over this if it was right up in your face.
Which, this is not good for society. I made a video about the girl version of this. Today, I'm showcasing this. He created this AI companion, this degenerate companion, to make women fall into lust and degeneracy, which is weird. Why would you?
You watch anime. You watch Jujutsu Kaisen, which, reminder people, Jujutsu Kaisen, the creator has openly come out and said that he or she, I can't remember what was guy or girl, they like BL anime. They like BL manga. And they wrote that into Jujutsu Kaisen. Just gonna say that and you have Jujutsu Kaisen all over, so that's those bromances are a little bit more than bromances. Just gonna say that.
It's weird, but this is why I keep telling people: if you watch porn, if you entertain lust, if you are promiscuous, if you are entertaining things like that, then yeah, you're gonna get into more degenerate stuff. Before you know it, you're gonna be talking to a cartoon puppet, a half-naked cartoon puppet. It's weird.
I mean, you think people talk to you?
But anyway, this is where we're at. So he's promoting this, which is programmed to talk to the listener like these perverted novels, these smut novels that women read. He's designed after characters like that.
You watch Jujutsu Kaisen, you don't have any room to talk.
And all while Elon Musk pretends to care about the birth rate, then he drops this, which makes human beings interact with each other even less. And
like, I can agree with you on that. Nobody's disagreeing with you on that. We are kind of pointing that out, but at the same time, honey, look at your background. You're on YouTube and then Instagram. Those aren't better platforms. That's literally like shooting yourself in the foot just to try to benefit yourself because of some biblical belief structures, but you're going to two of the worst sites. Why aren't you going to Rumble? Why aren't you promoting your Rumble? Why aren't you emphasizing Rumble? That would make more sense in all this. You're going to two of the worst sites outside of X. Like, that doesn't make any logical jump make sense. Like that. hey guys, I'm going to leave X because of all the AI. So now I'm going to go over to Meta, which is 100 times worse and censorious and awful, and the way they treat also Christians and conservatives. And I'm going to go over to YouTube, which is almost as bad.
This is not good for society. It's not good for the people who are partaking in these things. It's perversions. If people say, well, what else are they going to do? What if they are incels and they don't have anybody else? It's better for them to just read their Bibles every single day and lean on God and live a life of celibacy than to partake in something like this that will rot their soul and send them to hell. It's
It is better, guys, to read the Bible and never, ever, ever interact with a woman entire life than looking at attractive women. Because looking at an attractive woman will send you to hell. But so you need to just basically be an incel and never touch your junk. That is her stance. Full-fledged. She just said that. I can't believe she literally just said that. Where my stance is, hey, we just need to fix both sides. Your stance is, no, read the Bible, never jerk off. That was what you just said there. Because if you jerk off, you're gonna die and go to hell. I'd like to see that, Melanie. I'd like to see that actually be the case.
Perverted. Oh, but people are always moving the goalposts too. Because when I talk about this stuff, which is very blatantly intended for the purpose of perversion, they'll say, oh, but a guy can't have his shirt off? What about this video game? What about this movie? What about this? What about whataboutisms out the wazoo?
No, the reason why people are bringing that up isn't because, well, yes, it is whataboutisms, but let's be real fair here. Look at, again, I'm going to go back to what's in your background right frickin' now. There are Jujutsu Kaisen stuff in your background. Jujutsu Kaisen has very buff men without their shirts on. There's tons of anime memorabilia in your background, same with Chainsaw Man. We can look at what those shows have in them. And we can compare what they have in them to what you talk about. And we can see that they don't mesh. They don't work up. They don't connect the way you are. So if you take this stance, then you must remove everything from your background. That's what people start pointing out. It's not the whataboutisms. They're pointing out the hypocrisy of your stances. It's not whataboutisms. That's what people keep trying to point out to you when they try to engage in this stuff. But you are too dim-witted to think about that. And let's be fair here, it's not really a shocker to know that about you. So instead of engaging in the logical conversations, you just say, well, you're going to hell because my Bible says so.
That are not comparable, right? Where they'll take, oh, well, look at this superhero in a movie who took his shirt off, who didn't have a shirt on this scene but it's like in the context of, oh, here is a very powerful fight scene and
no, okay. What about the context of Peter Quill taking off his shirt for no real reason within? Why does Thor have to take off his clothes all the time? We've talked about that all the time. The over-sexualization of men and the degradation of men. Every movie that Chris Hemsworth gets in, he always has to take off his shirt or show stuff off. So it's okay there, but it's not okay here. That's what people start pointing out. You don't even understand the basic arguments in any of these situations, and it's not really shocking to know that, because that's all you have is surface level understandings, and you never can actually connect two and two. And the reason why I'm focusing in on your background is because of all the anime that's back there and all the anime that you have openly talked about and promoted. That has all this stuff that you are discussing right here. It's super easy to figure that out. And I bring up Peter Quill because memory serves, in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, there's a scene where Peter Quill takes his shirt off, or Chris Evans? No, Chris Hemsworth. So many Chris's. Chris Pratt. God damn, there's so many Chris's in the Marvel universe. He takes off his shirt. He's in a moment kind of like this where he has his shirt on, and the women are to look at his body and see just how ripped he is. That is a moment of, hey, sex sells. That's what people are pointing out there, but you don't ever want to engage with those arguments because you don't have the capability to engage with them, is what I'm willing to bet right now. That's all I have, is you don't actually have the brain power to engage in those actual conversations. And hey, that's okay. People just don't need to be listening to you then.
It is giving an aesthetic of power in that, and it's not intended to make people lust versus something that is blatantly intended to make people lust, right? Let's not be dumb. Let's use our brains. So these AI,
I will use my brain the moment you use your brain, Melanie. That's what I'm going to say to that.
programs are intended, and Elon Musk is a pervert. Like, I can't remember who it was that said it, but I liked their tweet and they said it perfectly. He said it perfectly. Elon Musk is a pervert, and he is pushing these perversions onto society, and it makes society easier to control. What is he trying to push out with this transhumanism stuff? He is trying to make microchips to put in people's brains. And people just don't see the big picture here. Let me talk about other stuff instead of keeping that thing on the screen. So they don't see the big picture here of what is actually going on.
Well, I've also had this conversation before. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Neuralink. I do have my fears of Neuralink. At the same time, I can see the overall benefits of Neuralink. But that's just my own personal perspective here. Doesn't mean I'm going to ever get Neuralink. Doesn't mean Neuralink's ever going to become this massive thing. That's one of my biggest problems in a lot of these discussions is people naturally think they'll become massively influential things and everybody's going to have to do this when sometimes it probably won't become that way. We'll have to know when we get there so we can say, hey, I don't like this part about Neuralink. I'm worried about this about Neuralink. But at the same time, I can also see the actual benefits of it. So, okay. Well, that makes her say she lacks brain. Oh, that's true.
And how this could go south so fast. Instead, they take everything at face value. Oh, but this will help lonely people. When it won't, okay? Degeneracy will never help anybody and should not be promoted. Anybody who's promoting degeneracy or telling you it's okay to partake in these degeneracies don't give a crap about you. They would rather just have your click, have your like, and validate you in a sin that will destroy you.
I don't believe you give a crap about me, Melanie. I legitimately don't. Like, the things that you promote are antithetical to everything that you're saying here. I did my big video on Melanie Mac. I pointed out, hey, you promote a lollipop chainsaw. You promoted that. You promote freaking Tomb Raider. We can go through all the things that you have promoted yourself that have everything that you stand against. And yet you try to come out here and be like, well, I like you. That's why I want to ban all this stuff. I don't believe you do. I don't believe you actually like me because I see all your hypocritical stances. That's what people keep pointing out to you, Melanie. You just don't realize that. You are so brain dead on this notion that you can't realize that people just point out all the hypocrisy. Simultaneously, you're trying to say, well, I love you. I'm following God's will. You have all these tattoos. You have all sorts of degenerate stuff in your background that promotes degeneracy. By your standards, that's what they do. You don't remove them. You promote them. Why don't you understand that?
So what is make people dumb with AI companions? Because AI already, we're seeing data that shows that talking to AI will make you dumber. So if you're talking to AI and then you got a companion, you're not having any interactions with real people, then you are made to be unbelievably dumb. And then you've got a microchip that can do goodness knows what, because let's not pretend that he has all these pure intentions of just helping quadriplegics and that's it, right? There are nefarious things that could be done with that. You could.
That could be. That's that key phrase there. That could be done. That means that we need to be very careful with it. And on her stances on AI, I have the same fears. I'm not a huge fan of the AI companions. I'm not a huge fan of people utilizing AI in that way. AI should be used as just simply a tool. A tool. That's it. Having emotional connections to AI is extremely dangerous. I can agree with you on that. Guess what? You're also taking leaps of judgment and suspicions to think that something bad is going to happen. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know what's coming in the future. We don't know where this is all going to go. We can point out and point to the issues right now. But mind you, we can point to all the issues with AI coming from X. I can do the same thing with AI coming from Google and AI coming from Meta. So don't take this whole, oh, I'm leaving because of all the awfulness that is going on X, and then I'm going to Meta and YouTube. They have the exact same issues, darling. You're not making any logical sense in any of these discussions. You don't want a personal Cortana who calls you Sheaf. Oh, I mean, I do want a personal Cortana that calls me Sheaf, to be fair.
Have your consciousness uploaded into a system for all we know. There is so much bad that could go from that. That could turn into actual Mark of the Beast. And when people are dumb from talking to AI all the time and not touching grass.
When people are dumb from listening to you all the time, it'll be a whole lot easier to get them to do stupid things.
Then they're going to be more easier to manipulate and to get into these transhumanism agendas and to follow.
Well, it's not just that. Let's be fair here. Like, if we actually want to tackle the transhumanist agenda, let's not mince words here. They're going to have much easier ways to get people to do this than introducing AI to make people stupider. there's actually very interesting ways to do that, which is, hey, you must have this thing in order to move on within society. A good example of this is actually social security numbers, because at the beginning of the country, we didn't have social security numbers. Guess what? We all have social security numbers now. There's other ways to do this to get people to comply to any of this stuff. And we've been screaming and shouting about this for a long ass time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not like fully disagreeing with her. I do worry about that. These are things I do worry about, and I do wonder if we'll ever see in our lifetimes. But the way you are going about fighting back against it doesn't add up.
For a lot of this from Elon Musk. Elon Musk already does demonstrate, and hey, I really wanted to be Team Elon so bad. I wanted to be like, oh, he's fighting for free speech, but he's not, because the app does not promote free speech.
You got to say the F slur all sorts of times, darling. I think it does actually protect free speech.
I have been throttled on X way more than I have been on YouTube.
Bullshit. Prove that one. How many times have we seen Melly Mac go viral? Mind you, actually, if we want to talk about throttling, X will also throttle you if you get muted a lot. If you yourself get extremely muted or extremely blocked, they'll start throttling your account. Maybe there's another reason as to why you're getting throttled.
And I know YouTube is far from perfect, but I'm just saying, X has censored me so much more. There have been times I would get away with this, that, or the other, but X has censored me a bazillion.
X has censored me so much. X has censored me so much. Yet I get to say the F slur freely over on X. I get to talk about all the LGBTQ stuff that I dislike over on X. I get to do all that kind of stuff over on X. But you can't do that on YouTube. And how many times have you been banned off Twitch? Do you think you can get away with doing any of those things over on Meta? Girl, use your frickin' brain, for crying out loud.
Times more. So I don't want to hear it with Elon Musk saying Trump wouldn't have won the election if it wasn't for me. Oh, I brought back free speech. No, YouTube had a huge involvement in that.
No. That's actually completely false right there, honey. The reason YouTube even allowed that to happen was because X broke it first. X was the reason a lot of that stuff ended up happening. That is a timeline fact right now. Full on. The only reason YouTube even became less censorious was because people were getting that information over on X. So yes, Elon had a big part to play in that. You don't get to rewrite history at all. And in fact, actually, I don't even know if you know basic facts at this point in time. That is a fact statement that Elon made right there. Every other platform became less censorious and less destructive because Elon's takeover of X. You think we would have had half the evidence we had during the entirety of the last election if Elon didn't take over X? That is a mind-boggling statement to make right there, Melanie. If YouTube was in charge, you wouldn't have a goddamn channel. Jeremy, she claims censorship because her posts weren't getting the traction they were before. She went mask off. Yep. That's quite literally it, because of her whole clicks and everything like this, all the traction she used to do, she now claims to be that she's getting censored or pushed down. Mind you, though, X will also censor your accounts and start throttling you if you get muted a lot or if you get blocked a lot. So with how much you were going off the rails, a lot of people did mute you, a lot of people did unfollow you, a lot of people did block you because they were tired of seeing you go off the rails. That had a negative impact on your actual account. That is something that X has talked about on multitude of occasions. So now you're getting upset that your account is getting throttled because of your own actions that you yourself have taken.
Us creators on YouTube, us normies too, like not just creators, I don't say that as a status. I say that those of us who have been bold in speaking out and using YouTube as a platform to do that have been able to make a big change in culture. Granted, with the COVID stuff, yeah, YouTube was terrible. And that was Elon's Trojan horse opportunity. Just saying, to pretend to care about free speech, but then as soon as he actually takes over and gets all this stuff, then the app becomes less and less free speech enabled. So there's another degenerate AI companion that he had, which is worse than this. I don't want to show it on my screen because it is worse. It is an angel in lingerie. And
it's an angel in lingerie? Where? Let me see it. Let me see it. Show me.
Obviously intended with the purpose of eliciting lust. And it's gooner bait. Other words, you want to put it like it is, it's gooner bait.
Oh God, because there's an attractive woman in it, it's immediately gooner bait. It's immediately gooner bait.
And I said, we keep asking you to ban porn, but instead you just make it. I'm just about done with it.
you're not going to get him to ban porn. I can talk all day and night about maybe, you know, a safer work section, a safer work censorship, like not censorship, but a safer work mode on X. That is a good idea to actually do. You're not going to get him to ban porn. The idea of him actually banning porn is idiotic. What is going on right now, utilized by the EU? Well, not EU, but what the UK did over and like throttling a bunch of stuff and censoring a bunch of stuff by force over in the UK. That is not going over well right now on X. There's a lot of people fighting back viciously against that entire stance. You're not going to get that win. What you probably will end up getting, if you actually did it right and not demand everybody to outright cancel, like ban porn, because you're not going to get that genie put back in the bottle, the best you could potentially actually do is get them to silence it for a little while. Or put it on a safer work tab and make things safer work. That's about it. So yeah, and you are the minority in the grand scheme of things here, Melanie. You're not the majority here. You can keep saying, we demand you can't ban porn. You're like an insignificant little beam compared to everybody else who doesn't really give a shit.
This app, this is disgusting. This was when I was, it was one of the last things I posted before I left. So if people really want to be investigators and find out why I left.
No, we can actually take a look at that. What was one of the last things you posted before you left? Let's see. I'm honored. This. What a show. This is demonic. Beautiful. Facts. Christians are constantly visiting the Holy Land and are welcome to God bless. Yay. Doom is a Christian game. Go slay some demons. Battlefield. This is word. I didn't relate people on the basis, I don't relate to people on the basis of how much they look like me. I relate to them on the, to people who are the body of Christ. Where is this whole last thing? You know, we told you to ban porn, but instead you started making it. I'm not seeing that, you know, I'm not actually seeing this whole point of where you said that. And I'm making this point because what you just said there doesn't even line up. Like, where's that tweet? Where's that tweet? And this, it says August 3rd. Okay, that was August 3rd, according to you. June 29th. Okay, let's go up to August 3rd. Let's go up to August 3rd. July 30th. July 30th. July 31st. July 31st. I'm not seeing this. August 1st. I don't relate to people. No. August 1st. August 1st. August 1st. August 2nd. I'm not seeing this tweet that you says is it. That tweet doesn't even exist. This is August 2nd. This is August 3rd. This is August 3rd. Where is it? Is this a reply? Because if it's in the replies, I'm not. Let's see. Let's see replies. August 4th. August 3rd. August 4th. August 4th. Right here. This is when you did it. This is when you did it, and I'm not really seeing the disturbingness of this. This is no different really than a girl from the fucking oh, what are they called? The Victoria's Secret model things. That's really how no different that is. Why the heck are you making a big deal out of that one?
You know, looking at this would have been a good indicator that I just straight up said I'm just about done with this app. Not to mention the other videos of me talking about, hey, I'm praying if I should quit this app, because I think I might. So yeah.
I don't even see where any evidence that you were going to quit the app because of all of this. I'm not seeing it. You just said you're making this evidence after the fact. I have no evidence that you were thinking of quitting this app prior to this.
First of all, let's talk about.
And then again, this is also completely changing what your actual thing on X says. You said that you left because of the bots. You didn't say you left because of AI. So people have like 3 different reasons as to why you left. I wonder why people are trying to figure shit out, because this does not make any sense. My account on private because of these H1 bots are out of control. I hate it here. Follow me on YouTube or Insta, which again, all that stuff, none of that stuff makes any sense. That's why people keep calling this garbage out, Melanie.
Again, on top of all of the perversion and all of the negative effects of that with these AI companions that I already spoke about, putting an angel in lingerie is just extremely, almost to the point of blasphemy. Not because...
Okay, where were you ever speaking out about this by Victoria's Secret? Where are those posts, Melanie? Victoria's Secret did that for years. Years people have done that. And now you're saying this is blasphemous. Where were you then? Where were you then? Was it blasphemous then? If not, what makes it blasphemous now? Because I look at that, I see a Victoria's Secret model. That's all I see. You're the one that's taking it to an extreme position.
As angels or deities or anything like that, but they are heavenly creatures and they are pure. And so to portray something pure as something perverted, even though, yes, fallen angels exist, but that wasn't the intent with this AI companion, wasn't.
How do you know what the intent was? You're just saying that it's the intent. And that wasn't an AI companion. That was art that Grok can make now. That's what that post was talking about.
To portray a fallen angel. So to portray that in such a perverted way is definitely a disrespect to angels who are messengers from God. And
how many times have we seen perverted angels in anime, guys? A lot.
You know, who are wonderful beings, right? Apart from the fallen angels, again, that's a different discussion. So yes, all of these things combined, I've had enough. And you also have to just try to look at the fruit of something and figure out, the Bible tells us that we're not supposed to cast our pearls to swine. And when you're on an app that is created to design outrage and cancel culture, like cancel culture very much like almost started on X. And I remember when people, you know, when X first came out, Twitter, it was like, hey, I've started my Twitter account in 2009 to keep up with RuneScape Classic updates from RSC Angel that was bringing the actual OG RuneScape back into it was just some random dude who wanted to bring it back because he's working on it, like some engineer or something. So that's why I started it. You used to start it, oh, let me promote my streams here, my gaming streams. Let's keep up with gaming news. Let's you know, share about what's going on in my life. Things like that is what you use X for. Well, you started seeing a big rise among gamers that use the platform and streamers to eliminate their competition, if you will. And they eliminate their competition because this is why content creators are dog eat dog. I don't trust hardly any of them.
Yet you trust quartering. You trust a lot of these people, actually. You have seen it on multiple occasions where you're a content creator, so then you're a dog eat dog. You be careful of how you address these things, Melanie. You're hurting yourself in the grand scheme of things.
I'm telling you, almost all of them, like not all of them. There's definitely some good ones, right? There's definitely some really good.
All of them are dog eat dog, but I'm not saying all of them, but all of them are, but all of them.
The ones with good intentions who aren't like this. But a lot of them, especially of the drama tube variety, they don't care. They will throw anyone under the bus. They're cutthroat. They're dog eat dog. They only care about getting the bag. That's it. They're not passionate about what they do. They don't have, they just found a niche. They jumped in and they're capitalizing on it at the expense of others. To which I would say you want to be very careful about something like that, because if you have a platform where you are lying on people's name, which, man, when people talk about me, almost everything is constant lie after misrepresentation after this. Obviously, I'm not perfect. Obviously, there's things that I've said that have been wrong, but it's misrepresentation after misrepresentation, constantly lie after lie after lie after lie. And I just have to say, man, you got to be careful with this stuff, because I don't care if sometimes it looks like people are prospering, if they're getting a ton of views, they're getting a ton of money. But if you are getting money in terrible ways like that, it would be better not to get that money at all. And God sees all. So they're not winning. At the end of the day, you will reap what you sow. But anyway, this app has been, there were a bunch of streamers and that's wanted to do these Me Too's.
I've long since disconnected on what the hell she was saying. I started DMing somebody. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm so disconnected. This is an issue with Melanie Mac. Nothing she ever says, I just started droning it out. I started hearing white noise and I heard Me Too, and it's like, what? No, I'm what?
These cancel campaigns against other streamers. I'm not saying every single Me Too claim was false, but a lot of them were. So there's Me Too's and variations of Me Too's that are claiming false accusations against people, that are trying to ruin people's reputation. I remember one that was just so random. There were two streamers who used to be roommates, and someone gets on there, and they used to, before you could make long tweets, you had to use a bit.ly link, or I don't remember what, a twit longer link. By the way, guys, here's a link to this twit longer where I'm going to talk about how at so-and-so, my ex-roommate, who's also a big streamer, how they were a jerk to me. And then it'll just talk about petty drama.
Are we talking about the drama tubers? I'm like legitimately lost. Are we talking about drama tubers? Or are we talking about the Me Too's or the people that got canceled? Like, I'm so lost. Where the fuck are we now, chat?
Oh, they wouldn't watch
I'm gonna say it here. The Radia and the Adora doc made more sense than what I'm seeing here, and those were shit documents. Those weren't good. I was following along a whole lot better than I am here. I'm so confused on where we are in any of this. I was following along like, okay, but none of this makes sense because all the stances that you were saying is basically entirely bullshit because of the hypocrisy of all this. But then I'm sitting here, I'm listening to you. Now we're like talking about cancel culture and Me Too and everything like that. I'm like, how do we hop from all this to here?
Dishes enough. Oh, they didn't do that. And it was just like, this app suddenly became a gossip app, and it became an app to try to ruin people's reputations. Because guess what? When these
this app was always like this. X was always like, it's a gossip app. It became this thing to destroy people. People used to use it to do this or this back to 2009. People were always posting about their days and what they were doing on X. Don't act like that's not the case. You just don't like it now, but you used to weaponize X all the freaking time. I mean, you're only upset now because you can't weaponize it anymore. That's why you're running away like a scared little child. Mind you, you haven't even deleted your account. You only put it on private, so why aren't you deleting your account? If you hate it so much, delete your account. Get rid of it altogether. Delete both of them. You're still utilizing it. You tell me that you quit paying for it and that you'll lose the blue check mark any day. If you never lose that blue check mark, you didn't quit paying for it.
creators try to ruin another content creator's reputation, then that takes away some of their competition, right? I've seen this happen with journalists too, gaming journalists as well. And back in like 2019, there was this gaming journalist. He's a big guy, and he had I think he had autism or something of that level to where
big guy that had autism. What? That came out of nowhere. You know what? I'm taking this back. Melanie, I like you having a YouTube channel. You say really, really weird things, and the next thing I know, we're in a weird dimension. This is Whiplash on next level.
there were just some social boundaries he didn't quite get, but he wasn't a creep at all whatsoever. He just didn't understand some social cues. And so because he was such a big guy, then this other journalist took the opportunity to try to make it sound like he was being a creep to her because he was buddying up with her at a convention. This guy was a friend to everybody, guy or girl. I've been to gaming conventions since 2010. I used to go constantly, right? I only recently stopped going to gaming conventions. And I didn't completely stop. I just don't go as much as I used to. I used to go to almost all of them, all the big ones. But every time, yeah, he was there. It didn't matter. He was just a friend to everybody. And so he got bullied out of the gaming industry because he used to do indie journalism. Well, that was...
Okay, so... Wait, so he got bullied because he did indie journalism, but he also he had autism, didn't understand social cues, and got too close to a girl. And by the way, he was at every other convention that has ever existed. So who is this person? What is the circumstances? Where is the evidence? Give it to me now. Quit saying that these things happened without actually showing me what these things were. God damn, how did she get so popular? How did she become such a creative streamer, creative content creator? Because goddamn, this is awful. You're going on this whole mindless rabbit hole that I don't even know where we're at. You're talking about a story that I have no context to. I'm supposed to believe you, and quite frankly, Melanie, I don't believe you worth a shit. What are we even talking about here?
Competition for her, and she found an opportunity to capitalize on that. So this platform became a place to drag people and try to cancel people. And so then we have a lot of us who are against cancel culture and speak out against that. But then you saw the anti-woke jump on the cancel culture train too. They're doing the same.
What? Where? Show me evidence. Give me evidence. Show me where they started trying to cancel people. Show me where they started trying to do that. Because I could point out a few times too, and most of it is actually you, Melanie. You got on the whole cancel culture thing. You got on the whole banning shit thing. You did that, Melanie. Don't say that the anti-woke did that. No, that was you, Melanie. You started participating in that particular culture because you didn't like that. And then when people started having a problem with you, started calling out your hypocrisy on wanting to ban things that other people liked because of your own personal sensibilities that not everybody ever agreed with. you started crying, I'm getting canceled. Same with John Delarose. Same with all those other people from that little corner of the internet where you thought you had all the power, but in reality, you went full mask off and people started having a problem with you. That wasn't cancel culture right there. That was people just deciding to drop you because they didn't like you.
Thing. Dragging each other over different opinions and trying to ruin the reputation of somebody over an opinion they don't like.
See? She wants, this is something I brought up. Brought it up in my first video. I brought it up every single time I'm doing this. And she's doing it here. Think about it. What is she talking about right now? People that are dragging people through the mud because they have opinions they don't like. I'm not leaving because of the backlash or the blowback. I'm leaving because of the bots. I'm leaving because of the propaganda from the Muslims. I'm leaving because of the gooners and all this. And then we start getting through the entirety of the video. We start listening to what she has to say, and then it goes cancel culture. It goes to people dragging me for my opinions and for the fact that they disagreed with me on my opinions, and they weren't all going to come out here and cheer me all along. That's what this is all about. She said it on multiple different occasions. She kept changing the story as to why she left, and I fucking pointed it out the gate. She left because of the criticism. She can come out here and say it wasn't because of the criticism. It wasn't because of the criticism. If she says that, hey, it was only a few people that criticized her because she went to a My Chemical Romance concert, why the hell did you make this entire video in the first place? That doesn't even make any sense. If it was just one or two people, you wouldn't have made an actual video. The way it coincided with all of this, that doesn't add up. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't work. The logical sense there, Melanie. So then you private your account and you blame it on the bots. Then you come over here and you start blaming it on the bots, and then on the AI, and then on X. Now you're blaming it on, hey, well, we shouldn't even be using it anyways because this is where cancel culture thrives at the same time. And people that were even in the anti-woke community started dragging people that have opinions that differ from them. There it is. She left because this all stems back to her fallout during Goonergate. That is why she left. It has nothing else to do about this. It is all because of Goonergate and the fact that she got blowback. Everything always boils back to she got blowback and she couldn't handle the criticism. Same with now. She got blowback again and couldn't handle the criticism. That's the only thing that makes sense in this entire time. She will come out here and cry all day and night that it's not because of the criticism. You're literally saying right now it's because of the criticism.
You know, I get if you want to talk about an opinion you disagree with, but to wish harm on somebody and to try to ruin their reputation and try to ruin their life, that's a different story. And so what is the fruit that this app produces? A ton of gossip, which is very anti-biblical and wrong. A ton of slander, a ton of lies, a ton of deception, because I can't even begin to tell you how.
Hey, I have an entire video. I know a video on your channel that is filled with lies, deception, mistruths, gossip, and bullshit. I can actually point out a couple of them. In fact, I'll just start scrolling. I can scroll on your entire thing and I can see a really good one just from maybe a few months ago that led me to go on this entire path of watching all of frickin' I just had the name of it. Castlevania Nocturne. That's what it was. Right here. This video right here. Netflix Castlevania Nocturne is anti-Christian. You had none of the actual evidence. You had none of the actual context to this entire scene. You didn't know what was going on in that scene and what was actually being said there, but you went on this entire thing of it being anti-Christian. I can come out here and say it's not very pro-Christian, but that guy was a villain. That guy was a bad dude. He sided with the vampires and demons at the end of the day. And because they killed a priest that you had no context to, you said it's anti-Christian. Because they destroyed a church that held demons underneath the church, that was anti-Christian. You see, this is something, if you're going to land on this position of you can't spread falsehoods or slander or misinformation or blah, 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 that video right there should be taken down. You did an anti-Christian thing right there. You went against the word of God right there. If you're going to say you follow the word of God and then do shit like that, you're obviously not doing that, Melanie.
How many of these creators that you know and trust that are being paid to post stuff? They're being paid to post opinions that aren't even theirs. And I know this because the same people paying them.
Then name it. Name them. Name them. Name them. Come on. Come on. Do it. Do it. If you're going to do this entire thing, you're like, they're being paid to post. They're being paid to post. I know them. I know them. If you're going to do this, if you're going to play this game, name them. If you're going to burn down everything you stand for, everything you believed in the past, name the people we shouldn't be trusting. Come on, do it. Because you don't got anything. You're freaking out right now because there's a lot of people that criticized you, so now you're torching it all.
Reached out to me and tried to get me to do the same. And it felt icky, it felt wrong. I said nope. And even when it was some things that I liked, like, oh, okay, yeah, I approve of this, what they want me to say, but I'm not going to take payment to say something or push.
Name them. Enough of this bullshit, Melanie. You're going down this rabbit hole anyways. Might as well just name them. Or continue spreading falsehoods for all I know. I don't have any reason to believe you. So quite frankly, right now, I think you're lying to me.
Something and not disclose it. Like if you take some sort of ad, that's a different story. And you disclose, hey, this is a paid ad, guys. This is a sponsor. This is an ad. But that's not what's happening. You would not believe the amount of these creators that are saying things and pushing things and things that will look like the most organic tweet ever that they're paid to post.
Okay, give me names right now. Drop the names. Because if you're going to die on this fucking hill, you got to drop the names or else I don't believe you. Fact is, I do kind of believe her of that action, but guess what? You don't have any proof because you're too scared to do this. You want to stand on these grounds of people that lie to you, manipulate to you, and this is wrong, so I'm going to do all these things for the word of God and all this stuff and hide behind God, then you might as well just do it. You might as well just say what you want to say. Call the people out. Give the evidence. Show the receipts. Do it all. Because if you're not, I think this is all hollow from you. Everything you've said is just hollow. Pointless nonsense.
They're making bank off of deceiving you. And so it's like, this app is riddled with that. So I have felt convicted in my spirit to leave. Who knows? It doesn't mean it's forever. It might be though.
Guys, it might be forever. I felt in my spirit to leave. Who knows? I might come back though, because I only privated my account. I never deleted my account, so I can come back at any time I actually want. But I felt convicted to leave, even though I didn't delete my account. But I might come back, but I might not come back. But I might come back, but I might not come back.
But in this time, I felt convicted in my spirit to leave. It doesn't feel good. And a lot of people are asking me to stay. And I appreciate that. That's fair, that you want me there. And to say, well, we need your witness here. I appreciate that. But I would also just want to tell you, if somebody feels convicted to lead, to do something, they should follow that conviction.
I don't believe you are convicted, though. I don't believe you are, because you left for Meta and YouTube. Platforms that are worse. Arguably worse than X. Platforms that have everything you criticize X for having, but tenfold. Platforms that promote other very degenerate things that you yourself despise. And won't allow you to criticize it. Will censor you for criticizing it. Will punish you for criticizing it. So you left the site that allows you to actually do that for sites that won't allow you to do that. Make that make sense, guys. Make that make sense. When's the next time we're going to hear Melanie Mack say the F slur?
You shouldn't tell somebody not to follow their convictions. So
I shouldn't tell somebody not to follow your conviction. Guess what? I don't believe it's your conviction. I think you're just running and hiding like a coward. That's what I think from you. I think you're a coward. I think you got criticism. You even let it loose here. You ran because of the criticism. You can't handle the criticism. You can't handle the fighting back. You can't handle that the people that at one point in time raised you up as a champion saw who you truly were and decided to drop you like a bad habit. You can't handle that. And when you get pushback on all of your freaking opinions, you run and hide now because you're a coward. You don't have conviction. You're a freaking coward. I will say that over and over again. You're a coward. All you want to do is cause a bunch of drama, a bunch of heat, get your name all over the place. And when you finally got the blowback, you ran like a stupid coward because everybody that at one point in time actually defended you, was willing to go out there and protect you, they realized just how awful you truly were. So now you're running and hiding because you got nobody in your corner outside of Quarter Pounder, and even then Quarter Pounder can't defend you any longer. You did this to yourself, Melanie. Own up and accept accountability. That's another thing that God tells us to do, that the Bible tells us to do. Accept accountability for our actions. Follow through with it. You don't want to. You want to run and hide like a coward. That's going to send you to hell right there, Melanie.
Yes, you can use this as an evangelism tool. Yes, but again, this is one of those cast pearls to swine moment.
I don't
It's
believe
one of
you.
those in the Bible where God said yes, or Jesus is God, but Jesus said, yes, if people don't want to hear it, dust off your feet and leave. And this place has become a Muslim propaganda platform to where everything I post, even if it's just reading a Bible verse, is met with so much vitriol, aggression, and vileness.
Because people don't believe you actually follow through with the Bible. People don't, Melanie. People don't believe you at all. You have a fucking sleeve. You want to stand on this ground of, I'm a good Christian girl. I do everything the Bible tells me. Yet you look at the background. We see you at My Chemical Romance concerts. We see the sleeve. We see how you dress up. We see the revealing nature of it all. It's not modest. It's none of the stuff that you claim to actually have in your heart, that you claim to follow. That's why people call you out. That's why people do that. And that's why so many people have you muted.
That this was a dust my feet off moment. You see in the Bible where Paul would go somewhere to share the word of God. And
actually, if you even want to think about it a whole lot more, she's running and hiding because people gave blowback on her, because people criticized her on the internet. Oh my God, people started attacking me on all of my posts. People started saying naughty no words about me on the internet. I'm just going to run away and hide like a coward because people started calling me words. The thing we used to criticize others for doing, the people that we've criticized so many people for doing, I did it to Penguin Zero or whatever the fuck his name is, Charlie. I've done it to Aspengold. I've done it to so many people. When they start freaking out and running away because they put out a hot post and got a bunch of criticism for it, so then they take an internet break because they can't handle the mean words coming their way. That's what you're doing now, Melanie. That's all you're doing. You're starting to admit what the real reason for you leaving was, and it was the criticism.
Would not be received, and he would dust his feet off and leave and go somewhere else. And so maybe some people are called to evangelize on X. I'm not saying everybody has to quit this platform, but I'm not. And maybe one day I'll be back, but probably not. I don't anticipate that, and not unless it changes. But not anytime soon, I'll say. Definitely not, but not anytime soon. I don't plan on it. So I feel called to dust off my feet and to, just stay focused here on YouTube, on Instagram. And yeah, I will continue sharing.
Why not Rumble? Why not Rumble? If you want to go to these sites that don't censor you, that follow the things that you are allowed to follow and do the things that you are allowed to do, why aren't you going to Rumble? You're on Instagram and YouTube. Those are not good platforms for your particular vein of confrontation and content. Why not Rumble? Why aren't you going there? You ever think about that? You ever think about going to Rumble? Why aren't you promoting Rumble? I mean, you're with Quarter Pounder. Why aren't you going to Rumble? Maybe because this is all just a fucking grift and you're lying to everybody right now.
The word of God and standing against the evil demonic forces that are peddling a bunch of stuff in society, but there's no good to be had on this app. It's not good for anyone. I don't like it, and it breeds contempt, it breeds strife, it breeds perversion, and it intentionally does that. People will argue and say, well, there are some of these accounts, there's OF girls on Insta, there's this, that, and the other. Instagram, you don't see the CEO of Instagram.
Bullshit. You want to go on this entire tirade? Frickin' what's his name? What's his name? The guy that runs Facebook, that made Facebook and who now owns Instagram. Bro, they do the same thing. You can't go on fucking Instagram search at all without seeing a bunch of nudies. You can't do that at all. You want to sit here and say Instagram is better? X is 1,000 times better. Zuckerberg, who has lied to us on numerous occasions. You're going to run to Zuckerberg and say he's better? I know you're saying Berg, but I'm calling him Borg for a justifiable reason. You're saying Zuckerberg is better than Elon? You're nuts, woman. You're clinical at that point in time.
Saying, hey guys, look, I just made this for you to goon to. You don't see that. You don't see them directly promoting degeneracy on there, right? I'm not claiming Instagram is a Christian app, or that's great. or YouTube for that matter. But they are focused on entertainment.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Oh my God. They are not. You want to talk about apps that are focused in on control and destruction and pushing that degenerate ideologies? 100% Instagram and Google. 100% Meta and Google. You nutcase. You are doing an argument that nobody else has ever actually believed in their entire life, and you're trying to say that this is a smart argument? You're a nutcase, woman. Jesus Christ. Holy hell.
And they are not directly promoting perversion. And they're not directly pushing out all of, not all of that. Brain microchips and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know.
Oh, they're not directly promoting perversion. They're not directly promoting any of that. They're not doing it, guys. They're not doing it. Meta LGBTQ. Actually, no. In fact, I don't even go that far. Meta actually owns Oculus. Meta owns Oculus Rift, a VR technology. Google owns AIs out the wazoo. Meta owns AIs out the wazoo. All these sites own the stuff that you're criticizing X for owning, and you're saying that they're better than X when they're openly not better than X. Your arguments are bad, Melanie. You're a deranged psychopath. No wonder Quarter Pounder came out here and said, well, I'm not her dad. I can't control what she does, because at this point in time, nobody can control you. You're a nut job.
Oh, what kind of times we're in. I don't know when the actual B system's going to roll out and all of that, but I felt uneasy in my spirit, and I'm done. So this is where I'm at. I hope that clears the air. It's not a big deal. I don't even know why people are dramatizing this so much. It's not a big deal.
No, they're dramatizing it because this is one of your main platforms. And then your arguments are that you're going over to Instagram and YouTube and nobody's making any logical sense of this. You don't make any sense in this. And then when we listen to your words, the reason why we're making a big deal out of this is because we listen to you. We're playing around on what you're actually saying, and we're figuring out you're a hypocrite. You're a massive hypocrite, and you don't ever actually take into account or take responsibility for the things that you have done or said. You run away and hide like a coward you truly are, because that's all you can do, is when you can't get people to goon to you, even though you don't want people to goon to you, but you all openly want people to goon to you. When you can't control people, when you can't manipulate the narrative, when you don't have people backing you up, you'll run and hide like the coward.
Touch some grass, guys. When I say that, obviously I'm talking to these drama influencers.
I touch grass more often than you, honey. I have a day job.
It's just the world will keep going, right? The world.
I mean, yeah, the world will keep going, and we'll keep laughing at you, which you hate. You hate that we laugh at you. You hate that we mock you. You hate that we call your BS out. That's what you hate, Melanie, and I'm gonna keep doing it because guess what? I enjoy it.
They'll keep going. We keep going on with our lives. There are actual things going on in the world. Me making my X account on private is such a non-existent issue.
Then why make videos about it? Why not ignore it? If it's a non-existent issue, why not ignore it and move on with your life? You think about this. Seriously, think about what it is she's saying there. It's a non-existent issue. That's why I had to make my bio this. That's why I put that video out on my Twitter. That's why I made this YouTube video. It's a non-existent issue, guys. That's the exact reason why I made My Chemical Romance thing, because it was a non-issue. It was a little bit of people parking back at me. Think about what it is that she's saying. None of that makes sense. If it's a non-issue, you wouldn't make a 24-minute video on it. If it was a non-issue, wouldn't have had 3 different statements. If it was a non-issue, people wouldn't have been able to dig into this, and people wouldn't be looking at this, and people wouldn't have deduced that the real reason you're running away and hiding is because of the criticism, because you literally say it in this video.
But yeah, people want to create whatever. People who already don't like you, they want to, anything that you do, they're going to create their own version of what the reason is to suit whatever bias they already had or what they want to think about you. So yeah, you've got people on one side, the anti, like the porn brain people, the pro porn people are saying, oh, she did this because of the Sydney Sweeney backlash from a week ago. Again, even that was like, I got a lot of support from that stuff. You want to talk about actual huge backlash? I was like speaking out against all the pride LGBTQ stuff back when all these drama tubers were scared to do it. Just saying. So you think this, I'm going to leave over that? That was nothing.
Well, you're also assuming that the drama tubers agreed with you there. I'm just gonna say. And also, now you have everybody against you. You want to say, well, it's only the poor people that are against me on that. No, there's everybody's against you now. Even people that at one point in time liked you and promoted you and liked to have you around, they're against you now. So you have nobody really in your corner except for Quarter Pounder. Michael Knowles brings you on from time to time, but I'm willing to bet Michael Knowles treats you like the lolcow you are, because that's all you are now. You're a lolcow. You're no different than DSP in the grand scheme of things.
Or the My Chemical Romance concert. That was a gigantic nothing burger. But these people already have biases. These people, like the MCR people, they just want to dig at conservative Christians, so they found a way to try to do that and make up something. People lie. Almost everything, if you're seeing gossip or anything except about me or about anything else, it's most likely a lie. And if you're partaking in...
But, like, okay, people lie. Yeah, people lie. You lie. When we look at the time of events, it doesn't add up, Melanie. Your arguments don't make sense. And then even when you were going through this, remember, she started talking about the cancel culture. Even the anti-woke side decided to do the cancel culture and started dragging people for having opinions and wanting to take them down and blah, 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 blah. When you start saying stuff like that, when you start going off on that, people know what you're talking about. You're not smart. You're not clever. You're not intelligent enough to actually deduce this stuff into a cohesive argument. People know what you're talking about here. People know it's 100% about the criticism you've been getting and the fact that you don't really have people in your corner anymore.
This content, I would encourage you to pray about it and stay in the Word of God, read the Bible every day, and ask God to check your heart. Because if what you consume is gossip, which the Bible tells us not to partake in, there's a problem. You're filling your heart with that. And I know it's juicy, it's the tea, it's like we like to see these things because we have sinful flesh, but it's not good. We should not be filling our minds with this kind of stuff. And before people go, but you're a drama channel, people say that. To which I say, look at my videos and tell me where the gossip is.
Easy. Again, just did it. Right about, where is it, honey? Where was it? Oh yeah, anti-white Batman, which I incredibly much disagree with. Incredibly much? I don't think that's a word. Where was it again? Where was it? It was right over here. Castlevania Nocturne is anti-Christian. That full-fledged no. Full-fledged no. They might not be pro-Christian, but they ain't anti-Christian. But hey, if you're not pro-Christian, you're anti-Christian according to Melody Mac. What else do we have? Must-watch. Clevetes is a must-watch anime. I mean, I like Clevetes. I'll say, yeah, watch Clevetes. It's pretty damn good. Full-on murder, boobies, everything in there that you disagree with, and siding with demons, essentially. What else do we have? It's about time. Square Enix is rebooting the company. They've been doing that. You just don't know because you don't follow along. You don't pay attention. What else do we have that is spreading nonsense and all this stuff? Why I don't buy gay video games. I don't even know what gay video games are. So there's that. We can go through all the woke culture is losing. Marvel Rivals destroys Overwatch 2. Yeah. And then you went on X and started crying about Marvel Rivals for introducing a character that you thought was trans. I remember that one. That was a weird one too. You thought the character was trans because they had their makeup made a very specific way. You've done this on multiple occasions. Spread lies, misinformation, all sorts of shit yourself. So don't even talk about like, oh my God, it's all the drama, it's all the this, it's all the that. You've done this to yourself, Melanie. You brought this on yourself. Quit crying about what you have, the bed you have made. Sleep in it.
I don't gossip about people. I talk about pop culture events, opinions I don't like, this or that, either. I'm not gossiping about people. That's absurd. But anyway, there you have it for this video. Thank you all so much.
Okay, yeah, you're a nonsensical human being that's nothing more than a lolcow, no better than Boogie, no better than DSP, no better than Wings of Redemption, and certainly, and I'm going to say this right now because I believe it, no better than Rich from Review Tech USA. That's all you are, Melanie. You're Rich from Review Tech. Congratulations. Welcome to the lolcow status. I can't believe people still take Melanie Mac like as a legitimate human being. I still can't believe that. I find that to be just so fundamentally idiotic and stupid. Like, she is one of the biggest clowns I have ever fucking seen. Oh, I'm not gonna, I do want to point this. Oh no, they deleted it. No. No, please still have it. Please still have it. Aw. So I don't know if you guys have it. I'm gonna see. Can I find shots of it? Do I still have it somewhere? I'm gonna see if I have it in my bookmarks. If you guys remember Anna Valens, or Anal Violence, or whatever her name was. Yeah, Anna Valens. The girl that, or the guy that wants to do heinous things to women within his trans utopia, and has openly talked about, well, being a pedo. Yeah, the dude ended up getting this. Very proud to announce I'm now an official affiliate partner with Waifu Wars UK. Use code ANNAVALENS for 15% off your Waifu Wars orders, or use my referral link below. Very excited to work with such an amazing brand. Expect more in the months to come. Waifu Wars UK. We'd like to clarify that we are not affiliated with Anna Valens VT, and we're unaware of any past events or situations they may have been involved in. When reviewing potential participants, we base our checks on recent activity and profiles rather than conducting an extensive deep dive into historical matter. We apologize for any confusion or concern this may have caused, and thank you for understanding. People started sending Waifu Wars all the times where Anna Valens tried to tear down Kirsha and everybody else, and all the constant nonsense that they were tweeting out about, you know, like the trans utopia thing that they wanted to do with women, and, well, forced breeding camps, which is not a joke, and all the other unhinged things Anna Valens has done. Well, I'm not a supporter of cancel culture or having that shit taken away from you, but the thing is, because you did all that shit to Kirsch and have tried to destroy the VTubing community, and now after being rejected, you finally got your partner, and now because people did the same actions to you, I'm kind of not going to cry about it. I'm kind of not going to cry about it, as you can see here. Yeah, not going to shed a tear because you lost access to something that's so stupid. That you got yourself ended up getting canceled. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry like a little bitch, because I think you kinda got it coming to you. Okay. With that though, I have practically everything done. I've covered all the topics I had. Adam, I ended up tapping out. I ended up tapping out on that other doc because it didn't. That other doc, Adam, I shit you not, it didn't make that person look better or like justify their stances. It actually made them look good, and they even admitted to doxing somebody's name. So like, it only made you look worse. And at the end of the day, I'm just like, you are all awful in my opinion. You're all awful people. That is the first time I've ever actually tapped out of a drama in a doc, because it was just filled with some of the most childish, petty bullshit, and then a subsequential doc that outright just said, yeah, I did it, but you're worse, and here's all my evidence to support that you're worse, and all the evidence that supports that you're worse isn't even evidence. God, I feel dumber. And I'm sorry, chat, for putting you guys through that. I think I made you all dumber in the process, so I do apologize. I will be seeking for I will be begging for your apology. Okay? Because that's the right thing to do. But in the meantime, guys, I'm going to call it a night there, because I still need to get some food. I need to get some videos edited together to throw up for the week. No stream tomorrow because I like to take off Mondays. Plus, there's not a whole lot to do on Mondays. I might end up this week, if nothing really goes like crazy, I'll probably do some more game streams or things like that finally, because I'd like to do that again. We'll just see how things go. But until the next time, guys, you all have a lovely night wherever you are, a lovely time of day wherever you are, and I'll see you later. Bye for now.